Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome. It is Gameathalon. Road to Athens time. We have got ourselves an absolutely star-studded lineup for today. There are 4 participants remaining. We have whittled the field down from many to few. 7 players have already qualified. There is 1 spot remaining, and it's anyone's. It's up for grabs here. There's no favorites at the moment. Any one of these 4 players could make it. Any one of these 4 players could have an insane showing today. Our first series is Husk Soup versus El Matador. We move on to our second series is Grass versus 3DB. And then 2 remaining at the end, we move on to our finals. Let's check out the drafting head-to-head before we check out their draft and see how Soup and how El Matador have matched up over the years. Let's check it out. Alrighty, so you can see here that this is a matchup that has gone one way and gone the other. They're equal. They've got a 50% chance of winning each other. So it could be either player. It's anyone's series. Now, Wrath of the Gods was a long time ago. Mythic Wars was more recent, but still a long time. They haven't played each other in a very, 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 very long time. So it could be anyone's game. Let's check out the draft, see what they're going to play for game number 1, and get ready for game number 1 to get going. All right, guys. Look at this draft. Tell me what you think, because it's going to be a fun one. Our first game is on Budapest. It's going to be a Quetzalcoatl versus Gaia. We're going to talk through the draft between the next game, but let's jump into Budapest, because fireworks, they will be. Let's check it out. And off to the races we go. In the left-hand corner of the map, I like to call him the biggest brain in Asian mythology. He comes up with some of the strongest strategies we see for the ladder and for tournament. It is Mr. Husk Soup from the Aces team. His opponent today, in the red color, one of the highest APM players on the tournament. He is a raider, he is an aggressive player, and he is going to try and make Soup's life very difficult for him today. He's from the Knock team. It is Maddie. We are on the map Budapest. It's a best of 5. We're in the semifinals for the playoffs, or the 5th playoffs, the last chance playoffs on the road to Athens. There's 1 ticket remaining. 4 players are left. One of these 2 could be the player that we bring to Athens to compete for the $10,000. $10,000 prize pool. So there you go. If you don't know what Gameathalon is, for whatever reason, let me explain it to you. It is it is the biggest gaming convention in Greece, in Athens. Well, yeah, in Greece. Over 20,000 people for 3 days. Show up, game it out all evening, all night, and have a good time. Let's check out the relics here. Talk you through this matchup. I have been seeing Soup playing this one quite a bit, but Gaia is a bit of a spicy pick there from Matador. Maybe catching Soup off guard a little bit. Trojan Gate Hinge onto the left. Over onto this side, we have the Eye of Horus here for an extra little bit of population for your town centers. Always nice. Little bits of boosts. Over onto this side, we've got the Ogre Bidden Helm. This is a huge relic for Matador in this game. Also going to be huge for Soup as well if he does move over and grab that. Up onto this side, there is the 9 cauldrons, just another massive relic there for Soup, but also Matador is going to be enjoying that as well because it can boost up his destroyers. But Soup is definitely going to be wanting his great temple in this game for sure. A Tauntaun Smashes, as well as potentially Jaguar Riders if this game goes the distance. But the other interesting thing here is that both players decide to simply just open with one dock at their back, and they don't go for the center position right away. So Matador, he gets a quick advance off. In fact, he gets a faster advance off than Soup is here. And this is the interesting things that we're going to start seeing on Budapest. The more we see this map played, the more the meta starts developing. When I first watched this matchup, and I first watched this map, well, not even this matchup, when I first watched this map, we saw everyone saying, we're just going to rush for the middle docks. Slowly but surely, it shifts into, no, we're going to get a nice advance in so we can defend our fish on the side, because that's what's important. Now, both players here, they just grab the backside and then they go from there. And we are going to be seeing the dock coming up here for Soup to contest the Matador dock over onto this side. So both players going onto the same top position here, maybe looking for fishing ship, maybe not. We'll have to wait and see as the warrior priests are making their way out across the map, searching for things to attack. Walls coming up over here for Matador as the warrior priest sneaks in onto this position. Still has a little ways to go to actually do anything, and he does choose to retreat. Doesn't want to get stuck in the main base of Matador here, but the wall is up and the warrior priests are going to simply just knock on the front door. But Matador is well and truly prepared for the moment. Wei Kyodl is now in for Soup, and his units are happily charging across the map. He's got that Shinekwe that can sit in here and start getting the laser bolts of destruction down, and potentially Matador might need to move off of this position. The Shinekwe does a lot of damage here early on to citizens and to units. Got the hero Mamilo to come through, but that Galadria is going to keep things alive for the time being as the warrior priest will pull back. He's got another Shinekwe in here. Going to be easily able to turn around, make that happen up onto this top side. We do have the Bareems in as a Atlatl canoe comes through, but the wolves take out a villager trying to retreat as the Galadria gets sniped. Nice play there from Soup, continuing his aggression. He's still got the turrets in, and they're going to push off of this gold mine. He could relocate them a little bit closer and potentially hit the gold mine. He is just a tiny bit too far away, as he will move those in closer, and we'll see if he's got that range to be able to hit them. At this point, the answer is he very much does. So those citizens are not going to have the best of times here. I'm sure more of those Shinekwe will continue to come through, but just tiny little bits of damage. The left side of the water is still open for grabbing, as well as both players sort of fighting up to the top. The Atlatl Siege Canoe is in. Matador not really fighting for the moment, just getting himself fishing ships through. As yet again, Matador says, time to actually take the fight. As those Hero Mamilos, those are the ones that Soup needs to actually take out, as he is trying to just take down the Mamilo heroes there. On the backside, he can also go into the turrets here if he wants to. Picks up a couple more units, and the pressure is still going to be mounting for Matador to deal with. As Mamilo dives into the mana, keeps everything alive. The Galadria's work is cut. She's got a lot of work here. She's got to get everyone back into it all. More military buildings coming down. The war huts coming through for Soup, as Soup will pull back. Still only the 2 Shinekwe, but he's getting more in. The more he gets in, the more difficult this does get for Matador, because here's the thing. If these guys become turrets, well, it's very tough for even Mamilo heroes to actually take them out. As Soup charges through onto this side, kind of gets caught out a little bit, does angle his units nicely, and now the Tekiwa archers are going to start getting brought through. Matador on the backside, getting himself his mana up over here. Up onto the top side, we do see the fire ships killing off some fishing ships for the time being, as Soup will have to garrison. And while that all goes on, still looking for pressure over here. But while this is happening, the Kimichin spy does see what's happening on this left side. So Soup has to make a decision. Does he give up pressure over here and look to hit the backside, or what? As in comes the units over here. We've got that Carnivora getting dropped down as the Warrior Priest do get dragged off that one. Still not converting the Shinekwe into turrets here, as in comes the Murmillo heroes to deal with that backline. The Shinekwe go down very, very quickly if they're not in turret form, as the Warrior Priests trying to deal with them. There's still one more Shinekwe on the backside here, and there's only the one Murmillo there as the Galadriels get sniped by the Warrior Priests. Is there enough stuff here is the question for Soup, as it looks like Matador might be getting out of this situation. And he does win the fight, and Soup has to pull back. But that there, I gotta say, that if those Shinekwe were in turret form, even just losing out on a little bit of damage to turn them into turrets, that would have changed everything for that fight there for Soup. But he didn't do it. Now, he's a little bit on the back foot, and I think Matador is safe. I think he's out of the difficult position he was in, and now he's going to move over onto the left side and look for his own dock here for more fishing ships. Murmillo's wandering up over onto this left side, looking to try and hit in onto the middle town center and all the other good stuff here. There is looking for raids, and there's a lot of these Tequila archers to come through for Soup, as he says, Ocelot Warrior Tequila Archer is going to be it. And in comes the units. How many of these Warrior Priests are actually in, though, for Soup? He does need those to actually deal with and get Tenali, deal with the Caladria and get Tenali. So you definitely want to keep those alive, as Soup does see the opportunity to prevent these units from getting back home. Now the Tailwind comes in up onto the top there. The Warrior Priest charging down after the Caladria gets a couple more shots off, as the Murmillos, they're getting cleaned up. They can't get away from this Tailwind super efficiently. Picks off one Caladria there as the units on the backside, they're coming through for the defense. But these Ocelotl Warriors are just unrelenting here, as Matador pulls back into his main base. Tequila Archers, Ocelotl Warriors, all the good stuff in for the time being, as Soup will pull back up onto this side. The one thing that Soup can do now with this position is utilize the oak trees to get himself the boosted damage from jumping out of an ambush. But for now, he's going to try and take out some citizens. There is a villager advantage for Matador at the moment up onto the top. We are still seeing little bits of trades onto the top right position there. The Tequila Archers still looking for that damage. Do we end up seeing more Shinekwe? Yes, we do. One is coming in. The gold situation has finished up for Soup over onto this position, as he's going to have to move those shortly, but he's very much focused on the fight for the time being. The villagers make their way over onto this side, and that craft workshop is already queued up. There's more damage coming in onto this position. The villagers haven't been picked off. In fact, he's going to move down onto the gold mine here and continue to be fine. If we have a quick look at the armory situation, Soup now dropping himself his own armory. There's not an armory in for Matador just yet. Ballistics is going to be really important here for Soup's Tequila Archers moving forward, and you can see he knows that. Gets the armory up, immediately queues in ballistics, and he's going to be able to continue fighting and having a nice position here, so long as he actually gets that technology in. As the Shinekwe come in onto this position again, he does this time turn them into turrets, and look at the armor that they actually end up having now. 750 hack armor. That's quite a lot. Continuing to get some big damage done, some big harassment in onto this position, but Matador, he is a fighter. He's not going to give up this spot that easily. Pulls back. He's still got a back position to go and grab. And realistically here, there hasn't been that much damage that's been done by Soup. That being said, the Tequila Archers on this position are going to be doing so much damage to those Murmillos. The numbers he's gotten out here are incredible. He's got a big advantage in terms of those archers. And I think Matador here, he wants to go to the heroic age. But he also still wants to just pump out Murmillos. And pure Murmillos here, I don't think is going to be working, especially now with a heroic age coming through for Soup. He's going Coatlicue, but now there's a big opportunity for Matador to hit a bit of a timing. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. Soup is looking for, yet again, another little bit of a fight here. He can obviously just Micro back. He's got an amazing front line for those Tequila archers, but the heroic ages are coming in for both players. Coatlicue versus Rhea is an interesting situation as the upgrades coming in for the armory. If we take a quick look at the Matador armory upgrades, he's getting copper weapons. There's copper mail to come through as well. And we'll see where this ends up going. Up onto the top side, fire ship. That's going to go down. Is Soup going to try and take out the counter barracks on this position? In comes the Murmillos. As the citizens get pushed off. Counter barracks over here. He's going to get taken out. And Matador, he is playing some good defense for the time being. Got to be careful here because there is going to be an earth monster. And Soup says, yes, please. I'll come in and get some big damage with that earth monster. Units trying to retreat into the town center to keep themselves alive. But they're going to get splat out here yet again, as Soup sits in onto this position, waiting for that to happen. And out they come as the Tequila archers are going to be getting some big damage onto them. But Matador, he just pulls back. No problems. In comes a Tajipla for this big push as well. Trader gets dropped in onto the Ayototchli here, as that's going to be somewhat of an issue to deal with. There's the watchtowers, the town center, and everything else. This one carnivore is going to get a big amount of damage done, but the military differential here is looking like it's favoring Soup. While this is all going on, Soup pulls back, and behind this is drop the town center. Big advantage for Soup where that's concerned, as Matador, he's still fine. He's still got a villager advantage while this is all going on, but he's going to slowly start losing that advantage as Soup sitting over here. He's idled only the one citizen. We now also got Contarius coming through. So Tequila archers aren't really going to cut it if the numbers get in for Matador, but there's still going to be those Ocelotl warriors, not Ocelotl warriors there to deal with all of that, as in comes the Matador army. Yet again, the Ayototchli goes bowling as units dropping left, right, and center. Do we see heavy? No heavy upgrades in just yet for Soup. And he is getting heavy Noble's Hut upgrades here. So that's going to be a big assistance for him over onto this side. Couple of raids hitting the citizens there. And Matador just hasn't been able to threaten Soup's economy in this game one iota. And this is kind of how he's in all of these, why he's in all of these problems. Like, Soup is just on the aggressive, but is he going to be able to win this next fight is the big question. The Contarius get onto that back line. Ocelotl Warriors getting pulled around to try and defend there, as the Ayototchli, the traded Ayototchli, being a big issue, spreads out the units beautifully here as well. But militarily speaking, it's still very, very close as Soup continues this fight. Can he continue this and find the victory in this position or not? The answer is no. He decides to pull back. Tlalmani Spearman now getting into the mix here, militarily, or not even militarily speaking, but the big problem right now for Soup is he needs military buildings down to rebuild out everything for Matador. He's got 9 military barracks and he's able to keep that production going. And as soon as this game opens up, Matador is going to start searching for damage. He goes into the main base, sort of leaves the gold mine over there. Of course, you've got to expect the gold mine villagers to be on the back, but Soup is grabbing the forward one there first and foremost, as these Contarius, they're going to be a big difficulty to deal with. There is an option to go for a lullaby here to potentially take out the units. But the Spearmen, well, they turn around and the Contarius will need to get out of here. Of course, Soup probably should be thinking about getting his walls down. Wall up the entirety of the map here is always going to be a good idea. For example, right on this side, one wall while this is all going on could have prevented those Contarius from getting out onto this position. As the Tlalmani Spearman trying to catch up here. Soup over onto this side says, time to take a fight here, but he charges straight in to the heavy upgraded units. The Ayototchli will get targeted down here. Up onto this side, the Contarius get pulled back. Villagers idle, and Soup, after all of the good opening that he's done here, he is now in some trouble Pulls back up onto his town center, trying to defend that. Matador says time for his own town center behind all of that. But now the Spearmen are out. The Contarius, not really that good here unless they're controlled perfectly. The cube for Matador is insane. Everything is queued up. He's going to be able to have a lot of units coming through into this game as the Carnivora gets dropped again. In comes the Warrior Priest to take those out, but the front line of Contarius seemingly dissipates nearly instantly to those Tlalmani Spearmen. But these Murmillos are the big issue, and what Soup needs is Sean one, without question here. But he doesn't have himself the Great Temple just yet. Gold Villagers finishing up over here. They've got to move. For Matador, his economy is just simply perfect here. He's got everything he wants. He's going up for Carpenters as well, up onto the top side. Raids hitting villages here as Soup desperately trying to get himself his units out. A Great Temple now going up over here as the villagers just shank down the Contarius. And Matador says, all right, let's pull back, get to the next stage of the game. Where to next? A palace up onto this front is going to be a big help as Soup looking for some more fighting here. He doesn't yet have himself full population, so he's got to be really careful. There's lots and lots of favor in the bank as well. What's that going to be for is the other question. As the Eagle Warriors, they do manage to get a big amount of damage over here as the Contarius charging around onto that backside. Looking for more villager kills as some Tlalmani Spearmen are in to try and defend, but the villagers get pulled back to safety. Villagers over here need to get to work as Soup's economy is struggling mightily here. He does have some berries over here into the main base. He can grab the berries there. But he might have to start farming here shortly. Of course, there's all the hunt down the bottom side of the map as well. He could potentially put the villagers onto gold and then take these villagers off of gold and eat the food here. That's an option. Matador, I mean, he's just got such a good situation here. Mythic Age available if he wants to cut the queue here. He's got all these upgrades coming through as well. But the Tlalmani Spearmen, they do get in here. They get some nice damage done onto those Contarius, and Soup still in need of effectively just walling up the entirety of the map. One of the hardest parts of playing Age of Mythology is being the player with the slower army. And at this point, yeah, the Spearmen are quick. They're at 4.8 speed, going up to 5.3 speed here after Teponartsli drums. But they're not as fast as a 5.8 speed Contarius. Not by any stretch of the imagination. And after all is said and done, the distraction that these Contarius are doing is proving to be very effective. But Soup is now thinking about his own Mythic Age, Tlaloc, and we will be seeing Atlas coming in as well here for Matador. So both players are going to have a Mythic Age. There's going to be a lot of damage here as into this top side, the Spearmen for Soup. They need to get sorted out up over onto this position. He's going to pull those back. Nice move from Matador to get some big damage done. Matador, he looks like he's got a pretty nice advantage cooking in this game. But it's still very, very close. Atlas will come in. That will erase the army of Soup. And one of the easiest ways to deal with army wipe god powers is just have your infrastructure up. Because you can just rebuild it. It's not the end of the world. But you need to have that infrastructure up. A whole bunch of extra war huts, some extra nobles huts, and the units in queue, and they will come back out pretty quickly. On top of this, I'm still waiting to see the Sean ones coming through for Soup. I think that's very, very important. He's also got a couple of sacrifices he can do in the Great Temple. He can sacrifice the 3 herdables for boosted favor gather rate. He can sacrifice a whole bunch of warrior priests for a super Tejipla. And he can sacrifice actual units in for some free myth units if he likes. So Warrior Priest not quite able to kill off that Carnivora there. Murmillo's charging forward as the Eagle Warriors shoot and scoot, coming back there as best as he possibly can. But in comes Mythic Ages, and this is where things get very, very tricky. Town Center number 3 coming in for Soup. He's still close on the economy. He's got his upgrades in. He's going to be able to get that all-important Tlaloc upgrade as well momentarily. So we'll see that coming through shortly. Over onto this left side, one of the sort of best ways to win a game, especially on a map like Budapest, is to get the center control. If you can control this town center, or Matador can control this town center and this town center, that is where you find your win. As the Atlas comes through. Little cheeky spearman raids coming down to the bottom, trying to be annoying, trying to catch you out of position and trying to restrict the amount of value you get out of Implode here. Look at the queue for Soup. You see all of those time anti-spearmen. He's got to get the buildings down, and he is now doing that. He's got 5 war huts coming in, 10 nobles huts, because he knows he's going to be losing all of those. Well, not all of the Eagle Warriors. Some are actually going to survive here, but he's going to lose a lot of units here. There is also a very all-important Pillar of Tlaloc that can get put down to keep, well, either a position defensive or put some pressure on, similar to how the Tartarian Gate works. But man, Matador, it just looks like he is getting so far in front based on score, but does score ever really tell the full tale of what's happening in a game? I think the answer is a red-hot no. As the war huts on the way, upgrades coming through, backside getting targeted down here. We will see Tonakatapatel coming in, which is going to help out. Huge amount of extra gold to come through for Soup here as well. And he needs the units out, and he needs them out immediately. Villagers getting picked off over onto this side. Huge raids from Matador as he gets a massive amount of value where that's concerned. Now the town center falling. Pillar of Tlaloc still not getting dropped down. We see a great temple coming up over onto the left side as the Pillar of Tlaloc will come down onto this position and deny this town center from finishing up. The Argus coming in. That's going to kill those villagers with that poison there as well. The acid pool comes in. More spearmen to come through to try and deal with destroyers, but look at Matador's armory upgrades and look at Soup's. It's a big, big difference at this point. As the town center getting nuked. The Great Temple did finish up here, but what can Soup do now is the big question. How can he stabilize? How can he get into a good position to keep this game going? I think one of the answers is the Ahuzotl. If you can make a whole bunch of those, then you force Matador to need to spend a whole bunch of favor, which he doesn't have, on heroes. And he's going to be in a... he's going to help him out here. But Matador, he can start thinking about oracles here. He's got to clean up this Pillar of Tlaloc, get himself out of Fire Siphon, move over here and deal with this. He can also look to take this town center as well. Matador charging forward for the time being. Ahuzotl sitting on the back, ready to go. Fire ships up onto the top side. Fishing ships getting cleaned up there. Is Soup going to be losing the water on the right side? He's so far behind on income is the big issue. 57 villages to 100. And Soup charges forward, trying to deal with all of this. And Matador's at 203, 210 population. He's nearly got everything he wants. Palace is going up all over the place. When you've got the economic advantage like this, it's just spam palaces and take the position. As we will see advanced fortifications coming through. And that's going to be an even bigger situation for Matador to take an advantage inside of. And while over onto this side, the Axolotl Mutant's going to come in. They're looking for some value onto this bottom position. They do have that ability to go on land, traverse land, get into the water. Over onto this position, the citizens getting cleaned up here. Fanatics dying, destroyers dying. Matador does destroy the Pillar of Tlalocan there, so he's going to be able to take this settlement. Soup might try and pull forward to grab this one, but he does need to swing around through all of this madness and actually deal with all of the destroyers over here. Otherwise, he's going to lose everything. Otherwise, he is going to lose everything. Does have some Jaguar riders coming in. Very, very powerful unit for this next part of the game. But it's not going to matter if he doesn't have the economy or the income to compete here. On top of this, now llama caravans coming through for Matador. He's not going to be falling behind on economy no matter what happens here for Soup. And I think game one looks to be going into Matador's hands. Another attempt at a Great Temple in the main base, but Soup just can't get an army together. Matador is struggling on food himself for the time being, but that there is going to be the game. And Matador, clutch defense here from the Soup aggression. Soup brought it to him, threw everything at him, but in the end, Soup just couldn't get enough damage done, it seemed like. There just wasn't that final killing blow or even just that sort of settling in this game. And as soon as the raid started, that's when Soup fell to pieces. I feel like if he got his walls set up while he had his town center up and just was thinking to himself, what would Moscow do? What would Recon do? What would Kavoth do in this position? Get those walls up and the raids wouldn't have done anything. And while Matador probably would have still been in a pretty decent position, so too would his Soup, and could have taken this game into that late game, which may or may not favors Gaia, may or may not favors Quetzalcoatl, but at least you have a chance. The first game in for Matador. Matador setting the tone. This is his first semifinals in this competition. He's been struggling in this tournament thus far, but so far, he is looking on his game for today. Let's jump back over to the draft and see what we're going to see for game number 2. Alrighty. So first win there for Gaia. Next game is going to be a Odin versus Tezcatlipoca on the map Gorge. All right. Give me a second to get this sorted out. Okay. I didn't put it in. On the map Gorge. Yeah, so for everyone out there, you're about to get a little bit trolled. Our producer, our graphics designer and production team has a little bit of a sense of humor, some might say, but I do warn you, Gorge has got a little beep coming. Discord does not want you to see this. Discord's not calling you. It's not. Don't open Discord. Or maybe do. I don't know, maybe there's something there. Yeah, our next matchup, Odin versus Tezcatlipoca. This is one of Soup's go-to gods. And he gets a matchup that, you know, it's definitely, he's won this matchup against some really, really strong competition. I think he took out Tunison's Tezcatlipoca with his Odin earlier on this tournament. So he's going to have to do that again because Matador, he is in full send. He is doing what he needs to do. Let's jump into Gorge and see how it's going to go. And off we go. Left side of the map in the blue color playing as Odin. It is Soup. And in the right side, we have Matador playing as Tezcatlipoca. Gorge is the map. And we're off to the races here. First game going to Matador as Soup now back against the wall. Gonna have some trickiness to deal with here, as a lot of players, well, they are struggling against the Aztecs. And oftentimes we see the Aztecs getting banned out. But Soup has got a game plan here that I think is incredibly powerful versus Tezcatlipoca, versus the Aztecs. And we'll see what he's going to be going for inside of it. But on the flip side, Matador, he does something I'm a little surprised on. Just a little bit. He's going for the 3 Kalpuli opening, which has really, it's kind of come to popularity. It's something that a lot of players are doing just as standard with Tezcatlipoca and with Huitzilopochtli as well. But when you're playing against the Odin, you're going to have those Hursa in your base. You're going to get beaten up, and there's a forward gold situation here. So this is not super simple. All right, let's check out the relics. I have Ornlu over here, kind of huge for Matador because he's probably going to need some Sean 1 in this game. Onto the top side, Kui Drum here for the heroes, increased damage by 0.25% per 1% hit points lost. And Trojan Gate Hinge over here for the stronger walls. That's a relic here that I think Soup is going to be rubbing his hands together. And to those of you out there wondering why, as he also gets Hestia's half. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Okay. Let's just break it down, because those 2 relics, all what they are is, it literally just says synergy. Synergy. That's the story of those 2 relics. Heimdall is the god, is a minor god that comes with Odin and Loki. So Odin has access to it. Oh, never mind. Synergy was there, but Soup decides against it. Never mind. It's going to be Freya. I think he saw the Lumber Kalpuli here and feels like a Forest Fire onto this position is going to be a lot of value, and he can put some early pressure on because this is a Matador who is still not advanced. So, I mean, this makes sense. I just want to finish the thought. Had he gone through Heimdall, he gets Safeguard, which makes his walls cheaper, stronger. And he gets Rixdul, which makes his villagers train faster, as well as everything else, mind you. But he's got Hestia's half plus the Trojan Gate Hinge. So I think maybe what Soup is thinking is he can have the best of both worlds. Have Heimdall and have Freya all at the same time. As the Forest Fire does get dropped over onto this side. Can he get the villager pick? No, not able to get that one. As the villagers pull off the Kalpuli over here, Soup is losing a lot of HP to this Kalpuli, and he's going to be beating that one down, as I'm sure the Valkyrie is going to be making its way over here. Soup's got to be somewhat careful sitting here. That one low HV villager wants to pick that off as Matador pulls back into the tower up onto the top side. The Lumber Kalpuli does get taken down, so that's going to be costing quite a bit there as well. Warrior Priest coming out, but there's still just a little bit more time remaining on this Malinal Jotchitl here. As Soup will pull out, and he does get out on this position. Hursa charging around onto the side here. Both the Hursa holding relics as well. You can see how much Soup just wants to apply pressure here. In comes the Hursa onto this position as the Macca's Coatl does get spotted, does get targeted down immediately. Looking to take that out as fast as possible. Doesn't want to take too much damage from the town center. Pulls away and up onto the top position. The Warrior Priests chasing the units away and into the main base. Soup says, time for a great haul. War Hut coming up as well. Now, the question here is, did Soup get the damage done there that he needed to pull ahead in this game? I don't think the answer is no, but I don't think it was quite as much as he really wanted there. Picked off a Kalpuli with the lumber attachment and killed it off, which means that this Kalpuli was extra expensive. Got a villager pick, but I think that's it. Just the one villager pick. And, well, now he has to think about what to do next. Do you go for a town center? Do you go for raiding cavalry and continue the raids? Then you have to deal with the fact that there's scorpions, and there's going to be Tekiwa archers, and there's going to be Tlalmani spearmen. We will be seeing the Dizzleblot technology coming through there as well for Soup. So his Valkyrie are going to get a little bit more powerful as Soup comes through. The warrior priests do see this, but there is a obvious speed advantage here. Horse faster than warrior priests. 5 speed versus 6. Over onto this side, charges around, trying to find the villager kills as the spearmen are coming in. Tries to take out that wall, not going to be able to do so. And we'll just pull back into the main base for Soup. He is now starting to get himself those raiding cavalry out. And he's going to look for more raids here to try and just take it to Matador. Longhouse also coming through for the throw-in axeman. In comes these raiding cavalry trying to sneak around the side, and there is a big bit of line of sight that is not spotted there, so the raiding cavalry can try and sneak in to potentially pick off villagers here. There's, of course, the very low HP villagers on the food here as in comes the raiding cavalry, while the attack coming onto this side. Soup does have the more powerful units there, and Matador, well, he's going to have to pull back as the Valkyrie going to come around onto the side here as well, looking for more picks as the raiding cavalry up to the top, distracting. In he comes with the Valkyrie. Got to be careful not to lose those to the warrior priest. Is actually dealing with the large scorpions is very, very important to start things all up. And what Soup has managed to do here thus far is he has kept Matador in the main base. So Matador basically allowing Soup all of the early game hunting advantage. Soup's got a ton of gold here, a ton of military buildings. He's now getting the all-important Thundering Hooves tech in. Over onto this side, trying to sneak in here to pick off a villager. Does manage to get onto this one and will be able to get in. Will he be able to get out without losing the Valkyrie is the big question. And he does drop that. Doesn't get the Vil pick. Over onto this side. The raiding cavalry coming through there as well. Can he get one Vil kill? No, he doesn't. Nice defense from Matador. Gets a Valk for a villager. It's always going to be a trade you're happy with, especially because the Valks can heal each other up. So you can go all the way down to like 1 HP on the Valkyrie. So as long as you don't lose it, you're happy because you just pull back, heal up, and then you're ready to take another fight. As the villagers up onto the top side, these are just goats here for Matador. They don't give any real line of sight, I think. They have a little bit of line of sight, but as soon as they get close to the villagers, it's going to be all over for them as the ball of units moving forward yet again. Can Soup win this fight? He says, I think I can. Ursa on the front to tank up against those Tlalmani spearmen as the raiding cavalry trying to get through onto the Tekiwa archers there. Looking like he's able to make that happen. Great control from Soup here as he's taking out those archers beautifully. Throwing axemen, dealing with the Tekiwa archers there as well. But the raiding cavalry numbers do dissipate and Soup has to pull back. He's not got the stuff happening over onto this side. That raiding cavalry upgrade medium raiders would have been incredibly important for him in that fight. It comes in just that little bit too late. Now the raiding force gets pulled back in, trying to catch out these units again, and now he does manage to get them out of position. He's surrounding the Tekiwa archers, but in comes the scorpions and the spearmen. You've got to be so careful with all of that as the villagers, well, they're also in here, but some nice trades from Soup, some nice trades from Matador. I don't think anyone really comes out in the advantage there. The one thing for Soup very much is going to be the case is he's got to be super careful in this game, because there's going to be a heroic age at some point here for Matador. You'd have to expect. And Soup here, he's struggling to get these throwing axemen out. As we've also got a warrior priest getting converted in up onto this side. Now, the raiding cavalry, they're looking for the raids as all the units are in. And Soup is going to go straight into that main base. But the attacks coming in over onto this side as well is the big issue. One Tajiplo over here looking to kill off the villagers here, but I think Soup can just kill those as up onto this side. Villagers on the gold mine, they're going to get pulled back. Immediately garrisoning as both players, well, they're going to have idle villagers here. A couple of villagers not able to actually get into the tower. Does mean, well, the raiding cavalry can take those out, but the scorpions are getting some good damage done. So 3 villagers end up falling over onto the left side. 1 scorpion here searching for villagers to kill, as Soup might need to rotate these to somewhere safe. We'll see how that's going to go. Up onto this side, spearmen getting taken down. More spearmen coming back to be in on the defense. As up to this side, Soup finding some more villagers to pick off. But he doesn't go for them. Pulls away into the main base. Still looking for more damage over here, but surely Matador knows he's got to be looking for the gold situation. Villagers going to get pulled away from here. They're going to go into the tower. As the raiding cavalry, they need to get brought back home because Throw and Axon aren't beating these Tequila archers. And the raiding cavalry make it back for the time being, but some villagers getting taken down. There is a fairly significant advantage on the villager count for Soup, but it gets trimmed. But here's the thing. If these cavalry can get in, then the Tequila archers for Matador, they aren't going to be having the easiest of time here. As in comes the cavalry to try and take these units out. 1 Tishipla will get converted through. The Valkyrie coming in onto this side as some spearmen will come through. And this is now a huge advantage for Soup. Militarily speaking, it is 3.6k to 1.4k, but you got to be careful still. Those spearmen are incredibly powerful. He pulls back. Matador still looking for the fight, but with Throw and Axeman, not sure it's going to matter as he can charge forward and get so much damage done here. One little cheeky trick is you can go in for the speed walk to catch the Throw and Axeman up, but I don't think that's what Soup needs to do. He's got the Throw and Axeman onto the Talmani Spearmen. Raiding Cavalry get over onto those Tequila Archers as Matador's shoot and scoot micro. Obviously, second to none here, but it doesn't really matter so long as Soup is paying attention with the rest of his units, which just doesn't look like he is there, but it doesn't matter because Matador has to pull back into his main base as the Norse of Soup continuing along. Matador still alive, still kicking in this game, still going to be able to continue pumping out units. But the classical fight, this is going to continue. And another big technology now coming through for Matador inside of Toloat. Okay, I can't say this. This is just a really big upgrade for the Matador classical army here. We'll see if that's going to be any help for some following fights. But do you guys like Shield Maiden Valkyrie? Just wondering if you like your myth units, guys. If you guys like myth units, then you're really going to like Age of Mythology. Super's got 8 Valkyrie here. 8! Ravens as well, searching around on this side, looking for villagers to pick off. There are the warrior priests over here, over onto this side. Berserk in to try and defend this. I think he's going to need a couple more units as the villagers pull over here to try and defend. And Soup now searching potentially into the main base for some big damage. You could probably go for the town center if he wants to give that a go. But for the moment here, charges in, finds some villagers to pick off. They're trying to pull back into the tower. Gets 2 kills. Can he cut off the rest of them? Not able to do so. There's just so many units here searching up to the top for the gold mines, but there's still just a tiny bit of gold left in the main base. One of the kind of big things about playing a War Hut-based army as Tezcatlipoca and as everyone else is that the gold cost is really, really low. And Soup is thinking, surely he's out on a second gold mine by now, but no. 15 minutes in and there's still 170 gold remaining here. There's more attacks coming in onto this position. Raiding Cavalry and Hersa swing around onto the bottom position here. And Soup here does get caught out a little bit, but he's going to be running. And look at what's happening. Oh, no, he doesn't go down to the bottom side just yet. Picking up a couple of straggler units here. Every little bit matters as the Throw and Axeman. Shoot and scoot is nice. He's also got these units here that can help him power the speed walk back up onto this side now. The raiding cavalry going after villagers here. We see this big blob of red down the bottom. Does Soup know about it? Yes, he does. Is he going to charge down there, though, is the big question. Answer is no, as the raiding cavalry yet again coming through to take out the Tequila archers beautifully. And there's going to be an armory and a heroic age momentarily for Soup as he is getting further and further ahead in this game. Spearman, Warrior Priest down to the bottom. And it's going to be Njord. Big Njord coming through for Soup. And like I had a little bit of an investigation into this recently. Vikings is amazing for Soup. When you go Njord, you get this technology for these raiding cavalry. If you think that if the raiding cavalry aren't strong, you check them after Vikings comes in as these units charge forward, trying to take out the units over onto this side. A whole bunch of military buildings getting dropped over onto the left side. Soup going to pull back for the time being. We will have the raiding cavalry swinging around onto the bottom side, looking to try and take out the villagers over here as he swings through this side as well. Matador does find himself some villagers to start taking out. Super's basically grabbed all of the hunt on his side of the map as he comes over onto this side, finds his own villagers to pick off, but the spearmen, they are in hot pursuit. Valkyrie beat spearmen though as they catch out these units, but up onto this side, the warrior priests, they're in to take out the Valkyrie, and Soup's got to be super careful where that's concerned as he retreats out onto this side, and immediately in comes Vikings and heavy cavalry. In onto this side comes the Walking Woods as Soup says, let's try and take out something else, sacrificing units before the upgrades come through. I'm not sure I can completely agree with this attack, but the spearmen, they weren't attacking there. And Soup catches Matador out as he's going to try and take out the town center. And Matador says GG as Soup puts on a bit of an Odin masterclass in game number 2. He has been aggressive from the get-go, and it has been working for him. This is so not Soup. Every time you tune into a Soup stream, he's like, you can't build raiding cav. You can't play Frey. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. And he's so adamant against it. And he comes in and he literally plays Odin exactly how he says Odin can't be played. It's all been a rouge. He's been saying it's not possible for so long. He gets his dub with it. What a game from the superstar. Very, very strong stuff. But Matador, I mean, he didn't make it easy for him. That's the big thing. Matador is definitely here, and it's going to be another game, and it's 1-1 now. Very, very close. Very, very close here in this series. Let's jump back to the drafting menu and see what game number 3 is going to bring us. All right, we've got ourselves the first matchup that I'm just going to say it. I think Soup, when he's on the offensive, he can take out anyone. He can absolutely and unequivocally take out anyone. Doesn't matter if you're the mister or not. He can beat you. He has the potential to beat you if he's on the aggressive. If he's on the defensive, though, for whatever reason, things start getting a little bit out of hand for him. He's now playing a matchup which, to me, looks like he will be the defender. So in Age of Mythology, for those of you who are joining me from the front page, I welcome you. If you don't know what we're watching here, this is the final qualifier, so to speak, for the Age of Mythology LAN that's going to be occurring in Athens, Greece, as part of the Gameathalon sort of gaming convention, biggest gaming convention in Athens or in Greece. That's going to be happening September 11th to 13th. So put that in your diary, and I expect to see you there. Abaxi, thanks for the 10 gifted subs as well, my friend. Appreciate you guys. So in Age of Mythology, because every god is so different, we start to categorize certain gods and certain matchups as are we the aggressor or are we the defender in the matchup? If you are the aggressor in the matchup, then well, you have to go and put a pressure on, right? If you are the defender in the matchup, the general reason you're the defender is because you're going to come out stronger later in the game. Generally, that's how it works, because more speed means less stats. That's generally how it works. Or sorry, yes, more speed equals less stats. So less speed equals more stats, which means if you got more speed, then you get to be a bigger aggressor. If you've got less speed, then you are the defender, basically. And oftentimes, the more you play defense, the longer it goes, the more chance you have to win a game. And of course, as you move through the game, then some more speedy units get unlocked. So where Amaterasu starts out with the Naginata Riders that move at 6.0 speed up to 6.3 speed with the Kitsune to go into them, the cavalry unit. Nuwa will have the speed advantage in the Heroic Age when she unlocks the White Horse Cavalry. So there is that as well. You guys are so awesome. Thanks for all the gifted subs. Appreciate all the support today. If you are new to Age of Mythology, consider picking the game up. I don't think there's a better single-player experience for an RTS game out there in the Age of Empires franchise at the very least. I think it's without question the best single-player experience, the campaign, the story. The Odyssey just got released, and you can basically play through the Odyssey before the Odyssey even happened. So it's kind of amazing. At least I might be a little bit biased. I could be. I'm not sure. I might be a little bit biased. I don't know. But yeah. On top of that, if you are looking for another multiplayer game, you're sick of playing the same sort of boring RTS game that you've been playing for many years, give Age of Mythology a go. You might like it because it's kind of exciting. There's kind of a lot of stuff that goes on. There is no Odyssey in AOM. Look, shh. We've got our own story to tell, and it's worth playing. All right. So, Nuwa versus Amaterasu. Nuwa versus Amaterasu for game number 3. I think this matchup's really, really, really tricky for both players. I think this can go either way. And I know that Super's got an incredible China, but I also know that Matador's got an incredible Japanese. So you're in for a treat here. Ghost Lake is the next one. Let's jump into it. We'll break it down as we get going. Let's go into Ghost Lake and see how it goes. And off we go into game number 3. Right side of the map, Nuwa. Left side of the map, Amaterasu. I think I need to do this. Left side of the map, Amaterasu. We're on the map Ghost Lake, and it is like 1 gold mine Ghost Lake. Sometimes you can get 2 gold mine Ghost Lakes. It really keeps you on your toes as to how the game is going to go. And yeah, this specific one might not be exactly what Soup wants to see. I think if you were to ask him, he'd probably say, you know what? Probably want that 2nd gold mine in my main base. Let's have a little look-see at what the gold mines are all looking like as well, the secondary gold mines, because generally speaking, Nuwa wants a 2nd town center in this matchup. This town center is looking quite nice. It's got a gold mine here. It's got caribou over here. It's got a gold mine here. So a early house in an earth wall should be enough, should give Soup enough time to play defense on this position and take that town center if he wants to. It's pretty hard to deny a Nuwa's far 2nd town center. In fact, it's nearly impossible unless you've got a very aggressive civilization, say for example Huitzilopochtli or potentially a Kronos. something like that might be able to deny the town center. But we'll see what way Soup wants to take this. For Matador, seeing one medium gold mine, he's got to be feeling really, really good about this situation because he knows he can play aggression. And I've said this before, but Soup, for whatever reason, against these really, really strong players, he seems to get in his own head when he is under the pump. He's not able to keep up with all the APM potentially, has some issues dealing with players that can raid him left, right, and center and get all of that good damage done. But behind this, Soup is doing something a little unexpected, if you ask me. He is going Xuannu. Now, let's have a quick look at what he spotted. He did spot this town center here. He spotted the gold mine here, here, and here. Did not spot the gold mine here or the all-important caribou here. So he's actually going to be playing what looks to be a one town center game, which changes things a lot. Now, I like this for Soup, funnily enough, because like I said, if he gets to be the one on the aggro, then that's good for him. He's very strong in those situations. But even if he plays for a classical fight, he's still technically playing defense. Technically. But we'll see what's happening. At the moment, he is angling for a town center as he moves up to the top side. So it is going to be a second town center. It's just through Xuannu instead of How To. And I don't know if this is not as easy as playing How To defense. But we'll see if Soup can manage to make it work here or not. Meanwhile, Creation gets dropped down, and for Matador, this basically gives away that Soup is going for that second town center. And we do see onto the bottom side, the Kitsune scouting over here, just making sure that it's all copacetic and there's no town center getting grabbed on this side. And like I said, that one is the good one. That one on the bottom side, that's the good one. And Soup here he's not going for the good one. So he's going to have a little bit more of trouble actually defending himself, getting to that next gold mine. And one of the main ways you win in Age of Mythology is by stopping your opponent gathering gold. Meanwhile, over onto this side, Miko comes through, smacks the Chillin. That's going to get pulled back as we do have a one Udor coming through, and the wolves coming out from Matador as well. As up to the top side, these clay peasants are going to try and get as much food as they possibly can. And I have to imagine here that very, very quickly, Soup is going to need to get himself a military camp because immediately there's going to be a stable and a dojo for Matador. And I like this play. This is exactly what you need to do as Japan versus China. Seen way too many Japanese players of late playing for Yumi Archers, playing for Bushi against China. We don't do that. You don't do that. You go stable, you go dojo, you make Naginata Rider, you make Samurai, you make some Onimusha as well, the Samurai hero. And that way, you don't have any concerns with dealing with Fey Beasts. Now, military camp is coming down slowly here for Soup. You don't see another military camp coming over onto this side. We have already seen Soup has already seen the dojo getting thrown up here. So he does know what's coming for him, but he didn't spot the guardhouse. And Matador is actually going for a 1-1-1 approach in this matchup, which means that it's a very, very difficult micro game for Soup to deal with it. You can kind of just ignore the Yumi Archers is the secret. If you can ignore the Yumi Archers, get himself a heroic age in, then the Yumi Archers will get erased by Fey Beasts. Onto the front side, military camp is getting smacked down just a little bit as this Chillin is trying to get involved in a little bit of defense. As a couple of halberdiers will come through. Another military camp up onto the top. 3 military camps. Still a lot of resources in the bank here for Soup. But the Samurai one, Yumi Archer shenanigans coming over onto this side. And we'll see if Soup is going to be ready to defend. This is obviously trying to get a heroic age in here. Like, it makes sense. If he can get Heroic Age, he's going to be really, really happy. I feel like if Matador reads this correctly, and he just makes a whole bunch of 1 Udor right now, instead of the Yuumi Archers, he can just break through this position, and Soup's going to have some difficulties here. Double Machine Workshop, though, coming in onto this backside, and Soup does decide to build some units here. As the villagers on this position, well, he can simply just drop Vanish if he wants to, but he doesn't. He pulls back to the town center. Halberdiers going after those Naginata Riders, as in comes the Solar Shield. And units will just simply pull into the town center and continue to play some defense here. Is there an armory up is the big question. Is there? No, there's not. Walls all coming up into the main base now for Soup as well. As the military buildings, they are slowly going to be getting taken out here. Up onto the top side, Fire Archers doing what they can to try and deal with these Samurai, but Soup is still trying to get this Heroic Age in. Like, I know he's basically min defending. This is what we like to call it. In this situation, all Soup wants is the least amount of units he can build and get away with getting to the Heroic Age. Meanwhile, Naginata Riders searching around, trying to break into the main base, but the walls are already up. And funnily enough, Matador checking out this hunt here, making sure that Soup isn't greeting that, but there will be a Heroic Age on the way, it seems. Now, where are the 1 Udor is the big question. It just seems late here from Matador. It just seems late. He's now getting himself the Condemned Soul and the 1 Udor, the second 1 Udor, and I think if Soup is quick about it, he's getting his market down. Fey Beasts will be available, and I don't like Matador's chances here at successfully breaking the Soup position. But we'll see if he can get there. Rusho is on the way. Main base under attack as the Halberdier will split off. As the Halberdier come over onto this side, they're going to be hitting the Naginata Riders. They get pulled back. And we've also got Mountainous Might coming through. As the Javelineers are on the way. Onto the top side, Woodmore getting picked off over onto this side as the Fire Archers pop forward as well. But just still playing defense. All you got to do is sit back. Soup's big issue right now is that he doesn't have any gold, though. Taking a fight is going to be tough. He can sell resources for gold to keep himself going. But he basically needs to make a move for a gold mine and plant a bow laydown. And he is basically saying, I'm going to get an army wipe here with my Fey Beasts. That's what I feel like he's saying. In onto this position comes the army. Can Soup make it happen? 1 Udor slowly threatening the base. Rusho is in. There's 2 Bushy in. That's not enough. Right now, this Fey Beast should be incredibly effective. Ballistics to come through. Fey Beast now gets dropped as Soup tries to keep all of the Fey Beasts alive. All of those Yuumi Archers are going to be getting taken out as the Fey Beasts drag the units up to the top side here. We've got 1 Infernal 1 Udor getting kept alive, and Soup doesn't quite manage to kill everything off, but that's a huge amount of damage as he needs to now either move to the bottom side and get this gold mine, or to the top side and get this gold mine. He's sending the villagers up to the top side there. He can also make Baihu, which aren't costing any gold in this position either. Matador here, on the other hand, he needs to heal up. He's got 1 Miko. He's bringing another Miko over to heal. And Soup is going to get himself this gold mine. He can still sell some food or some wood if need be. He can also drag some Kuafu down onto the bottom side and grab this gold mine if need be. Army sits over here. Naginata Riders chilling. And This is a very, very tense position as the walls are all up onto this position now. The Kuafu making their way over. And here's the other thing. With 8 Kuafu and the Kuafu hero and the fact that there's Mountainous Might here, I don't see a world where Matador is going to be able to win this next fight if Soup just sits back and waits and just lets him come and attack. That being said, Soup here, he doesn't know that he's still one town center, or Matador's still one town center. He doesn't know exactly what's going on here. But he just has to sit up onto the top and play defense. As Matador, a little bit of panic for him right now. Naginata Riders will spot the ballet on the top position here. There is still a very, very important vanish for Soup behind all of this too, as the main base is now going to be the position that Matador is going to decide to attack. He absolutely has to get some damage done here, whether it be killing off the main town center, whether it be managing to kill off this army of Soup. Soup reacts, defends. There's another kind of crazy angle here, which I personally don't very much like, but if Soup can hold for, how many more seconds is it? Another, well, minutes. Like if he can hold for another 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes, he'll have another Fey Beasts up to take out this army for a second time if he wants to. As in comes the fight, Solar Shield gets dropped down as those samurai on the front will melt to all of the fire archers. The hard part here is to make sure that every unit is attacking the right stuff. The halberdiers seem to have been cleaned up, but the backline is still incredibly powerful here and still defending nicely. Matador's army has been dealt with. It looks like the javelin air numbers for Soup are non-existent, so the Yumi archers can shoot and scoot out of here. And Soup is in a commanding position moving forward. Now he decides Divine Judgment, Gilded Shields, Redemption, all the big upgrades to come through. On the backside for Matador, well, what can he do outside of just trying again? So Soup has to be recognizing that one fact. What can Matador do outside of just trying again? And when can he try again? Well, when this gold mine is expired. There's a beautiful gold mine over here he can move to. Of course, the ideal position would be on the bottom side of the map, but because of how far in front Soup's economy is, he doesn't need to worry about that just now. He just needs to secure this gold mine. But being in this position with this sort of vision, and not really knowing what's happening, and not really knowing his one town center or 2 town centers versus 1 town center, the only sort of thing that gives that away is the score diff. But even then, you can get into trouble trusting the score in these sorts of situations. More machine workshops coming up for Soup as well. On the flip side, Matador's got himself 3 dojos, 4 stables, 5 guard houses. So he's got all the production in the world. It's just income that's going to be making life hard for him. Dao swordsmen are also starting to get built in here. As Soup wanders over onto this side, he might be getting caught out a little bit as the Naginata Riders come through. The next tier of Bushido has come through for Matador, so that's going to be helping him. He gets basically free heavy while he's in the classical age. It's the only civilization that can do this. You can get up to champion in the classical age if you fight enough. As this army of Soup doesn't have the front line really to deal with all the Naginata Riders. And Soup here, he's caught out a little bit. He's going to have to pull back up. He does get a ballet over onto this position, but without that front line, this is not looking super crash hot for Soup. He needs to get up and secure that gold mine. He put the ballet up. That's nice, but these Naginata Riders can get through here. But behind this, now the all-important Dao Swordsman will come through. He's only got a handful of them, a handful of halberdiers as well. Let's see if he's going to be able to deal with the next fight. Soup missing houses as well, or am I going? Oh, he's got the relic. He's got all 4 relics. Oh my god. Totally missed all that, but okay. Now in comes the fight yet again. Javelineers trying to snipe this backline. One of the really important things to do with the Javelineers and also with the Yumi Archers is to constantly be moving them. Shoot, scoot, get close. As that's exactly what happens. But then the Javelineers do move straight into the Naginata Riders, as he will have to pull back yet again. So the front line falls. Behind this, we are going to be seeing Raijin to come through as a Baihu will dive forward, but on the Musher on the back there, gets sniped quickly by the Soup army. And even with Raijin coming through the heroic age for Matador, he's still got a road ahead of him. Town Center now coming up for Matador. It's not simple for Soup to win this. Yes, he's got an advantage, but his map control here isn't looking amazing. He needs to rotate to the bottom of the map now and start looking to secure this town center, this gold mine, this gold mine. Also, a Mythic Age wouldn't go astray as Matador immediately clicks up for the Hunya Mask. He's going to be making himself more infantry units to move along in this game. The Raiju does come through. There goes this Thunder Burst as Vanish does get dropped down, and it looks like a couple of units here are going to be revealed. And he does get off the special there while the units are revealed, but nice awareness from Matador to do that, but Soup gets out of there. Over onto this side, Naginata Riders get sent back. And a ballet coming up for Soup as well. Thunderous presence coming through for Matador. Up onto the top side, we will see a market coming through for Soup as he's going to get that trade route sort of sorted out. And Gong Gong now on the way for Soup as he still hasn't quite moved down to the bottom. So I guess he could just go for a trade route. It's not the best idea, but he can start that. That keeps him alive regardless of whether or not he goes for this gold mine. Now Matador going to be knocking at the door here. Stone Walls is already up for Soup, so this keeps himself protected for quite some time. As in comes the units, the Bayou dives forward, picks off one Naginata Rider there. In comes the army from behind this as the Sage will be stealing away a Raiju. Plenty of heroes in to pick off those myth units. There's one Baihu on the back who's going to be helping out as well. Is there enough stuff here for Soup is the big question. Taking this fight is risky because it gives a whole bunch of Bushido over to Matador. But Soup going to the Heroic Age, Mythic Age means he's going to have access to Champion anyways. Well, it's not that big of a deal, but the army here for Matador seemingly finding a lot of advantage for the time being. But the back line does end up falling. Sorry, the front line ends up falling for Matador, and Matador has to pull back. Matador now up to a third town center. Villagers moving over to grab this gold mine. And if Soup can actually secure this, well, he gets 3 gold mines for himself, which gives him enough to get himself out the trade route. And we are actually seeing the super trade caravans for Soup, the pick shoe. So he's not even going to go for a single myth unit in this game. He wants pure economy and nothing but. Over onto this side, Wafu under attack as the Sage will steal away one Raiju there, and that's going to be a nice bit of defense to deal with all of this. The villagers get pulled into the ballet for the time being. Into the middle of the map comes the Qinglong there as well. And Soup really should be just grabbing this town center, but he's a little bit concerned, I think, about gold for the time being. As we do have a machine workshop, that will reveal the fact that there's a town center up onto this side. But with the machine workshop up right next to the town center, that means axe carts will come through and problems will be aplenty here. In comes Champion. Archers up onto the top side. Again, trying to get into the main base to get some sort of damage here. The fact of the matter is that Matador is catching up in this game. He's been behind for the entirety of the game, but Soup hasn't been able to quite get out onto the map and make it all happen. Picking off this town center, huge. Absolutely huge for Matador. In comes the Great Flood, as the units will get a lot of good damage here. Villagers get, or not villagers, but army gets pushed into the machine workshop as the town center goes down. And Matador, he's at full population still though. He should be able to continue the fights. There's so many resources in the bank though. For Soup, he needs to get those units built. Still not grabbing the town center on the top side. Of course, grabbing this town center and potentially grabbing this gold mine will probably be game here if Soup can manage it. But if Matador can hold, then the game continues along and we might see a very, very long late game after all is said and done. Towers coming up from Soup now as well to help him out, as he's got so many resources, but we will see watchtowers in. No guard towers just yet. All the citizens get picked off over onto this side. Does he just not have fortified town centers as well? Nope, no fortified town centers. So his actual problem, I think, is he's got too much economy at the moment. Shuko knew to come through. Oh, wait, I'm not sure how this unit works. Are they doing 0.2 divine per projectile? Are these not the most insane unit when you have that relic? Soup charges forward here. Still not looking for his third town center. Fortified town centers is now coming through. Soup doesn't need to worry about gold anymore, so this position isn't that important. But again, if he lets this gold mine get mined out, chances are that Matador is going to be perfectly fine in this game. And the game will go into a fairly equal late game as Bushido Tier 3 turns into Bushido Tier 4 and Champion will be in. But Soup as well just doesn't realize that this town center is up for grabs. He can just walk over there and take it. I think he just thinks that it's his opponent's and he's like, I'm not going to grab it. Fine. As the machine workshop goes down, all Kininushi to come through now for Matador as well. I mean, Matador is one of the best fighters in this tournament. He will fight to the death no matter what. But now, guard towers to come through. Full iron on the way. Kininushi is coming through for Matador, but I guess he needs the divine... No, he doesn't even need divine prefecture. He's already got the deer caravans started up. And Soup not able to break through on this position just yet. Up to the top now. Naginata Riders searching around, looking for the damage. The halberdiers are in to defend this though, so he should be fine where that's concerned. Still not going for... I mean, the other option here for Soup is he can just grab these Kwafu and just push in here. Ballet, ballet, ballet. Right in the face of the base of Matador. But more towers to come up. Another machine workshop. Does he get the tower attachments here? No. The ninja. The shinobi comes in, takes out one of those Kwafu there. And we will see an attempt now for Soup to go into, I believe, Tiger Cavalry. Which, of course, are amazing versus those Naginata Riders. More towers on the way. It's the main base of Soup, the trade route of Soup, still very, very protected. There are walls needed to rebuild here. In these sort of situations, I never say it's a bad thing, even if you're playing in ranked, but just put multiple walls up here. Make sure that everything is defended. A Titan for Soup at this point as well would not go astray. A Titan for Soup could be gigantic here. As the Oyumi taking down some of these towers. Soup wanders forward, trying to take out that back line. Some good damage to come in onto the Oyumi and everything else here. As the Tiger Cab, they're on the way, and finally Soup says, okay, I'll take the town center. We see a castle coming up onto this side, a ballet coming through for Matador. He gets himself the Sacred Gate on the back of his base. He's going to have access to another Shrine of the Hunt, another Thunderburst, another Solar Shield. That doesn't really help him here. What helps him mostly is going to be the Mechanical Artisans and the Oyumi. That's what he wanted. The other thing is Divine Prefecture is going to be very, very nice as well. But over onto this side comes the Axe Cart. That manages to prevent the castle from coming up. Another Machine Workshop in here for Soup. It's now a population advantage for Soup. He's at 247 of 247 versus 210. So 37 villager, oh, not villager, population differential at the moment as the upgrades for the heroes coming through. Tempestuous Storm, Shaker of the Heavens. Li Jing is in queue there as well. Now, the most important thing when you're playing versus the Oyumi spam is to make sure you got Cavalry. Cavalry are the answer versus Oyumi in the late game. As the Thunderburst gets dropped down, Soup will oblige and say, all right, I'll pull back up onto the top side. We are seeing some units moving down here as well, as I wouldn't put it past Soup to just go with a massive amount of towers here. As the Shrine of the Hunt, where does that get dropped? I'm not even sure. Maybe here? No? Over here, maybe. So the Shrine of the Hunt gets dropped onto that side, so a little bit more food income for Matador, and he still does have the all-important Solar Shield. Another ballet coming up for Soup up onto the top side as he's going to be pushing through this position. Those supercharged heavy Oyumi, they are amazing. Don't get me wrong. But you need some frontline for them. And the front line, the best front line is Yati Spearman. If you can get to full Yati Spearman plus Oyumi, life might get difficult here for Soup, even with the population advantage. But what Soup is doing is very smart. Into the main base now he's coming. Heavy Axe Carts to take out the home town center of Matador. And will we see a Titan or anything else from Soup or from Matador at this point? Of course, Matador's main concern is his main base is getting brutalized. The Oyumi are in to get some nice damage onto those Axe Carts, but there's still 2 more remaining. And the resources for Matador aren't really here. This town center is more than just population for Matador. It's also gold. As his trade route gets idled, he's going to have to move it onto this town center, which is next to none. That is not gold there at all. Matador going to try and get his town center back up as we're going to see the towers getting placed down all around onto this position and get auto-built very slowly, mind you, from being Nuwa. If you put the building inside of favored land, they get auto-built. But the Kwafu obviously build them incredibly quickly as well. As the town center for Matador looks like it will get back up. But while this is going on, now Soup can take this town center as well. But that being said, on the top side, there's not as many units here. Soup would have to bring some villagers forward. He's got 4,000 food in the back. The economy for Soup is out of this world strong at the moment. Solar Shield's getting dropped down somewhere onto the Ombaraka to try and keep himself going on this position, but all the siege in the world isn't going to stop the fact that this position is now going into Soup's hands, and Soup is coming for the corner to take out the markets, to take out the trade route, to cut the gold of Matador off. And an incredibly hard-fought Game 3, but I don't see any way for Matador to bring this game back from the brink. He was close, but Soup makes the right call, gets in onto this position. I don't know what else Matador can do. He's losing his trade route. He's trying to get the Yati Spearman in, but there's now Fire Archers to deal with them as well. There's just so much population for Soup. He's at 276 to 200. A Titan here would be, without question, the nail in the coffin. As a ballet coming down for Soup as well. Yati Spearman charging forward here as the Fire Archers will deal with all of that. Up onto the top side. Axe Carts continuing to break through this base. And you see all the towers in, all the Oyumi in. And Matador has to tap out as Soup claims game number 3. Absolutely huge for Soup in this one. I didn't like the town center grab from Soup, but the way that Soup played it, and more importantly, the way that Matador didn't play it, allowed Soup such a big advantage. I said it at the start. Do not build Yumi Archers versus Nuwa or Shenong. Any Rush or Civ, do not build Archers versus them. That's just, you just have to have that in the back of your mind. Don't do it. And then on top of that, you got extra wood to make those 1 unit. He would have been able to hit a little bit earlier. He probably would have been able to punish Soup inside of that sort of 2TC semi-fast heroic type idea. But even though he didn't get the kill, man, Matador made this tough for Soup. He almost found the win over here. He almost found the win over here. He almost found the win over here. And then Soup, obviously, in only the way that Soup would do it, he goes max eco. Look at these pictures. I don't, like, take a look at the actual economy before we jump back over into the draft. Look at that differential. Absolutely insane. All right, let's jump back to the draft and see what game number 4 is going to bring us. All right, so our next game is going to be another one. It's going to be a Chinese mirror, and it's going to be on the map Blue Lagoon, Fuxi versus Shenong. So another, oops, these guys are flipped as well. Another Chinese, well, not another Chinese, well, another Chinese kind of civs to play here. Let me have a quick look at what's happening. Do they have a lobby? Yes, they do. Oops, screwed up. Okay, another like a Chinese mirror is quite interesting, especially Shenong versus Fuxi. I have no idea how this one goes because this is a very, very different matchup. Unfortunately, guys, I'm going to have to take the shortest of breaks here. I'm going to see you guys shortly. I'll be back momentarily. Don't go nowhere. Enjoy the highlights, and we'll see you in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. See you soon. As the army charges forward, bronze must be needed. And immediately behind this comes the run, the retreat from Magic. He can run through his palace. No problems here. But even with the 2 palace, you almost don't want to fight this. But a beautiful choke point from Magic as the units are coming in onto both sides. He can just garrison here if he wants. Going to be pulling off of the Gaia Lush here. Still trying to delay and make things happen. Back up onto this side. Another palace attempting to come through as the Hippias into the main base. They're coming in. Magic pulls back over onto this side. Still no answer for that incredibly powerful Hydra here. No gold for the moment right now from Magic as he sends the citizens back up for another palace. And the bronze, well, that finishes up. And Magic so far in front on economy here. Oh. Let the games begin. That there is Mountainous Might. And this here is the Soup Cheese Master 9000. Kwafu Hero is... No, never mind. Never mind. I thought he was going to send the Kwafu forward to start harassing the villagers in here. If he gets in here fast enough and it's the gold, then guess what? Mosca can't get a temple up. Can't get to the next age. Never mind. Oh, wait. I take it back. It's not never mind. He is going for it. The Kwafu is across. He is going for it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it wouldn't be a Soup grand fight. He did not cheese one single time versus grass. Mountainous Might Rush. And this gold mine is very, very close to getting himself the gold to get to the next age. But following that, he has to go to a different gold mine. Now, there are other gold mines over here, for example. And in comes The boulders of doom. Oh, God. The Quafu does so much damage. The villager's pulling up the temple. He might be able to deny the temple. Matador. Some exciting times ahead. Could be the last game for these two. Soup could lose and Matador can force it into game 5. We'll see if Matador can make that happen. Or if Soup is going to make his 3rd finals for this tournament series. Let's jump into Blue Lagoon. Check out what's going to happen. And off we go into game number 4. 2-1 for Soup. Matador, this is the last chance. I mean, it's the last chance for everyone, but Matador cannot lose again in this series. He has to win. Must win Age of Mythology. Fushi versus Shenong. A matchup that, to be honest, I've got no idea. Shenong has the stronger infantry. He's got the stronger myth units. Fushi has the stronger heroes. Has the stronger cavalry. Not from the unique bonuses, but from the god path that he's got able to be picked. Well, we'll see how this game goes, but Soup, he's got a really, really nice gold mine up here and hunt. I wouldn't be surprised to see another Yuan Nu approach. Second town center. Grab this and go from there. Matador on the flip side, he's also got a similar type of situation on the bottom with the rhinos and the gold mine here. He could also do the same thing and go to the top side and grab the zebra and gold mine on this position as well. Relics on the map. Let's have a look. Tail of Cerberus. One of my favorite, and I know Soup's favorite relics as well. Boosts up the Yatsa, boosts up the Chillin, boosts up the Baihu, boosts up the Taotie. It'd be a shorter list to say what it doesn't boost for Soup in this game. Up to the top side, we've got the Tusk of Dankang for the spawn of 2 pigs for every 150 seconds. Up to the top side here as well, we've got Gungnir Odin's Spear. Just Herdman, Hoplite, Spearman, Catapulties, etc., getting boosted there too. Now behind this, an interesting pickup from Soup is going to be Pickaxe. You don't normally see that because it slows down your town center a little bit, but this might be one of the tiny efficiencies, so to speak, that Soup just sneaks into his build orders in order to have somewhat of an advantage. But both players will be going through Chi Yao, and both players will be getting the final Quafu in, as it's going to be 3 Quafu a player. Slightly behind, actually, on the side of Matadors. We're also going to see Hand Axe queued out for Soup. Can you do this and get a town center? Does he want a town center in this matchup? Double House is coming down for Soup as he's going to be charging across the map, searching for what's going to happen next. It looks like a town center for Matador. I could be wrong. But Soup looks like he's actually going to be aggressive here yet again. We'll see what sort of damage you can actually do, because you can't really stop the town center from coming up because of Prosperous Seeds. As around onto this side, Quafu are going to be sneaking here. He does see the Quafu going that way, and the Pioneers will make their way over onto that side. One cool idea actually is to drop lightning weapons to freeze up the Quafu, I guess, but in comes one farm. Do we see the villagers making their way across the map? Nope. Yarts are coming through. a second farm, and the Shenong's farms, Prosperous Seeds, does get dropped down, and this early game pressure will not be slowing Matador down in this game. Main base will be under attack though, as Soup is searching far and wide for things to do, but now he can go for his own town center over onto the left side. Yahtzer coming through to get a little bit of damage here as well. I imagine the Yahtzer is coming in on this side as well for Matador, as the Pioneers just trying to find some semblance of damage up onto the top side. All the villagers are here, and that's what Soup is looking for. He wants that damage. I have this feeling that if Soup did send a villager forward, he probably could have caught Matador out in this one, but that's a little bit too much of a gamble, I would say. So one way you can actually stop the Shenong farms, this tactic, is you can steal the farm from your opponent by bringing a villager over and then putting the villager to work on that farm. If it gets there and your opponent hasn't started grabbing it, then Yahtzer raid onto this side as the villager will pull into the tower. The other two will as well. I think he's going to be okay without losing anything. Still looking for more damage onto this side as the Yahtzer just causing idle time. This is just idle time getting caused. He's not getting any picks, but it is significant. It's up to the top side. The town center has been spotted. 3 villager differential, maybe a 4 villager differential. It depends on how the Kwafu numbers are looking. Favor-wise, Matador does have a lot of favor in the bank here. And Soup starting to lose his Pioneers as the Yahtzer checking up onto the top side with very little HP. Might be able to get a pick if he's not paying attention as the Yahtzer gets back here. One thing for Shenong is if you get the Yahtzer back into favored land, you can heal that up. And it's very, very nice. Yes, you can delete the farm if you own the farm. So you steal the farm with the villager, then you click delete, and that works. So Yahtzer over here gets picked off. Matador going to come over here and start to throw some walls and all the other good stuff. More villagers coming out for Soup onto this side to grab all of that zebra. I have to imagine it's going to be somewhat of a heroic age here from Soup, but Matador, he's got an interesting idea, and that is, what if you classical fight? 2 towns in a classical fight, you can catch the Fushi out, unlike say a Shenong or a New Wa. There's no rush all to defend against this type of thing, but the walls will be up onto this side to try and secure this gold mine. Of course, there's the more safe gold mine at the back there. But one thing here for Soup, actually, I don't know if it's quite in range or not, but a dock here with the Chi Wen, the unique Chinese myth unit on the water, that might be in range. No, I don't think it's in range. Never mind, I take it back. It might be in range to help with battle layout for a defense or something like that, but still. Now Soup's going to build out a couple of units for himself as a reaction to the Dao Swordsman getting built. The Dao Swordsman, lots of Dao Swordsmen actually coming through as the units charge in here. I'll be able to snipe the Chillin as Soup in a little bit of trouble as the Yahtzer gets in onto that Chillin. That's going to be getting taken down. We do see the lightning weapons getting dropped, and Matador in this position will say, okay, that's fine. He just runs. Generally speaking, God powers are better the more units you have. Soup now does not have lightning weapons, and Matador does. And Matador can simply just charge him with his own lightning weapons to cause a lot of issues. But Soup here will be in the heroic age momentarily. He's getting himself the armory up. After all is said and done, Matador does come out of this early game with a fairly significant villager edge of 3 or 4, which might not seem like a lot, but in a mirror matchup, you get a lot more advantage there than not. Over the course of, let's just say 3 minutes, it's almost a town center. As the Najjar gets deleted, they're going to be rebuilding that one, I think, for the cheaper cost of 150 gold. If you get to the heroic age, he does become 300 gold. So it's important to make sure that it does get rebuilt, though, before it hits that next age. It's still not doing it. Oh, there it goes. As the Javelin is looking for some damage. But the big thing for Soup here is that once he gets to the heroic age and he gets access to the ballet, he will be able to... Najar getting taken out here. It's taking a little bit of hits, but he will be able to start looking for those raids. And Matador is just continuing to pump units in, continuing to get this damage done. We'll see what Soup's going to be able to have after all is said and done here. And here comes the Tao Wu. This guy is such fun. You can use him to go 10-pin bowling and throw the units around, but onto the backside, we see the ballet coming up. That's going to secure this gold mine. And the big issue for Matador is, because his army is so slow, he kind of needs... Oop, now it's a dives through, going to be losing its life. He kind of needs to wall up the entirety of the map here. Otherwise, the White Horse Cavalry, which is going to come through, Levy Ballet soldiers comes in to make those train faster. And he's going to be searching all across the map for villagers to get killed. Or villager kills and all that other good stuff. These villagers sneaking onto the berry bushes here as well is a pretty risky movement, but he's going to go for it. We'll see if that's going to work out for him. More of these White Horse Cavalry coming through. And, well, Matador, he's got to get himself to the heroic age. Soup, he's looking for any damage he can get here. The Tao Wu charges forward, sends those units flying around. I don't even know if Soup can necessarily win a fight at this moment, but he can definitely take out the Wuzu Javelin here with his own White Horse Cavalry. But losing his own heroes means that Fey Beast becomes a little bit more powerful. As behind this, Heavy Cavalry, Hooves of the Wind to come through. The favor isn't in just yet for Soup, as has been power building Kwafu. And up to this position now, Soup, he is going to be looking for his raids. Behind this though, well, the ballet is going to be under attack, and Soup does not have the actual gold here to get himself more ballets out. Picks up a halberdier. Position is now under attack. We will see the forest protection getting dropped down. With tons of food here. I'm not exactly sure what's happening on the economic side for Soup, but he's got to sort that out. There's also the economy kind of getting out of whack here for Matador as well. He's got a ton of food, a ton of wood and gold. He wants his heroic age in though. It's the White Horse Cavalry up to the top side. There is an opening in the defense for Matador, as Matador notices it over onto the right side, but not onto the left side. As in Soup comes. He's in the main base. It's dangerous to be here. He might get some picks, but Matador is going to have to play some good defense here. Over onto this side, we are seeing Kwafu getting picked off. 67 to 79 villagers at the moment, as Soup desperately needs this damage in. Doesn't get a single pick. As the halberdiers come over here trying to deal with this, villagers diving in and out of the tower, as Soup's going to have to bail into the next position. Does he get locked off over here? Answer is yes, but there is an escape route over onto this side. Machine workshops coming through. Of course, he needs those machine workshops to build fire archers to take out the Dao swordsman. But I think all the advantage right now seems to be in Matador's hands. Tao Wu, free Tao Wu coming through for Matador. That's going to get taken down quickly by Soup. He's got that Najar in. And the Jiangxia. Matador going to pull back ever so slightly to try and deal with this, as Soup continues to just try and get small little bits of damage in. In comes the Rashol, and we'll see if Matador is going to look for an early Fey Beasts or not. Units splitting up. Looks like the answer is not just yet, as Soup will pull back his units up onto this side. He does get the White Horse Cavalry to charge forward. Not able to pick off the Javelineers just yet. And this is such a hard micro fight for both players. In comes the Soup Raid, going to try and break through this wall. We are seeing stone walls coming through, but that's going to get knocked down quickly. Up onto the top side, the Fire Archer production facilities under attack. As Soup's villagers will get spotted up here, and we will see a third town center actually up for Matador. While this is going on, though, Matador not paying attention for arguably the first point in this game. All of these Kwafu might end up going down. One might escape, but while this is going on, villagers falling up onto the top side, so both players losing a lot. And behind this, though, Huang Di is coming through for Soup. The Dallas Swordsman, however, they want to get in onto this position. They want to take down the ballet. There are fire archers behind this as the Javelineers are quite a way away from this, though the Bayou dives through onto this spot. The Nejat needs to get over here. We're still seeing more raids coming in onto this side, but the stone walls, they're up, and the defense from Matador is nice where that's concerned. There's a couple more units to come over onto this side to try and defend. Is there enough stuff here is the question. It looks like the ballet will be dropping as the White Horse Cav back in onto these Kwafu over here as well. But the units for Matador, they're falling. The ballet, 150 HP remaining, 100 HP. It looks like it's going to be going down, but at what cost? The cost of the entirety of his army and a whole bunch of civilian units, and the fact that now there is going to be a big fat dragon coming for Matador. On the backside, though, Soup, not very many villagers on gold at all. He's got a ballet in his main base. He can go into Tiger Cav if he wants. But this game is far from over. Ladies and gentlemen, Tiger Cav up onto this side, preventing the villagers from getting in. Fae Beast gets dropped down. And I mean, you almost just sit here and just take it because, well, running, you're going to lose the units anyway. So may as well try and get some Vill picks. But a nice amount of value there with the Fae Beasts. And now we're 77 villagers to 83, but Soup is in the Mythic Age. So where to next? Of course, you want to go into the Super Tiger Cav. You also, does he not have a single military camp? Wow. Not a single military camp, so we can't just grab Leju Silk straight away. Up onto this top side, in comes the dragon. There's not that many units here. We will see lightning weapons. He's trying to stun up the dragon. I don't think you can stun the dragon, though. And Soup just pulls back, trying to get that damage done from afar. A couple of shots of damage onto the infantry units there. And the raids, though, coming in onto this side. The dragon can try and deal with those, though. Nope, not going to be paying attention to that one. Fair enough. In onto this side. Najar. He's gone into adulthood. Huge amount of damage from that guy. He's so strong, especially with the fire trail. Which does 2 divine damage per second. As the villager's going to try and get this town center, not able to do so up onto this side. The Yinglong looking to hit the gold villagers over here, but there are the double Shenong farms. Not really going to find that value where that's concerned. As the villagers all dying on this side here, and Soup not paying attention to it. He keeps sending villagers forward. Matador with all those picks is kind of gigantic. There is options. Surely a military camp in Leju Silk here shortly. As the villagers dying onto this side, the dragon trying to take out the villagers on this position as the Kwafu going to garrison away, and Soup needs to get that dragon to safety. Villagers on the backside as well going down, as finally we see some semblance of defense as the Tiger Cav are coming over. A couple of fire archers in onto this spot, but that's 60 villagers to 92 now. Soup with a he just falls asleep at the wheel here to some degree. He's trying to push forward with this army, but he doesn't really, he's got a strong army. But over onto this side, trying to take villagers down onto this position. He's getting killed by the town center. Ballet on this position getting taken out. Looks like Soup has just fallen asleep. Never chase the Singe, though, as that damage is going to be nice. Town center now coming up onto this side. And Soup, after having what seemed to be an incredible advantage, he does not look super crash hot here any longer. Wang Di is in. Dragon is almost taken down. Of course, the Fushi heroes are better. You can see Tai Chi coming through. Yang Jian coming in. Should be able to take out the dragon somewhat simply. But it's still going to be damage dealt. Dragon trying to get in, trying to get as much damage as it can before it ends up ultimately falling. He sees the villagers over here. And the Yinglong will come in onto this position as well. As Soup Xinglong will end up falling. And Soup's going to have to pull back to some other safety position. Finally, Leiju Silk to come through. You can see that Matador, he knows. Fully upgraded all the technologies pre-queued. The heroes. I mean, Najar, I think he can target. He can't target the dragon. He's got the special, so he can hit or he can hit the units with his passive. But I don't think he has the ability to attack up. But of course, the Sage does, and the Jiangxia does, and the Yang Jian does. Soup is holding on to this position nicely. The villager count's coming back up to somewhat equal here. As Matador and Soup are getting into a very strange position. There is an advantage for Matador in terms of villagers. But gold situation, 1900, 5,000, plenty of gold there. Plenty of gold for both players. Don't think this game is ending anytime shortly. But there is potentially armory upgrade advantages here for Matador as he's going up to Iron. And of course, the Yinglong is still a thing, still a threat. All of the Pioneers are out for Soup as well. I don't think Najar can go into ranged mode in the Mythic Age. In the Heroic Age, he can. But not in the Mythic Age. It's just a passive. I could be wrong on that. Yinglong coming down onto this side. He's going to see those villagers. Zhang Xia trying to get over here to defend. He does so much damage. You need to finish the ballet off here. His fortified town centers will come in. And there you go. You can see that the special just comes in. He can't attack, but he does get some damage done. A lot of damage done, actually. So the ballet will finish up. And the dragon moves back in onto this position, though. The units can now start taking down Soup's ballet here. And this game is just still so close. And there's Yall coming back in to get more damage done, defending this top position. The dragon flapping around here to get back up to the top spot. Where did all the heroes go? The Pioneers to come back in. The problem here for Soup is most of these Pioneers don't really do a huge amount for him. Of course, you've got to kill off the Hundun. So they will kill off those. That's going to be nice. But apart from that, it's not a whole lot that they can do. And even targeting down the Hundun actually takes a while for it to eventually end up getting picked off. In comes Wenzhong as well. Huge hero to get a whole bunch of damage done. And Soup, even with the fire archers to try and take out those Dao swordsmen, it's still a difficult situation here. And Soup will say, that is the game. And it couldn't be a better situation for these two players. But it is now going to be a game 5 as Matador strikes back. Soup was in a perfectly good position here in this game. But this one tiny little attack with those halberdiers, while Soup was trying to get his town center up, just threw him completely out the window. And he just couldn't keep fighting. He couldn't find the win. He just couldn't make it happen. But we still got one game left. There's some very interesting gods left in the God pool here. And one last map. Let's jump back to the draft and see what Game 5 is going to bring us. One last game for one of these players. The other one needs to back it back up and play a finals. Gets a nice rest because there is going to be another semifinals. We've got Grass and B waiting in the wings. Our last game is everyone's favorite. A matchup that isn't simple. Not by any stretch, not for either player. It's Frey versus Zeus on Mirage. This one is going to be interesting. Frey here is one of Soup's best gods. Zeus, on the other hand, has got so many angles to attempt to play to find massive value. You've got Hydra, you've got Centaur, you've got even Minotaur options, Hoplite raids. One thing's for certain, if you don't play for myth units here with Zeus, you're going to have a difficulty versus Frey. For everyone else joining me from the Twitch front page and you've got no idea what you're watching and you're just chilling and maybe not even in front of your computer, you're just AFK on the front page of Twitch, we are currently in the 6th and final week of the road to Athens for the Gameathalon Athens LAN in September. We've already found 7 players to take to Athens. They've all qualified through either winning an S-tier tournament or winning a final in this tournament format. There are 4 players remaining here. There is no more chances in this tournament. If you lose a series, you're out. Both of these players are on their lifeline. They've one last game for them. One of the other players will go into the finals. We head to Greece, Athens, September 11th. We played September 11th, 12th, and 13th to find who wins or who gets first place in the prize pool of $10,000 and the share in the prize pool of $10,000. So, one final game here for one of these players. It's time to lock in. Soup versus Matador. It's been a wild ride thus far. Let's jump in to game number 5 and see who is going to come out victorious. And here we go. Right side of the map. It is Soup. Left side of the map. It is Matador. One final game. One final matchup. One final run. This is a matchup we've seen quite a lot through this tournament. We've seen players win it. We've seen players lose it. It's probably a 50-50 matchup in terms of just the win rate in this tournament. Zeus has won it. Frey has won it. It's gone both ways. What way is Matador going to play this is the big question. Now, if I know Matador, and I think I do, I have to assume that he's going to play for centaur here. Matador is, without question, one of the best archer users in this game. And the centaur is an incredible tool to deal with early game Frere nonsense. Let's check out the relics and see if there's going to be anything here that makes it go one way or the other. Hermes' winged sandals is kind of a huge relic here for Soup to allow his Herser to have a little bit more play in this one. On the right side of the map, Fetters of Fenrir. Not that impactful, but a nice help if you ever need to attack with those villagers. Up onto this side, adamantine shingles. Hit points plus 200% of base there for those houses. And we have 9 cauldrons here. Which is human soldiers from fortress type buildings. Minus 5% of hack and pierce vulnerability. That's a huge relic actually for Soup to boost up his Huskal, which are probably going to be necessary at some point in this game, in this matchup. So the fishing ship's coming in. Mirage is a map that does give both players back protected fish. So that doesn't necessarily mean that it is protected in the sense that you can't attack this. Of course, you can run around and drop a dock over here. We have been seeing a lot of different players attempting to make that happen. It's definitely something that Soup is probably going to want to do. If you can get early game fighting without having to, and also forcing your opponent to make similar investment into the fighting, you do actually end up coming out in front with that because you have the Norse favor game. Up to the top side, Doskopos coming through, going to be checking things out over here. As the temple up now for Soup and Matador. No Hermes here. I'm a little surprised on this. I felt like Mosca showed the way in this specific matchup when he played against, I think it was Magic. And Mosca played a Hermes style of Zeus. A Hermes style of Zeus versus what was going on. And wow. Freya coming through for Soup that's a head scratcher for me. That's very, very strange. Ulla is so stock standard for Freyr, but Freya to come through, what's the idea there? Of course you've got Forest Fire to make life difficult over here. But there's a bolt for your Valkyrie. And then what do you do? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, Soup is the brains behind all the other good stuff. Is the idea 7.2 speed Valkyrie? It might be. Zerk's coming around onto the top side, searching to get in to get that damage done. We do have the Herser charging around onto the top side as the house is getting dropped there. Zerk comes through onto this side, does see the villagers here, and he does move up. Can he get the damage done? Yes, he can! The Forest Fire gets so much. He gets one villager. Does he get the other one? Does he get it? He's trying. He doesn't get it. He loses the Berserk, but the villager pick is gigantic. Heracles over onto this side, simply just bolting that Valkyrie while this is going on. Also, some attacks onto the water there as well, as the army of Soup will have to pull back. What an insane start for Soup here. There's Matador. He's getting out his hoplites. He's got his defense in. Should be fine to move forward. Soup can't play too overly aggressive. He is trying to get the damage done while this is all going on. It's all about as much multitasking as you can here. Onto the bottom side, the Minotaur getting some good damage done, but fishing ships going down. This means favor for Soup. He pulls back into the main base, a longhouse to come through. And the fishing ships going down onto this position as the longboats will try and take out the Minotaur. He's got a lot of pierce armor there at 640 at base, or effective pierce HP, I should say, at 640 at base. So it's going to take a long time to deal with all that. as the hoplites will come through. Soup now going to get himself his longhouses, great halls, and all the other good stuff there. I mean, this is forest fire for you, right? Like sometimes you get 0 and sometimes you get 10 villagers. You see a little bit of damage coming in, trying to take out this villager here. And he get it? Down to 2 HP. Trying to pick off a little bit more stuff over here as Matador. Got to be careful. The big damage dealer is the Dreki. And, I mean, like I said, Soup here, he just wants to basically trade. Just wants to trade some HP for HP, effectively. Any favor he gets is kind of a big deal. To the backside now, throw an Axeman in. So you do see the medium cav coming in immediately, as well as medium infantry. For Matador, on the other hand, he pulls back into his main base to play defense. As the fighting on this bottom side going to continue. Still have to be so careful with how you take these fights. No Dreki in at the moment for Soup, as it looks like the Juggernaut advantage here is going to be enough. And I think this will end up being... Can he pick up this hoplite? 5 HP? I think this is going to get sorted out. As into the center of the map, though, the thrown axeman here, the Herso getting that damage done, and Matador gets caught out here. So much favor in for Soup at the moment, but he hasn't really gone into another Valkyrie, right? There he does. There's the Valkyrie. Is he going to try and get in onto this position? Trying to take out the villagers. The hoplites here, he gets one Vil pick. The hoplites here are just not going to be super powerful versus those throwing axemen and the Herser. You've got to micro it so well. Valkyrie over here needs to be careful. You don't want to be dropping those, as Soup now needs to pull back against that restoration. Nice usage there. And Soup is a little bit in trouble. He turns around, going to continue this fight. Heracles gets trapped in onto this spot, so taking that out is obviously beautiful. As we're behind this now, going to see Thundering Hooves. As Matador says, Hippias and Hoplites are going to be his way forward. I think that's the right play. And he's also going to go into Labyrinth of Minos. Labyrinth of Minos is a scary thing for Soup moving forward. Watchtower's up. Soup's going to have to think about what to do next. The big advantage here, though, for Soup is he's also got, in the Great Hall, this technology, Sesrumna. We can grab that for Super Herser and getting himself Godian to deal with those Minotaur. Meanwhile, over onto this side, we do see some Matador villagers already onto the gold mine. As Soup charges in this way, does get sent packing. What is this town center? I mean, of course, why not? Now you've got Gul and Bursty to attack the main base, but that is incredibly aggressive. The Madman Soup is in. He's going to charge over here with the Minotaur. They're in. I would probably just run. Trying to pick off a villager against those Minotaur can be very, very difficult. Gets out of this spot. Charging into the main base is very, very dangerous because you can get ghost built by villagers, but that's not what's going to happen. The town center now up. And Soup, he can grab the elephants here. He can go onto wood here. He's got so much in the way of wood and gold. What is he going to do with all of that? On the flip side, Matador has, without question, spent his resources beautifully here. But he is just behind. He's lost villages, and that's going to be somewhat of an issue. Up onto the top side, the Pegasus does see what's happening here. Those dwarves, they aren't safe. There's no walls up. There's villagers over here. It's only a handful of units, but they are hippious, and they are great at killing off dwarves. Wouldn't be surprised here if Soup just says, all right, time for some berserks to play defense on this spot. As in he comes. Berserks get converted. Villagers will turn around and start shanking as this one pulls back. Great control by Soup to notice exactly what's going on over there. Still great control by Matador as he pulls back, gets 2 Vil picks, and gets out of there. I wouldn't be surprised to see another talent center, to be completely honest here, for Soup, but I think he wants a heroic age. Is there any world where he goes Bragi here? I've said it a billion times. I'm still yet to see anybody do it, But the idea of going Heroic Age and making nothing but Valkyrie and getting yourself the all-important Thurizaz rune for the 7.2 speed Valkyries is so nice. Now we see walls going up everywhere to shut down all these raids. It's the Berserks up onto this side. Well, they are bringing the raiding cavalry in, and those cavalry are incredibly fast. When you go through Hermes, you have slightly fast Hippias, but in this situation, that's not really an option here. Aegir is pre-queued now for Soup. Don't like the idea of having 2 TCs and going Heroic Age and looking for fights. Is up onto the top side. The Valkyrie going to get a little bit of damage done onto the Bull Minotaur before retreating, as the Hoplites over here going to be dealing with something onto this side. But the big problem is what's going to happen next. Over here is the Minotaur. Come through. Big headbutt as Soup kind of caught out. No gate here. He loses a couple of units on the front. Nice find from Matador. Into the main base. Raiding cavalry here. Searching. There's so many Minotaur coming here for Matador. He's got 6. We see Godi now coming through, though, on the flip side. In comes the Bull Minotaur up onto the top here. I don't understand why Soup is taking the fight. He can sit behind the wall and just wait. He's got so many resources here. Heroes to come through to try and keep himself going on this one. I don't know who wins the fight, but it's definitely close as the Minotaur numbers are still looking... Well, they all die, but he does so well with them. And Soup loses that fight, as you would expect, with that amount of economy in the bank. Not what you want to see if you're a Soup fan. Stone walls to come down. Fact of the matter is, though, Matador doesn't know that this town center is up. Matador doesn't know that he's falling behind in villages. And there is an Aegir now coming through. Town center now spotted. Hoplites plus Minotaur to come through, and what are we going to see from Soup next is the big question. Buildings to get taken down over here. Stone walls going down quickly. Dionysus needs to be getting thought about here for Matador as well. There's more Minotaur are going to be getting built here. The villagers up onto the top side, keeping themselves nice and safe. Pull back into the town center. There's a low HP Hippias here. As long as Soup can keep these villagers alive, it's okay to just have them idled for a little bit. And he's got a long way to go to get himself up to full population. He's up to a 3rd town center. Is Matador now going to grab his own 2nd town center? All of his infrastructure getting picked off, as behind this, he needs to get his buildings back up and going. In comes the army. Matador says no. Needs to death ball up there first and foremost. Matador gets up to what I would consider a pretty scary death ball, as we will see the Gullimbursty coming in onto this side to get some good damage done. In now comes the Tempest onto this side, and Soup, he is in full attack as those Hoplites going down onto the backside. The Berserks over here can try and get something to stop their retreat. Not going to happen as the Gullimbursty chasing these ones all the way back. Maybe not the most of value here from Soup, but he gets a huge military advantage now, and he will drop that hill fort right in the face of Matador. Matador's going Apollo here. I think I'd rather see Dionysus for the Hydra. You see someone go Aegir and you don't have a crush damage dealing myth unit, life can get pretty challenging for you as the raiding cavalry try to break through, but Matador is on top of the defense for the time being. Into the main base, searching around for villagers, as Soup is kind of just praying he doesn't get spotted here. There's nothing on that spot. More walls to come down for Soup. He's got his stone walls up, distracting the units with just a handful of raiding cavalry. Is so big. Another hill fort onto the front, as Huskell getting built is a bit odd, because we haven't seen a single archery range going up for Matador. Up to the top side, villagers getting pulled back over here as the Minotaur are getting very low on HP. but it's like it's 3 town centers to 2, 69 villas to 56, and it's Frere. Just generally speaking, all you need is time to win with this god. There's always issues to arise though, especially now that you don't that Underworld is on the cards, and there's no Tempest and there's no Ghoul and Bursty. So Matador can get to equality here with a really good Underworld. We do see the Pegasus searching. 10 villagers over here. 1 HP Pegasus. Praying to find somewhere to attack. But the problem is, if he goes off and attacks those villagers, his main base will simply just get brutalized. As in comes the Underworld. The villagers over here. They're going to get pulled back. Villagers on this side as well. Going to get taken out. Turns into a couple of berserks. But he's going to lose those villagers. These ones have to pull away as well. And into this position comes the siege as... Wait, what's Soup doing? I don't fully understand. He's just lost a couple of villagers. Pulls back, goes in, pulls out, goes in, goes out, goes in. I think... Ooh, wait, what are these guys doing? Surely they're just hanging out. Okay, they're just hanging out. I guess the idea now for Matador is get back over here, kill the Underworld, and grab this town center for 4 town centers to 2 town center advantage. But that's going to give up this forward position. As the army comes through, Underworld Pass is going to go down. 2 villagers onto this side. You've got to kill off those and check if there's any that have run up to the top side as well. But Soup deals with that. And a great push now from Matador. If Matador can just take out the forward town center here as a trade and all of those hill forts, he's going to get into the next stage of the game in a very, very strong position. And I've got to tell you about one trick with Zeus that is very, very scary here, which is Hera Manticore. Like Hera, you've heard about Hera Dryads, Hammer Dryads, but let me tell you about Hera Manticore. With Zeus, the Manticore are only costing 3 population. They are very, very cheap. Town center going down on the front. This one's going up now for Soup as a little bit of damage to come in onto this Bull Minotaur over onto this side. Trying to take a little bit of a fight here, but he doesn't have all of his units in just yet. Vidar is pre-queued, but there's a lot of units in queue. And Soup says, nah, not just yet to the next age. Let's keep the fight going. In comes his own throwing action onto the backside here. As Matador smartly pulls back. Matador kindly needs to get into some Peltast here. I do say stay away from the Toxotes. Up onto the top. Is anything happening? Nope. I do say stay away. Oh, onto the bottom side here, though. A little bit of a raid coming through as the fortress is up and the safety for Matador is in. So get pulled back to try and take out those Bull Minotaurs. More Goaty coming in to take out all the myth units. But the myth unit numbers, they can just keep piling on. After all is said and done, Soup was once very much in front here in terms of hero, in terms of villages, in terms of everything. But he has lost a lot. I think he might have been converting villages a lot here. But can he hold on this front with the number of thrown axemen that he has or not? Matador, he is pushing through this with all the hoplites, all of the Hippias. But both players are falling inside of this situation as the Hippias charging forward. And Soup now to pull back. He's got himself all the infrastructure in the world. He's just short on food. Onto this side, still trying to find some damage. He does have this one lone longhouse. As it's now going to be becoming a situation where it looks like it's going to be 3 town centers to 3. And Matador can get into these Manticore. And they are scary. Manticore are very, very scary. Soup's got 245 favor though. You know what he wants? A second Tempest. Or you can go into Fafnir, actually. Fafnir would be amazing. But I think the most important thing for Matador is now to just get to Hera. He might go Hephaestus, but I think that's a mistake. Hephaestus says, hey, I want to play a really, really long game. Hera says, I just want a Death Ball. And a Death Ball is very, very scary for North most of the time. As the Goaty get pulled in here, trying to take out those Manticore. Ballistics isn't in just yet, so with good micro, you can make things very, very difficult for those Goaty. Great control there from Matador here. As the yall throwing Axeman numbers. How hard is this micro for both players, though? Great control on the Manticore as the Goaty going down. But I think Soup here has got the military advantage to a degree, and he does manage to hold on. Town Center, though, is now up for Matador, as he's definitely pulled himself into equality here. And the big problem when you're in an equal position as Frere on this map is the gold mines are going to expire, and, well, trading is kind of tough on this map. But Soup charges forward. Feels like he's got the advantage. His Goaty numbers on the back. He needs to take out those Manticore. They can do tons of damage, and Soup realizes that. He says, all right, let's pull back and into a slightly better position. He still hasn't advanced through Vidar. He was nearly there on the upgrades. Turns to get a little bit more damage done as Matador pulls back. I mean, how many of these Goaty does he realistically need? 17 range versus 16 range. What is the plan for both of these players? Matador here, he could buy food, but I'm getting Hera. It's so important. But you don't really want to buy food and waste gold on this map with such small amounts of gold mines remaining. As Soup pulls away, getting himself the hill fort up, and his Vidar will be on the way, also grabbing Frere's gift. He's got so much favor at the moment. I don't know what he's saving that favor for. I really don't. I wish I had some sort of an idea, but Town Center on the left side getting targeted down as the units will be brought over. We see Dromus getting mixed in as well. And the big unit here to be worried about actually from Frere is actually the Berserk. Once all the upgrades come through, is this Town Center getting torn down. 900 HP, 800 HP, 400 HP. It does go down here. There is also the Tempest #2 to come through as the Goaty trying to take out that back line. How many heroes are actually in, though, for Soup? He's got 9 Goaty on the map, but only 4 on this screen. I don't know where the rest of them are. While this is going on over here, little bits of raids and things like that, trying to find some more stuff happening onto this side. As Matador, he needs to pull back. Loses all of his units to that Tempest, as these units on the front going to get picked off. And Matador, can he figure this out? Can he hold on here? So much gold in the bank for Matador. No food income. That's the big issue for him. If he had 1,200 food, 1,200 gold, and going Hera, this could feel like a very difficult position as these Goaty continuing to come in, continuing to try and take out the Manticore. Manticore onto the back line and try and take out those Throwing Axemen. We'll be doing some big damage here as the Hippias need to target down the Goaty on the back line. They're doing a good job. More Manticore are coming in. You can see the amount of villagers on favor for Matador. He has 29 villagers on favor here. So you kill off some Manticore, no worries. But Soup targeting down the temple onto this side, putting pressure over here. He is almost up through Vidar as the portable rams to kill off these buildings. This gold mine getting pushed off as well is a big deal, as he's going to charge in onto this position to try and prevent the Town Center from coming back up. Manticore will clean up those Throwing Axemen for the time being. And Soup, what does he want to do with this big, fat nuke of a god power is the question. This position, villagers getting cleaned up over here. More buildings going up. Trade route started. Upgrades needing to get queued in. Soup, whenever you're playing Frere, the first thing you do upon hitting the next age is you start all your upgrades. Now Soup does realize that that's the case. He gets that all happening. And now comes in the Inferno, as he will stop the Town Center from coming back up. Don't really get a huge amount of value from it, though. He'll fort up onto this top side. As the Fafnir, Herser numbers coming through. One big technology for Soup is going to be this one over here. And Bolt's getting dropped for the favor onto that Fafnir. He says, all right, I'll trade 55 favor for 250 gold and a dead Fafnir. Of course you would. Who wouldn't? Soup's still trying to strangle here. The villagers onto the town center. Matador desperately trying to get this one up. The Huskell are actually a nice answer versus these Manticore because they got such high pierce armor. And of course, Minotaur are a decent answer versus those as well. Again, the big problem here, the main issue for Matador is just food income. He needs food income to get to the Mythic Age, and that's when you unlock the full potential of the Manticore. They go up to 60 60 pierce damage per second. Of course, right now, 41.4 pierce damage per second. Still nice, but you can unlock a crazy amount of damage there. And Soup's still trying to cause problems over onto this side. We do see the Matador walls there preventing all of these side raids and things like that. Do we see any attempt at Ballaster? Nope. The upgrades are still coming in slowly for Soup as he is getting in onto this position. The final gold mine is about to expire though. Only 12 ox caravans. This is a very, very spicy position. All of these Minotaur coming in, but I mean, the army is mainly heroes. Onto the bottom side of the map, Portable Ram's going to be targeting this down. You see the walls up from Matador and from Soup to sort of both be walling off this position. You can delete the wall to get in here as this Portable Ram does end up going down, but immediately another one going to come behind it. And now, Secrets of the Titans to come through for Soup. Does take double the amount of time that a regular Secrets of the Titans comes in, but it is half the cost. This position getting unlocked for Soup is going to be gigantic. Does he have... He does have his upgrade. Still surprised to not see any rock giants coming in here. And now Matador has managed to finally click up to the Mythic Age, but is this too little too late? Town center down. Soup has changed the field of battle many, many times in this game, and he's been finding advantages every single time he does it. Am I wrong on that? Yes, it is half price. It is half price for the time, but it takes twice as long. That's how Frere works. And Soup pulls back his goatee. If you can get the town center up, it's huge. Selling resources right now is very, very important because that's a lot of food you can sell for gold. And that keeps you afloat for quite some time. And of course, the lightning storm that's going to come through from Matador is going to be pretty problematic for Soup as well. And Matador is back onto the gold mine at the top position here as there's no gold left over here anymore. But the trade route under attack as Soup trying to get through there. Minotaur sending everyone flying as well as the goatee get pulled back. Can they come take the town center or not at this point? It's so difficult. The trade route from Soup here. He's got 4 markets, but only building caravans from some of them. He has sold both players, maybe someone. I don't know if it's Soup or not. Little cheeky walls coming up over onto this side from Soup as he's slowly strangling Matador in this game. Matador does have a healthy amount of myth units here. He's into what looks to be the main base of Soup. He's going to be getting just a handful of berserks here. It does cost a lot of population to get a Titan out. The one thing I know for certain is that there is an underworld here for Matador as he drops Lightning Storm down where? Onto this position to try and deny the town center. Is he going to be able to do so? Monstrous Rage coming in. Face of Gorgon coming through. And the settlement for Soup manages to finish. He's up to 6 town centers, but the issue is he just lost all of his military population, though he's over onto this side picking villagers off of gold. And Matador, well, he's out of gold, but does that even matter? The honest truth, does it actually matter if he's out of gold? Zeus is one of the few gods that can get away with a full wood-based myth unit army and just a handful of military units. You've got Jason, Manticore, Medusa. The Medusa are coming out, but of course there are 3 temples in actually for Matador, so we can get them out pretty quickly, but Soup is now back up to full population. And Matador was not able to kill this off, nor has he thought to come and kill off the Titan Gate either. Soup charging in onto this position. Matador losing military. Trying to get more units out. Getting attacked over onto this position. Dropping villagers left, right, and center. The Manticore is out to help defend. The Medusa as well. Oh. Huh?
Πρόσεχε.
What happened? What happened? I don't have anything from them either, so... What happened? What happened? Someone tell me what happened. What happened to my game? What happened to my game? No. Okay. I'm gonna get the wreck, and we're gonna finish this game off, I think. We're gonna right about it did finish here? Okay. Alright, we're gonna call it there. Unfortunately, the game did sort of break. I don't know what happened. I haven't actually seen this before. This is the first time. Soup did end up winning here. Big win for him. Congratulations. He's going to be going on to his 3rd final. Better luck next time for Matador. What an absolute effort. I love the way that he approached this game. I think the only real thing that went wrong for him was just the timing on his Mythic Age. If he'd got to the Mythic Age at a reasonable time, I think he would have been fine here. I think he would have been in a really good spot, but because he was so far behind because of food income, he had all the gold. He just sort of couldn't make it happen, unfortunately. And that's the way it goes. A battle of inches in this series. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be back shortly with Grass versus B. Don't you guys go nowhere. As the army charges forward, bronze must be needed. And immediately behind this comes the run, the retreat from Magic. He can run through his palace. No problems here. But even with the 2 palace, you almost don't want to fight this. But a beautiful choke point from Magic as the units are coming in onto both sides. He can just garrison here if he wants. Going to be pulling off of the Gaia Lush here. Still trying to delay and make things happen. Back up onto this side. Another palace attempting to come through as the Hippias into the main base. They're coming in. Magic pulls back over onto this side. Still no answer for that incredibly powerful Hydra here. No gold for the moment right now from Magic as he sends the citizens back up for another palace. And the bronze, well, that finishes up. And Magic so far in front on economy here. Oh. Let the games begin. That there is Mountainous Might. And this here is the Soup Cheese Master 9000. Kwafu Hero is... No, never mind. Never mind. I thought he was going to send the Kwafu forward to start harassing the villagers in here. If he gets in here fast enough and hits the gold, then guess what? Mosca can't get a temple up, can't get to the next stage. Never mind. Oh, wait. I take it back. It's not never mind. He is going for it. The Kwafu is across. He is going for it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it wouldn't be a soup grand fight. He did not cheese one single time versus grass. Mountainous might rush. And this gold mine is very, very close to getting himself the gold to get to the next stage. But following that, he has to go to a different gold mine. Now, there are other gold mines over here, for example. And in comes the Boulders of Doom. Oh, God, the Kwafu does so much damage. The villager's pulling off the temple. He might be able to deny the temple. Mosca is going to need to micro very, very well here. Good dodge from Mosca. Dodging everything. In comes the boulders. He hits one. There's no ballistics here. There's no... Oh, he hits two. He hits three. The temple is denied for the time being. More now in comes Matrius. He says, time for the fight. The trolls do get some big boulder tosses into the middle here. I don't know if this is a fight that Matrius can actually win, though. No chaos in. There goes the chaos now into the middle of the fight as Frost gets dropped. But that there cannot have been good for Matrius. Villagers, for the moment, they're going to be coming through. It might be a worthwhile move to use those villagers to get on top of the back line of those Karabala stuff. Berserk's coming in, more trolls coming through. There's so much favor in the bank for Matrius. Units streaming in up onto the top side. Is Satyr going to be coming through? That's not that effective here, but still. 5 seconds remaining as the reinforcements from the surface on the way. One Hero Karabalister over here goes straight in on top of that troll as that's going to get shanked down. Can Matrius hold on here? Dwarves getting pulled. The boys are in. Satyr goes down onto this side. He's not attacking with the dwarves, though. Hersa doing what they can to keep themselves going through all this. The military differential is very, very close as the troll pulls back behind the wall here. And it looks like another healing spring. Clutch healing spring to come through there to keep the Hersa alive. And Grass, well, he's going to continue trying to make this attack happen as the troll over here pulls back again through that very crucial wall. In comes that big boulder toss. You can see the ballistics paying dividends there. And Matrius survives. And Tezcatlipoca Incarnate gets dropped down. And there goes the Lullaby Corrupted Ground combo. And Soup, he can run here. He's not running. His army is getting erased at the moment, but so too is this Jutsu getting mad value in the middle. I said you can't sit in the death arena, but apparently, nope, you can't. But both players drop down to nearly no military numbers.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our second matchup of the day. I want to say a huge thanks actually over to Matador for his efforts throughout the tournament and to all the other players. I know that it sucks to lose in not coming to participate in the tournament, but the amount of ridiculously quality games that I've seen from all of these players have been just mind-blowing. It's been an amazing tournament thus far. So huge shout out to everyone who's participated. There's 3 players remaining now, and we have to whittle it down to 1. Soup, well-earned break right now. 5-game series, very, very tough. He's going to be sitting, waiting, watching. Grass and B have been sitting in the wings as well, getting nervous, preparing their games. These are 2 incredibly high-level, incredibly well-oiled machines of Age of Mythology madness. B has yet to make a finals, but you only have to make one. And you only have to win once. Let's jump over to the drafting menu and see who has had the success over the years in this matchup. And here it is. Grass has had the advantage without question versus B. They met in the round of 8 a couple weeks ago. But I've been watching B. And for the first time ever, I've seen his practice. It's kind of wild. Normally he's off hiding and doing his secrecy things and whatever. In this tournament, there's no secrets. Everyone knows what you're playing because there's so many games to have to play. So we get to see them actually practicing. Players are out there streaming their games. You've got Kavoth streaming his games. You've got Rappel streaming his games. You've got Soup streaming his games. You've got Tunison, Mosca. They're all showing off their gameplay. So if you do want to give those guys a follow, it would be awesome to support them as well. But B has been playing, and I've been watching him play against players like Kavoth and like Magic and a whole bunch of other random stuff. So very, very exciting to see what's going to happen because he's definitely been leveling up every single week. Let's jump into the draft and see what we're going to see for this series. Okay. All right. The draft is in. Witsla Potchly and Tez Catlapoca bans from Grass. No surprise. This has been very consistent. You know he's going to be doing that. 3DB. Set and Odin. Those are the bans too. So 3DB actually goes away from his ban of Set and Isis, which he was doing very, very consistently. He gets rid of the Odin. He's one of Grass's powerhouse gods. Grass obviously picks his Atlantean first because he loves that. B takes one of the Atlanteans for himself as well as Freyr. Then Grass grabs Urano's Thor. B grabs Fushi Susanoo. Grass grabs Hades Zeus. And then 3DB rounds out his draft with Quetzalcoatl Ra. And Grass takes the Isis at the very end here. Our first map is Steppe. And we're going to see a pretty interesting matchup and a very, very wild first pick from Grass of Zeus. Let's jump into game number 1 and see how it's going to go. Off into Steppe. And off we go. Game number 1, Grass, B. Right side of the map. Zeus for Grass, left side of the map. Quetzalcoatl for B. I said just now, it's a little bit wild to pick Zeus here because it's the first game of the series. Zeus, strong god. Don't get me wrong, but there are some matchups you do want to avoid. I don't know if this is one of the matchups you want to avoid or not. I'm really not sure. We'll see here. I mean, we're going to be figuring it out together as Grass is going to be taking us through whatever game plan he wants to here. 3DB on the left side, playing Quetzalcoatl. Well, he's got to be worried about early heroes. He's got to be worried about the fact he's got a forward gold mine. He's going to have to worry about a whole lot of different stuff here. Let's check out the relics on the map and see if there's going to be anything impactful. We've got Tawara, Podder's Last Arrow. Always nice to get that extra divine damage onto them. Grass cutting sword here for grass. The omens are clear. I made that joke already. But the grass cutting sword is here to cut grass's hair or to just cut grass. Tearfing and Antir's sword on this side as well for some stronger heroes. There's some big relics on this map. And finally, Ulla's bow. Wow. So all of a sudden, the Quetzalcoatl, already strong, Eagle Warriors get that one extra bit of range, and that's a big deal. Let's have a look at what Grass has seen thus far. Scouting out, he does only find one relic up on the top. B, on the other hand, he sees the sword. His way to victory is right in front of him. He just has to pick it up. But Grass comes in, scouts the forward gold mine. This is going to be a tough position to defend. And B, he has not respected the fact he's playing against Zeus for one. He has not respected the fact that he is got a forward gold mine. And this is going to be a tough early game to deal with. Katoskopos coming over onto the left side, scouting things out, sees the relics there as Jason looks like he is heading up to try and pick up Ulla's bow. If he grabs that, it's nice for him as well because his Peltas become almost as good as those Hades Peltas, right? And that's a big deal too. Olympian parentage to come through as Athena about done. And what is Grass? Oh, Grass does see the grass cutting sword. 4.9 speed hoplites turned into how much speed? It's an extra 5% on... Is it 4 point... I can never remember how much speed the hoplites have. Double Military Academy from Grass. Minotaur charging across the map here. Patacatl is on the way as the warrior priests, well... It's a sad state for him, but he is not going to be able to cut grass today. 5.2 with the relic is quite insane. We're going to be able to see exactly what it is shortly. You already have a bonus speed. You already have bonus speed on your infantry or on your hoplites as Zeus. 5.2. Patacatl over onto this side does drop, or B drops his Agave Bloom. Bolting the bunny rabbit there as he's trying to beat down this wall. In comes now the Heracles. I'm not sure about this as the Minotaur can get chased down by those warrior priests very, very simply, easily. No problems. And B is in a full chase down as that Minotaur... Well, he should not have been there. Let's just say that much. That is not the place to be if you're a Minotaur. As... Now B's micro going to start up. Great control with those warrior priests, bringing those back. But the hoplites are so strong. They've got more speed than the warrior priests. Onto the front here as well. B does something a little spicy. He swaps the lumber camp or the lumber cow pulley onto the front. So there is a little bit of defense where that's concerned. Hoplites to come through. Going to break down these houses, doing what they can. Hoplites over here pulling back. And Grass just wants past this position. I don't think he's going to get there. 3 villagers repairing is damage getting dealt. Not only is it the cost of repairing the house in of itself, but it's also idle time for the villagers. As Grass continuing to apply pressure with these hoplites, he's going to be pulling all the way back now after getting a lot of early game damage done. Villagers going to come forward, happily eating hunt here. As double, a Noble's Hut and a War Hut down for B. I like this positioning here. A lot of players would just put their military buildings almost willy-nilly trying to defend their base or whatever. But B, no, he knows that Zeus can just kill these off. So putting them safely underneath his town center gives him a nice opening here. As the hoplites swinging around onto the top side, but... B sees all of that. If Grass wanted to sneak this, he could have gone all the way around and then in. But even so, there's no weaknesses in the B position for the moment. Now the Ocelot Warriors, they're coming through. And Grass behind this. Oh, I love this. Is he going Heroic Age? I love this. The speed from the hoplites means it's so hard for B to leave his base, but B doesn't need to leave his base. Grass, on the other hand, can't really stop B from going Heroic Age here, but he can continue to pressure and get damage done and run in and run out. Because of that grass cutting sword, he's able to do all of this pressure. And from here, he says, all right, I can't kill you. I'm not going to stop your Heroic Age, but I can go Heroic Age myself. So both players are going to be able to get there. There's going to be access to Peltas. Did the relics get picked up from Grass? No. 3DB does still have himself super Eagle Warriors in this game. Really, really strong Eagle Warriors are going to be coming. But Dionysus will be in for Grass, and we're going to be seeing the Archery Rangers. There's also a stable coming up here as well from Grass. Whether he builds Hippias or not, I don't know. But Dionysus, Thracian horses, even without Hermes, it's still fine. It's still good to build Hippias if your opponent is going to be allowing it. As in come the Ocelot Warriors. They see their opportunity to get some damage done. Diving in to pick off the villagers here as the hoplites come back. And those Ocelot Warriors might end up getting chased down and losing their lives. These aren't really the units you can use to get damage done here. But that being said, they can jump away. And you use that special like this, and they will be able to get away. Even with this one, you can just jump that one away, keep it alive, and it's fine. Behind this now, we will see Koyal Zhaokui coming through, and the nobles' huts will be getting dropped down. As the villagers will move down onto this granary over here, Hydra comes through, and Kimichin's spy over here going to be bailing for this, as Grass does manage to note the trap there, and this Kimichin spy will go down, but there are going to be some units charging in over onto this side. Finding the Hydra is big. Every time you pick off that myth unit, that's so big, especially with bronze on the cards here. This is such a big unit. I think people are starting to realize exactly how strong the Hydras are as B comes in, picks off a villager, and just runs back over onto this side. He's getting chased away by these units as well. As looks like B's warrior priest raids have ended. And we actually see some coyote warriors getting built out here from B right away. Obviously needs those to deal with Peltast. And there's a pretty cool upgrade or god power here for Quetzalcoatl, which is called Tailwind, which boosts the speed of all these units. As Grass turns around, in comes the Starfall. To some degree, you can sit inside of this because of restoration, but you almost want to wait till much later on, as the Tsitsimiddles will get pulled out over onto this side. They're going to bail out over onto this position. We've also got the Tajipla coming through for some mass damage, but all the units of B are ending up dying as Tailwind gets dropped down. He wants to kill every villager he possibly can. 2 villagers go down. 3 villagers go down. 4 villagers go... Nope, that 4th one managed to get back into the town center as the Heracles in to get this damage done, but B attacking a house, that's not what he wants to do. He does have the speed to get out of here at 5.3. 3 villagers down. Heracles chasing the Tsitsimiddle in the main base. That one's out of there. And the excitement now is done. But some serious damage there was done from B. Grass without restoration now kind of hurts. But he's still got bronze. He's still got Peltas. He's still got a big idea to try and hit a second gold mine that's going to be needing to be defended momentarily here from B. Did B get his upgrade? No, he just built a bunny. You have to remember the B game plan is spend all my resources. It's a good way to play the game. If you can macro well, you can beat anyone. Favor is a resource. Food, just as much as food, wood, and gold is. And B's game plan is let's just spend them resources. He could put a a warrior priest onto the temple as well if he wanted to. But for the moment, no myth units coming through from grass. Hoplites checking out up onto the top side. Sneaking around over here into the main base as well. And we'll see when B reacts to this. He's got the tower here that he can use to escape. And a quick reaction from B, but... one villager. No villagers going down from that movement from grass is kind of insane. And that goes to show you how high the level is right now. As into the main base, grass gets pushed back too. The its middle goes down, but this one bunny rabbit, vicious bunny rabbit, gets in, gets out. To the top side, the its middle gets pushed back there as well, as these hoplites are going to swing up onto the top. Maybe come and hit the gold mine. We'll have to wait and see. The villagers for grass now coming over onto this gold mine. It does get spotted by the smoke trap. Is there another angle here for B inside of a big villager sacrifice? Who knows? Up onto the top side, the its middle is back in for more damage. Hoplites will try and deal this one. Another villager goes down. The advantage for B in economy is just big right now. He's got a big advantage in economy. But there's still a heroic age power spike for grass, which he doesn't have to rush towards. But the longer he waits behind on economy like this, the harder it gets. As the Coyote Warrior is going to charge into the main base looking for some Vil picks too. Hoplites popping up. We do see Octopactly infusions to come through. There's more Eagle Warriors to come in. Eagle Warriors. Oh, what a movement from B. No, he would kill off a ton of villagers, and he does split up here. But this might end up with him losing the Great Temple. The villagers over here going to get targeted down. Over onto this side, dealing with the Coyote Warriors. There's a lot of stuff going on here as the villagers are falling. But does this matter is the big question. Bronze gets dropped down. Units pulling back. These villagers all going to be losing their lives as the Great Temple will fall. There's 16 villagers inside this Great Temple, mind you. As the villagers finally pull back from this side, but Grass pulls away half of his Peltash to try and deal with this. Villagers pop out trying to repair it up as Grass desperately trying to tear this Great Temple down. He's not able to do so. Turns onto the villagers to try and take those out as the Eagle Warriors are doing a ton of damage. And a perfect decision from 3DB to say, I've got a fortress up. What are you going to do? Yeah, you've got the Zeus. Yeah, you've got the Hoplites. Yeah, you got the Bronze. But you got to defend your gold mine. And Grass didn't do that. If you had a fortress up over here and then pushed, maybe that's a completely different game. Maybe B can't do anything and he just loses right on that moment. But first game goes to B. He is a terrifying opponent for literally anyone to play because he's just so mechanical, so strong. Grass got off to a great start here. He kind of just fell to pieces a little bit in that mid game. We'll see if that's going to continue through today or if Grass is going to be able to turn it back for the next game. Let's jump to the drafting menu and have a look. Alrighty then, our next game is going to be a Thor versus Kronos on Ghost Lake. Kind of a spicy one, to be honest. I do quite like Norse into Chronos, but you really have to know exactly how to play it. I think that the sort of soup, Pegasus Rush, sort of crag hack development of Norse has really helped to sort of deal with the early game Chronos problems. Like the Herser popping out and early on, and that can help defenders, plus some buffs as well. But there's still other issues behind that you have to solve, like Hero Caraballister, Valid Caraballister. So you also need to be very, very quick to get into your raiding cavalry. Okay. So 2 minutes until our game number 2. I mean, generally speaking, winning every single game in a series is very, very difficult at this level. In games where one mistake leads to losses, and one pressure point leads to a loss, oftentimes, it's very, very tough to make the to get the wins. But Thor versus Kronos, I mean, I think Grass is going to be very, very happy with this matchup. Could be a 2 gold mine Ghost Lake. Kronos from B, he hasn't had the success that he once had a while ago with this god. He just really hasn't. I'm almost surprised he picks Kronos over picking Aranos here as well. But I guess while we are wandering through today, let me remind you guys, we are on the front page of Twitch at the moment. So there's a lot of players coming in from different walks of life. Let them know about the good news that is Age of Mythology and what makes this game so good. I mean, you can just watch it and you can figure it out for yourself. It's pretty bloody exciting. We are currently in the middle of our final day of the road to Athens. One final player needs to be found. Soup is waiting in the finals. Grass or 3DB to meet him. Who's going to make it? That's the big question. Let's jump into game number 2 and see if Grass can level this series. In we go to Ghost Lake. And off to the races we go. Into the left side of the map. B does spawn in. He does drop a mana. And this automatically means we aren't going to be watching a straight Chronos Rush from B. But it is a 1 gold mine Ghost Lake. As over onto this side for Grass, we'll see how he's going to go with this early game build order. Everyone's got their own version of this. But sending a Gatherer over to gold is strange. And in a sort of situation where you almost want to have as much sorted out as you possibly can, as much efficiency, that's not good for Grass. All right, let's check out the relics over onto this side. We've got the Hecate's Torch, Blood Power Recharge going down a little bit. It's going to be actually quite nice for Grass for potential extra Dwarven gold mines later on in the game. Scales of a Catobla Pass over here, not the most important thing in the world. Wuhao Bow of Huang Di is always going to be nice, especially for those Caraballister, actually. You got to remember, they can be very, very strong. And then finally, over onto this side, Trojan Gate Hinge. A nice relic there, actually, for the Norse. But also, you know, Cronus players are going to have to drop walls in this matchup as well. That's going to help out where that's concerned, too. As Temple up now for grass, he's going to get himself going. Does he go for the early Herser or not is the big question. I mean, to some degree, did he scout? It's kind of hard to scout with... You know what? No, it's not. Easy. You can run straight across the map and then run straight back. He did find himself a pretty decent amount of goats for Norse on this map, as well as 3DB's only got himself 9 for the time being. Temple is getting time shifted forward over onto the left side of the map here. So he's going to be looking for some early pressure into this main base. This Forseti is slowly coming through for grass, but it's Forseti versus Prometheus, and it's basically the same time where that's concerned. So I think there's not going to be any real massive pressure here. I think grass is going to be fine getting through the early stages of this game. But I guess the real big question is, what is the actual plan here for 3DB? He normally has something up his sleeve. Prometheans will pop out. I imagine as soon as they pop out, he time shifts this back home because it's a little bit dangerous. Going for the town center. Well, this here is basically exactly what grass wants to play versus. If there's anything that grass wants to play versus, it's this. And immediately the Ursa coming across the map is going to be scouting this fact. As the town center gets started, will he spot it? He sees an oracle over there, so a little bit of a distraction as the Prometheans, well, they don't get much done. As the oracle gets pulled back, it can get heroized there as well, as this citizen will get pulled over onto this spot. 2 citizens here is really strange, though, and he does run the oracle in, as grass will spot exactly what he's up against. Town center going up. There is back caribou. There is going to be the gold mine here. Now, the question here, the main question here for 3DB is going to be, will grass go all in, or will grass swap villagers over to wood and put his own town center up right now? If I'm playing this from the side of, if I'm playing this as grass, I'm thinking, let's just drop a town center. I'm fine playing slightly behind economically versus Kronos. I just am. As the Promethean offspring does fall. Cheeky little deconstruction there. And I mean, now you almost want to go for the town center, right? He just gave you everything that you wanted. He's going to swap into a Dwarven Armory first and foremost. Drops himself the Healing Spring on the front. And 3DB, well, he gets himself his counter barracks and he gets Catapulty, and I imagine straight away after that, it's going to be Carabalsta. Now, on top of this, one extra idea would be to come over and actually drop a wall across to this side. As the Herser sneak through, looking for any little bits of damage, as this one oracle does get spotted. So a little bit of damage coming through for grass. And his Great Hall gets rebuilt as the upgrades are slowly going to start coming in for that Dwarven Armory. Every upgrade he gets is an extra dwarf. So it keeps him somewhat equal here. But I just don't... I mean, of course, this is the grass school of Norse. He doesn't like playing not aggressive. If he gets to be the aggressor, he's happy. But I don't understand doing this versus 3DB. I don't understand doing this versus Kronos as Thor. If the Kronos says, hey, let's go into a boom war, as Thor, you say, all right, that's fine. Let's do that. Carabalista getting that damage done over here. Valor not in just yet, as the Herser trolls doing what they can. The Herser coming onto this side. Can he pick off this one? Nope, he can't. He cannot, but with the Valor in, he does continue charging after it. Manages to take that out as the villagers will need to pull back. A couple of Herser getting taken out as the villagers are incredibly strong here.
Yo.
And the Hersa will chill up onto this top side, but he kind of has to retreat back home and heal those as he pulls all the low HP Hersa out of here. Catapult is trying to chase those down. There's going to be a ways away to get there. As grass is just preventing this hunt from getting grabbed. Of course, there's still all of this herdables and things in the main base, so it's not super simple to get a food staff here, but the main thing that B needs is just going to be Caraballister and a front line for them, first and foremost. He pulls back here. Another Caraballister in, picks off one. Another technology that's super important here is that Heart of the Titans. So you can just convert into a hero and it's all fine. So the troll gets left for dead. Oh, nice dodge. Oh, no, didn't dodge, but doesn't matter. Who was going to valor that? Caraballister anyways, as up onto the top side. In comes the villagers. A deconstruction on this position wouldn't be a terrible idea either, just to make sure that no berserks come through and harass his villagers. But anyways, now walls are coming up and walls behind Caraballister. There's nothing better than that. Behind this, you have to imagine the only way forward for grass here is going to be a flaming weapons timing attack, which is scary, but I really like the position for 3DB here. If you're a grass fan and you see what grass is doing here, I really like B's position. See another counter barracks coming up. Heroic Age is on the way. Potentially a Heroic Age for B can come through as well, which is chaos, and that stops any sort of all-in. As in comes the Hersa. A little bit too late as the villagers finish up on those berries here. Caraballister into the main base for that defense as the market on the backside there will get targeted down. Catapult is coming through. And Caraballister to get a little bit of damage in as they try and chase down these Hersa. Does he have ballistics? No ballistics, and is a little bit sad. But he gets the damage done onto those Hersa as they all get out of there. You also have to remember there's that Wu Hao Bow of Huang Di in, which gives a snare onto those Caraballisters, so they can also shoot and scoot by themselves, which is really, really strong. There's the armory now coming up for B. I have to imagine he's going to try and get a Heroic Age in. Look at how beautiful this defensive building placement is for 3DB. Like, I got to say, I can tell he's been playing a lot of different Age of Mythology players when I'm watching this. This is not something that you would see very often from someone who is not well versed in the Age of Mythology defensive game plans. It's just a thing of beauty, if you ask me. It's impossible to attack this. Double walls coming down as well, as B is just so confident. How is he picking Rhea here, though? He is so confident that he's going to be able to hold whatever grass throws at him here. What does Rhea give him? Super Catapulties? I don't even know. This is wild. This doesn't even make sense to me. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Deconstruction getting dropped out. That's just being annoying now, isn't it? It's a waste of favor, to be honest, but fine. As the gold mine in the main base gets finished up to the top one. This one's also going to be getting perfectly grabbed as an Oracle hero does go down. The villager's going to pull through this wall over here. Catapulties are through. Ursa, Battle Boar making their way across the map. Militarily speaking, it's advantage. It's just an advantage for B. He's sitting behind his walls. I mean, a hill fort getting dropped down here and trying to target this all down. You look at this and you go, what do I do? Killing off the main town center is almost the only weakness that I'm seeing in B's position. And now pallets coming up for 3DB. Into this spot comes the raiding cavalry as the catapulties. They are over here and they will attempt to get somewhat of some damage done. Picks off one raiding cavalry. The other one's going to get back. Now we see the town center up for grass, which is why I circle back to my earlier statement, which was, aren't we just happy playing a 2 town center game versus Kronos as Thor? That's always been my take on the matter, but Grass is full send, trying to exert pressure, but Grass, he doesn't have a position that he can really manage to make this happen on. The one idea that he has here is to stop the bleeding, economically speaking, by dropping a town center, and then putting everything in to deleting this gold mine. But if I'm B here and I have an inkling that that's what's happening, stop building units and we just go through Atlas, and there's no possible way that the Thor is going to be able to catch up on economy. Couple more military buildings though coming down as Grass yet again back in, trying to get his way into this position. Grass, I mean, if you pick off the wall, then what happens? The wall just gets rebuilt. One thing that B could do if he really wants to is just drop a stone walls there as well, and then he's never going to get hit. Third town center though coming up for Grass. I guess this is another idea. You're basically accepting that you're behind by quite a bit. And to some degree, it's almost fine to be behind versus Kronos. It's kind of normal to be behind versus Kronos. Kronos' army is generally not that strong. So if you can at least get yourself to full population, doesn't matter that you're behind by, say, 5,000 resources, because you can kill off a 5,000 resource army without losing a 5,000 resource army. But in this situation, it's just such a crazy economic difference. And B, well, he's got to be careful is the only thing. One of the weaknesses of B's army is that it's got Karaballister in it. And not that Karaballister are by any means weak, but they are just immobile. 3.8 speed. But the palace is up. The B-man getting his next gold mine. And we will see what happens next. As a 4th town center from Grass. This is really, really interesting. I actually love... the more I've seen this, the more I'm watching this, the more I'm loving Grass's reaction to this whole situation. Grabbing this town center... Now he's going to be catching up on economy. He's still behind. It's probably going to be a mythic age soon from B. But B needs to do something now. He has just been alerted to the fact that this army is not getting built. He's not getting all in. In fact, he's getting anti-all in. As the raiding cavalry over here spot these units out, the fanatics are through, so there is going to be a need for a lot of thrown axemen, as B does have 2 temples, so he's going to be able to get those oracles through. And of course, B can easily take this down. There's no way for Grass to really defend this position, but this here is a distraction at the very least. It's here. And he's going... Okay, I am... This is wild from Grass. He's also getting a mythic agent. He's so far behind on eco, but he hasn't spent anything really on... Actually, you know what? This is the problem. I don't understand this game at all. And I don't understand this game in the sense that this score does not tell the full story of this game. Wait, hold on. How are the armory upgrades looking? Maybe that tells me. Now, this score does not tell the story of this game. Grass here... He's going mythic age. And he's basically got equal military. I mean, he's behind on military resource diff at the moment, but he should be not only behind on military resource diff, but he should also be behind on everything because he's been so far behind on eco for so long. Did B not get economic upgrades? Not really. He missed a couple of them. That's kind of a big deal. The grass also, he does have his. He's missing one, but he doesn't really need shaft mine with those dwarves. As the portal ram's going to be hitting this side. Hill Fort's coming up onto the left side, as this is where all the gold mines are, with grass grabbing this side first and then securing the left side. He might get the gold mine situation that he's after. But B is still playing defense as if he is the defender at the moment. He isn't the defender. He has to make something happen here. He's about to be up against Tier. That's going to hurt his economy. He's about to be up against, well, I don't even, just like crazy Norse. Norse sitting on the left side, Norse sitting on the right side. There goes the trader to steal away a battle boar as Fimbulwinter gets dropped down. And it's been 18 minutes of defense as now Grass says it's time to make this happen, sniping the citizen over onto this side. The battle boards are going to go down here. B says, no, we are fighting, right? Surely. He doesn't have any way to push. He's got no way to push here. Grass waiting for the engagement. He's got to be so careful versus those Caraballas, though. Those infantry are going to get melted. And one thing that's for certain is Grass can't lose an army here. Not at all. As the army of B back and forth, still not able to make anything happen. Trying to get to the Mythic Age himself, as we will see a Dwarven Gold Mine getting dropped. Not sure exactly where he put that, but over here. I must say, I'm not sure I'm a fan of that one just yet. If he can come and grab this gold mine first, he should. As over onto this side, B does manage to hold. But this I thought this game was over. There's still flaming weapons remaining here. But B has got all of this defense completely locked up that it's so hard to find an angle for flaming weapons. But I'll tell you what the angle is, and it might sound crazy. I've said it a million times. I'm gonna let's just put it out there for one little angle here. Berserk Rock. Especially with Helios coming through. What's Berserk Rock, you guys ask? It's Ragnarok, except you make Berserks. It's Ragnarok, but you make Berserks. We're seeing Dwarven weapons come through. The idea here is, once this gold mine expires, once Vortex gets dropped onto wherever it is, you just convert all of your economy into Berserks and you go and lock down this position. Up onto the top side, Grass is saying, nope, not today. You will be losing this position. Over onto this side, the Catapulties will actually be able to take out those Yalls. As the Behemoth going down. Over onto this side, Hillfort coming up. As we do see a bit of an attempt at an attack over on this position. But the units here, they need to be doing something. Yeah, they are on an attack move, but they're kind of a bit confused. And the town center for 3DB goes down. As the citizens fall, Helios is yet to come in. It's just about to come in, excuse me. But if he vortexes, he gets hit with flaming weapons, right? I'm so confused as to why we didn't see Atlas here. In comes the vortex over onto this position. He needs to defend this spot because he needs this gold mine. He also needs this town center as well. As the Hecagigantes are going to be quite big here. There's 265 favor in the bank for Grass. As the town center almost gets finished up here for Grass, he's going to be able to go up to full population. More buildings over there. Trying to beat his way over onto this side as the great migration of citizens ends up starting as off B goes. And this does get somewhat spotted by Grass as the Yalls are coming through. Up onto the top side, the Hecagigantes say no to the town center. And actually, Grass has lost a lot of units here. Palace gets up. The citizens make their way over. One trader comes in onto the portal ram. This B is going to continue to desperately hold on to this position, but he will get onto this gold mine, which he desperately needs. On the side of grass, he's still got a little bit of gold here. This gold mine obviously very much alive, and he's got the dwarven mine with many, many more afterwards. As a palace will get dropped onto this side, many palaces over here are probably going to be needed, as the double, triple layered walls are also going to be something super important over onto this side. In comes the vortex. Flaming weapons will get dropped down, but I don't know if this is actually going to be a winnable fight for grass. There's a huge Hecagigantes smash there into the ground, trembling everything, converting what this hill even looks like. Fanatics are going to be dominating the position versus all of those berserks, and the Karabalas on the back just aren't dying here. But the portable rams do take out one palace, and I mean, even after the flaming weapons is over, there's still going to be economy for grass. Grass has taken the score lead. He's at 98 villages. B, on the other hand, he's going to have to start thinking about a trade route. He's getting himself coinage. Up to the top side, town center getting torn down as grass needs some sort of generalist unit to deal with these siege weapons. You can't build catapultes, you can't build Karabalas, you can't build Turma to beat up the portable rams here. You need Murmillos. Fanatics are kind of okay, but you need Murmillos or you need Gontarius. Or you need Bithune. As over onto this bottom side comes the destroyers to take this position out. We'll see a couple of markets coming up for B as these units are going to pull back ever so slightly. Another vortex to come through from B as he's going to try and find a win on this fight. I think he will be able to win the fight here, as grass still, I mean, he's at full population. He's flooding in onto this spot. He's going to take the high ground with the Ilford, then take the settlement as well. And it looks like 3DB, after such a great start, a great defense, a great game plan, he was beaten by such a good decision from Grass. This is a masterclass in adaptability from Grass. I thought this game was done. I thought it was over. I had no, like, if you would, I'm not a betting man. I don't bet. I don't gamble. But I might have put money on B winning this game if you showed me that position. I thought Grass was just going to say, well, I'm screwed. Let me try and kill him and then click flaming weapons and then lose everything. Thought that's what was going to happen. But Grass said, you know what? What if I just drop 4 town centers? If he's going to go, it makes perfect sense when you actually think about it. If he goes Karabalas to Catapultes, he's got 0 pushing power. Now, what B could have done, if he'd realized what was going on, is he could have actually gone into Prometheans. And then all of a sudden, it goes from him having 0 pushing power to him actually having all the pushing power he needs in the world. But he didn't realize, I don't think he realized what happened. And he was just like, I'm just winning. Yay, I can just sit here and win the game. Never, ever can you just sit here and win the game at this level of Age of Mythology. Let's jump back into the drafting menu and see what game number 3 is going to bring us. All right, our next matchup. This one's going to be fun. I'm excited about this matchup here. It's on Midgard. If you're taking a look at this god pool, what would you expect the matchup to be? Come on, guys, in the chat, Twitch chat. What matchup would you expect this to be? I'm really excited about this one. Of course, you would expect it to be something like Hades Frere, right? Right? Hades Frere. That, you know what? Don't try and be weird about it. We all know what you think it's going to be. Don't try and be weird because you're wrong. I'm just kidding. It's Uranus versus Susanoo. Uranus Susanoo. This is a matchup I haven't seen one time, but Uranus has been an amazing god on Midgard since release. We saw players trying to make it work and losing to the likes of the Mister, Recon, and they're Greeks, and they said, well, we're just going to play Greek then if we can't beat him. But the real reality of it is Uranus has always been good here. But Susanoo is a god that has got so much power, so much firepower. We'll see how it goes. I don't know what this matchup even looks like. I've never seen this before. And I would be surprised if these guys have seen this matchup as well. I mean, when you think about it, they might have played Uranus versus Susanoo on land before, but on water? There are currently in Age Mythology 23 gods, I think. I get it always confused. It's 8 plus 3 times 5? Egyptian, Atlantean, China. Yeah. So yeah, 23. There's 23 gods. And you have to learn 23 factorial matchups. Of course, you don't have to learn the mirrors because you can't have a mirror in this tournament, but it's a lot of matchups. And then you have to times that by 2 for water. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in this one. Of course, it's 23 factorial. Or is it 23 plus? It's 23 factorial except it's pluses. I don't know what that's called. 23 plus 22 plus 21 and goes down. 23 times 22? Close enough. Whatever. Let's jump into game number, whatever this is, number 3. And we will watch Mirage. No, Midgard. Look, guys, my map just isn't that good. I tried. In the left-hand corner of the map, Susanoo for 3DB. On top side of the map, Grass playing as Uranus. We are on the map Midgard for game number 3 here. Currently neck and neck for the semifinals. It's not going to be easy. No one is going to make it easy at this point, but Uranus versus Susanoo. We've kind of got the base game God Power Spammage God versus the DLC God Power Spammage God. Always a fun matchup here with Uranus versus Susanoo. So we'll see how it's going to go. The tricky part here is that B is going to want to make Samurai. And Grass is going to want to make Mamillo. Generally speaking, on water maps, you have such an incredible spammage of or income of food that allows you to spam your food-based myth units, food-based human units quite a lot. So that's why you see the gods that have got really strong infantry on this map more often than not. So gods like Uranus, gods like Amaterasu, gods like Zeus, gods like Thor, should be gods like Set, but for whatever reason, nobody likes building spearmen. I guess spearmen aren't the best of an infantry unit. But anyways, those are the gods that you normally see on these water maps because they can make full use of it. On top of that, with the extra food income and the extra favor income that comes from being Susanoo, there is some pretty scary Oni shenanigans that can be done here for 3DB. And he wants to go for Fujin as well on the fact that he probably wants to make those horse archers. So I wouldn't be surprised to see something like Inari Okami, Fujin, and for a Oni mid game, even with the fact that Uranos can make all those hero units, because he's still going to be wanting to make samurai as well. So very food heavy army, but you've got all the food income you like. For those of you wondering exactly what's happening today, this is the semifinals, and then there is going to be, after this series, this is a best of 5. After this series, we have a 15-minute break, and then we do watch the finals. As this is the second semifinals, Soup is waiting in the wings for the winner of this series. Let's check out the relics over onto this side. The Titan's Treasure up onto that top side, making age ups a little bit cheaper. Over onto this one, got the Eye of Horus for some extra population. We have seen that relic be very impactful throughout today's games. Shannon's Okra Whip is unfortunately not the most important of relics. And onto the bottom side, the Black Lotus there for the villagers. Gather aid for farms, becoming a little bit better. So double relics for farms on a water map is always sad. Meanwhile, grass is over onto this right side. Fishing ship situation looks relatively equal. 6 fishing or 9 fishing spots, 15 over here. Same sort of deal for Grass, but Grass does traverse a much further distance to drop his docks over here as he's going to try and grab all of these positions. And this is something that I have noticed from B that he kind of doesn't value very much. And he probably should. He doesn't try and get those extra fishing spots in. And Grass is just going to keep pumping fishing ships until he has all of the spots grabbed. Meanwhile, the Oracle Hero to come over and grab the Titan's Treasure. A quick heroic gauge for a little bit cheaper is going to be nice. It's also just a little bit of favor as well. And I would be surprised to see anything other than 2 or 3 military barracks getting dropped immediately here for Grass. You could consider going straight into counter barracks, but I don't think that's Grass's game plan ever. He drops 2 military barracks, off to the races he goes. Still has to get himself Purse Sane on the side of B. He's going to grab that Purse Sane himself. He gets the upgrade for his Kitsune and his myth units in general as the game will continue along. What's this game? This game is called Age of Mythology. I'm sure the amazing Age of Mythology Twitch chat community will help you guys out rather than being by leaving you out to dry. I'm sure they will. Ask all the questions you like.
もう準備はできてるわ。
There's now Samurai slowly starting to come through for B. Military barracks getting himself the Mamillos in. And of course, there is also frontline heroics coming. That's a... Wow. That's a commitment into Mermillos. I said he was going to go Mermillos, right? But the problem with him going Mermillos is B has literally matched the Mermillos. And unlike on a land map where, well, to put it bluntly, unlike on a land map where the samurai are much less value because you can't get as many of them out. Carnivora comes in, picks off the samurai, and you live the dream. Unlike that situation, well, this is going to be much, much harder for Grass to break through without building Karabalista. So he needs a counter barracks as well. Meanwhile, over onto this side, a little bit of harassment from the servant as the Mamillos will pull back and B just charging forward because he knows he wins this fight. Taking out 1 Mermillo there. 2 Mermillos here as well. Does he get the kill? Yes, he does. And also behind this, we're seeing Raijin. I'm a bit surprised on the Raijin. I guess he just wants the stronger samurai because he's almost metagaming that Grass is going to go full send on Mermillos, which is what's happening. As we see the Samurai turning, Carnivora will get dropped down. He has to pick off one of the full HP Samurai. He goes for the low HP one. Not super ideal, but the rest of the Samurai are going to go down. And, well, Grass does get... Wait, hang on. How fast is that? I had no idea that was that fast. What's the cooldown? Is it really 5 seconds? No way. Since when? Someone explain. Has it always been 5 seconds? That thing's OP. Does he have a relic? Nope. That's crazy. I never knew that. Anyways, Heroic Age is now in, and in comes the Yuumi Horse Archers. Now, there is still this really big tech of Swampland plus Thunderburst, but I imagine Grass here is just going to go full Murmillo Heroes. He even drops another military barracks, but I imagine it's going to be into Contarius next. But full Murmillo Heroes and frontline Heroics, and that's going to kind of make Swampland and Thunderburst useless later on. Over onto this side, Honengyo going to be coming in, and unfortunately B does not grab the ultimate technology here, which is really important for the Honengyo, which is the Ivory Netsuke technology, which gives a little bit of gold for damage when myth units do that damage. As B comes in, picks off the Carnivore in the middle of the map. And of course, the other thing that Grass can do here is he can go with Sky Passages on the right side, Sky Passage on the left side, Sky Passage over here. He can put 3 all over the place and be completely fine. As now in comes the Heroic Age. We will see immediately heavy cavalry to come through. And I imagine there's also going to be Heroic Renewal shortly. The Grass playing with fire over here without having the Sky Passages up already is very, very strange. Now in comes Ivory Netsuke. Honengyo going down over onto this side. Honengyo over onto this side. Wow. That's a lot. He's got 7 Honengyo. In comes the Swampland. In comes the Thunderburst. The Honengyo are everywhere. They're dominating that water. But the Ivory Netsuke is so late. He's lost so much value where that's concerned. But doesn't matter, as he's going to pick off so many fishing ships. And now I think Grass is in trouble. Look at that Bushido in as well. He's already up to heavy. Well, the one thing here that B's got now, and he should be looking for a big fight, is he's got Chaos, he's got Shockwave, and he's got another Carnivora, and he should be thinking about his Heroic Renewal. He can pick off a whole bunch of villages. He can equalize here, but he needs to kill off those villages as he sneaks over onto this bottom position. We've got those Honengyo just continuing to clean up fishing ships all over the place. And here comes the cavalry. Here comes the Murmillo. And those villages down to the bottom side. No transport ships or anything to help out. There's the rest of these units of B coming in over onto this side. Contarius is going to just continue to charge after them as they turn back over onto this position. B smartly says, I don't need to take the fight. Let me run. Chaos is going to be a problem. Transport ship comes through. Oh. And the villagers do get the safety. The transport ship! The transport ship! Okay, Kusanagi does get dropped down. There goes the Chaos. Carnivora gets dropped as well. Satyr's in onto the backside as the Raiju trying to hold on here. More Raiju are going to be coming through as the hero units will pick off one Raiju on the back, but is that going to be enough? The Raiju Lightning comes in. Is there enough stuff here for 3DB or not? Remember, he's got plenty of food income versus Grass, who has got none. So even if he loses this fight, it's still kind of fine for him. As he pulls back with the transport ship. It's still chilling over here. Transport ship coming in. B. Oh, got to be careful. Still not able to quite get back out into the middle of the map. But meanwhile, into this middle, the gold situation for B is a little bit dire. And then go over here as well. Still got a little bit more damage they can do, but B's a little bit preoccupied as Grass now has full map control. And the issue of effectively just like not having gold has now become very, very real. And then will make their move over onto this position, taking out some fishing ships. As the villagers make their way over onto the left side. Bait and switch, but the Oracle is still chilling here, so he can kind of see the villagers on that gold mine. But it's a little bit of gold here for B goes a very, very long way. Though the problem is, how do you deal with those satyrs on the back? Another tier of Bushido is not that close here, but he is getting a lot of it very, very quickly, especially because he's killing the fishing ships up onto the top side. Villagers shanking away over on this position, trying to keep themselves going as the Contarios get back on to the villagers there, taking them off that gold mine. And Grass manages to take game number 3 with some very, very devastating pushing. The B game plan here to go in onto the Hanengyo. I just don't. I like the idea, but I feel like if he went for Fujin here over Raijin, he would have done so much better. Because then he could make the one. He could use the Smiting Gust to counter up the army, and then he can, or even send the army into the main base. And then he can swampland and deal with it, keep his villagers alive, and things like that. But that there was a dominating Aranos game from Grass. Even though he lost the water, you got to be careful because that's not everything. Of course, the economy matters. You can take a look here at this post game and see the resources here for 3DB catching up, probably going to get into an advantage if he didn't take all that damage. But if you lose the water, but you also, if one player loses the water, the other player loses the gold, the winner will always be the player who managed to push off of the gold. Let's jump back over into the drafting menu and see what game number 4 is going to bring us. Alrighty. Game number 4. Another water map is going to be coming. We are going to Budapest. And we are yet again seeing Grass trying his ISIS out for size. I don't have link. All right, yes, I do. Saw this on the front page. What is it? Is it like Age of Empires 2? Yes! This is actually the sequel to Age of Empires 2. This is the game that came after Age of Empires 2, Age of Mythology. It's basically Age of Empires 2, except we've got god powers, mythological units, and every single civilization has got a unique building and unit roster with unique bonuses, unique everything. Alrighty. And I guess on top of that, this is the sort of premier tournament for this year for Age of Mythology Retold. We are going to a LAN event in Athens, Greece, to scale Mount Olympus and appease the gods, as it were. Alrighty. It's time now. Jump into game number 4. Let's go into Budapest and see if B can keep his tournament hopes alive. Let's check it out. And off we go off to the races for game number 4. Grass, after a shaky start, has delivered 2 very impressive wins. Now into game number 4, he picks Isis, a god that a lot of players have stopped playing, to put it bluntly. A lot of players aren't picking the Egyptians at the moment. It's very, very tough to be an Egyptian player in this tournament at the moment. I don't know exactly when it all changed, but a lot of players are coming around to that fact. Except for Grass. He's been very consistent with his idea that playing Isis on water is a good plan. So let's see how he's going to go. Docks up to the top here for Grass. He's going to be getting all of this fish onto the bottom side of the map as well. I imagine he's going to be sending a villager over there. One of the advantages here of playing Isis is that your fishing or your docks are only 50 gold. So they can drop down onto this side and make it all happen. 3DB on the other hand, he's playing Frere, who... There is one massive weakness here for Frere, but if you know, you should be able to deal with it. And that massive weakness is a fast thought. The only reason it's a weakness is because you want to go for A gear 9 times out of 10 with Frere in 9 times out of 10 matchups, maybe even 99 times out of 100 or 22 times out of 23 matchups. But against Isis, Bragi saves you against that fast mythic, because it gives you a threat to put massive pressure on with flaming weapons. It gives you an answer to the Migdol spammage inside of the Swine Array Herdman, and then it gives you a really big myth unit to run around the map and cause havoc inside of the battle ball. So we'll see how this all goes as more fishing ships to come through. We do see a dock up already from 3DB, but he does pick the wrong side of the water for that dock. Temple coming up into the main base now for 3DB, and this is actually a really, really big problem for B. Grass here is going to be living the dream. He has 2 docks. He has a monument up. That's a little bit on the strange side. Actually, he's got 3 docks here, and now a temple coming down. So very, very late advance for Grass coming through. But he will have all of his fishing ships coming out onto this side, slowly getting them. Only 3 villagers on wood as well. Keep that in the back of your mind. Normally, you start seeing 6 villagers on wood or so for the Egyptians, and you can also see the same sort of deal for 3DB. But B, heading to the classical age through Ulla. Comes up onto this side. Labra getting targeted down for the time being. He will be pulling away from that one. And Anubis now on the way for Grass, as well as another monument to come down. One thing that I've seen from Grass here is he wants to go for a far second town center here as well, which you can get into a lot of trouble if you do that versus Frere, because you've got portable RAM problems, and a whole bunch of other things that could potentially happen too. In comes the upgrades. First Sane, hand axe, pickaxe as well as up onto the top side. Immediately dropping the Asgardian hill fort to look to try and put the pressure up here, and that's spotted. And docks have a little bit more line of sight than everything else, but I mean, will he be able to deny this? Like Plague of Serpents or something to drop down here might be a good idea from Grass. We'll see if that's what he wants to do. The Anubite here can go and attack the main base. Can't really deny or do much against all those Hersa right away. And especially with Grass going for the second town center, I don't think that this is going to be... I don't think this is going to be much of a muchness for Grass to stop. Over onto this side. The ISIS second town center is going up. There's 2 back gold mines. There's a nice amount of hunt over here. And most of the time, you're very, very happy here as Frere to go into a boom war. At the very least, into a 2TC versus 2TC war against ISIS. Most of the time. So we'll see how it's all going to go. But the priest over here does end up falling. And the main base is going to have just a little bit of issues, as there's no real units to defend for the time being, as the Anubite dies mid-air. Tried to jump away, but you can't get away from the Ursa like that, as a priest falls. And now the villagers on this gold mine under attack. They turn for a little bit of damage. 1 villager down. Great dodging with the Ursa as well, as Grass doesn't re-micro that, and B gets out of there. Meanwhile, up onto the top side, the right side fish now going into the back pocket of 3DB. Cleans up this dock. Going to look for the other dock to take out as well. As pickaxe is going to be on the way for Grass. And I imagine the fishing ships will come through as well. Another dock actually for B. Grass can just take the docks down the bottom here and grab this fish down here, but I feel like he almost doesn't even know that that's an option. Losing this top fish doesn't really matter. Of course, you get a little bit of favor from attacking with the dragon ships and killing off all the fishing ships, but it doesn't really matter to just throw this away and just take the bottom side of the fish and be fine where that's concerned. But behind this now, Grass is going to the heroic age. He gets his market up. It's going to be Nephthys. And now in comes the prosperity. As B is still on 1 town center, right? So he is looking to get some real pressure in, trying to hit this main gold mine during prosperity. That hurts. There's a lot of time to get damage done here, as in comes the red units trying to take those guys out. Not going to be able to get any villager picks, but gets the idle time. And he says, all right, time to kill off your monument to the villagers and your monument to the soldiers, as Plague of Serpents get dropped down into the main base. Watchtowers comes down as well, but that's some big damage taken. And B also says, thank you very much for the snakes. I'll take a little bit more favor there before retreating, as his Servants of Glory tech does come through. Down the barracks are coming up for Grass. And he does charge back in for more favor. You can see he's up to 43 favor here. Does he have an armory? No. Does he have a market? It is coming through, so he will be able to advance to the next stage momentarily. You need an armory or a market to get to the heroic age. But B's going for A gear here. I don't know. It might work, but he also does need to be considering his own second town center. Another temple to come down basically means he wants mass myth units, so all the Burgresi in the world. As Grass on the other side, he's getting himself Spirit of Mart, which makes his priests cheaper. And he's also got the Nephthys upgrade funeral rites, as well as Nebti, to give himself a little bit more gold, a little bit more damage against myth units. So Siege Works coming up now. Does B not know about the... Oh. B doesn't realize he's playing against a 2-town center. He sees the Migdol. He doesn't know what he's playing against. Grass is about to... Well, Grass is kind of not actually even in front on economy. That's the problem, right? Because there's 16 fishing ships versus 8. So add 16 to the 31, add 8 to this, and you're basically equal. It's very, very close at the very least. So the advantage is only now going to start piling on for Grass as he slowly gets further ahead in villages. As the Berserks sneaking around onto the backside. They do spot some villagers here. Still hasn't seen the town center. Now he finally spots it, as he might realize what he's up against. What's the game plan here? Is the Berserks checking everything out? Loses his berserk there. Over onto this side, the Scorpion Man will get greeted by a couple of Herser as they get a couple of smacks off. As the main base now under attack. And B looking just a little bit lost here at the moment. Charges through the town center, going to try and take down this siege tower. And up onto this top side comes the Tempest in an attempt to hold this position. There's, of course, the Hill Fort helping out for the defense. And the Grass units need to pull. Grass doesn't even need to be making these attacks at the moment. He is pulling ahead in this game. I would expect him to sit back and just go Mythic Age 9 times out of 10 here, but he goes for the attack. Now he pulls back. Food is coming through. Gold is coming through. A Mythic Age is going to be in soon, but that was some nice favor in for 3DB. And now B can kind of go into Bergreezy. He can kind of go into a whole bunch of siege units, and he can make a big push here. Behind this, though, Osiris for Grass. Not Thoth. Not Thoth? I'm not sure I understand, but nonetheless, in comes the Rock Giant to try and get some more damage done. We haven't got the upgrade coming through at all. Now it's coming Granite more. That's a big boost of damage for and survivability for the Rock Giant in taking out buildings, as B is just full send to try and take out Grass. Does Grass change his town center? Yes, he does. Has stopped his villagers in this town center, but it's probably not going to matter for all too long. Grass is getting a little bits of damage done with his Camel Rider, but there's not a whole lot of else going on there, as B will take out the town center, but look at the difference on villagers. Grass just needs to sit here, not lose any villagers, and he should be fine. But B, on the other hand, if he just grabs 3 town centers now, he also should be fine. He's grabbing 1. He's got his Ghoul and Bursty still remaining, so a push back into that's not going to be simple. Camel Rider, Axeman, Chariot Archers, the whole 9 yards for Grass. Move on to this side, a little bit of a raid to come through as the Dwarf will pull back, and the Hill Fort is probably going to deal with this. Maybe. Loses a villager. Nice trade. Whenever you're in front on villagers and you pick off a villager, it's sort of worth even more to some degree. See Axeman in, and that scares B off. So he needs to throw an Axeman to deal with it. Now, he does have the Rock Giant. This is a big unit to help deal with this sort of a situation. It's one of the reasons why Freyr is so good versus Egyptian, is that, or just versus anyone who's got these Axeman type deals, like other Norse players will attest. It's very difficult to deal with like counter infantry when the majority of your army is infantry. As the Axeman turn around, get a little bit of damage, then pull back again. Osiris is now through, as Son of Osiris is going to get dropped down onto this position. In comes 3DB as he gets the taunt off. One mummy to come and help out, as all of these Axemen are going to get a whole bunch of damage done. And B says, all right, let's get out of here. Bergreezy getting targeted down. The rest of the units are going to be falling. The Son of Osiris ends that fight with 1,000 damage. But the MVP of that fight is all the Axemen. And the fact that the Bergreezy are a little bit late to the fight as well. To the top side now, B. Longhouse coming down. He's equalized basically on villagers. In fact, he's back in front on villagers because he's still got the fishing ship advantage. We're in for a very long game here, I think, because Grass, he needs to put a lot of pressure on, and B, he kind of just has to sit back and play defense. He's got double gold mines at the back. The big death ball coming in. Taking out that Son of Osiris is basically everything here. As B's got all the units. He's also got Ghoul and Bursty to help out. As he can drop that in, and he does drop that in. In comes the Ghoul and Bursty as the army of Grass needs to pull back here. But a good retreat from Grass. He should be able to get out of this spot, but the Son of Osiris getting sent to the back of the army. You got to be careful with that one. Berserk's trying to get through. They do manage to do a little something there as the Gulliver's. He's so slow trying to get in onto this spot. Berserk's doing what they can here. Herdmen are in as well as the Bergreezy. Now, or do they split off? Do they go and attack? The Axemen are back to doing all that damage because you need the Rock Giants on the front. The control from Grass is exceptional here, but B is continuing his march forward. But Greasy does end up falling. And the Thrown Axemen. Those are getting taken down here. We see the big taunts to come through. And B, well, he needs to figure out how he wants to deal with all those thrown action, because that's the big problem, as well as this Son of Osiris now, up to 3,300 damage. It's going to keep on piling up here. But the thing for Grass is, now he's on one town center. B is now skyrocketing in front on economy. In come the Rock Giants again. They get that big taunt down this time, and the Axemen seem to have all been dealt with. Onto the backside comes the Huskal, comes the Berserks. Great control from Grass yet again, as the Rock Giant's going to be dealing with those champion Camel Riders. We see more Berserks coming in, more Huskal, more everything, and B not able to win that fight, and he has to pull back yet again. A third town center. Oh, that's why he's losing the fight. Half of his army isn't there. He's grabbing a town center. He is grabbing a town center. Meanwhile, main town center under attack. Catapults coming through here. This is dangerous because it's a lot of population to spend. 10 population that's now not in the army, as the Huskal charge forward. Units up onto the top, waiting back. And you are seeing these armories slowly getting themselves the much needed armory upgrades through. Bronze weapons just about in. Bronze armor coming through. Ballistics on the way. Herdman coming in onto the backside here, trying to get a nice surround, but the army doesn't all clash at the same time. This is a big moment for Grass. He needs to win this fight, as the Herdman onto the backside, taking out the catapult. Huskal onto the backline as the Son of Osiris is surrounded here. 7,000 damage this big bad boy has done, but it's now dealt with. As the rest of these units, will it be enough? Both players are dropping on the population here. Will we see another game 5? The villagers on this side going onto this wood line is a wild decision. B pulls back. Temple coming up on the back. More Bergreezy now that the Son of Osiris is dealt with. Makes sense. The Grass has grabbed another town center onto this side. 71 villages to 72. It's 2 town centers apiece. Still very, very close game. Be continuing to look for these fights. I'd love for him to just start building some yalls or something as the Rock Giant comes through, gets that taunt in. Taking out the thrown axe on the back line is so important. Great pullback with the Bergreezy. But look at all of those minions getting built by just that one mummy there. This one mummy. It doesn't say it, but this one mummy has done so much for Grass in this game. And B is pulling back yet again, as Grass is motoring ahead, and he says, now it's time for a Migdol stronghold. Give me this position. And he is going to be taking the town center here momentarily. But I repeat, where are the Yalls? Picking off the mummy though. Do we see any other mummies in? Nope, no other mummies. So maybe now B might be able to push back. He's missing houses. He's missing population. The unit's trying to come through to defend. There's all these minions still sitting here, still getting damage up onto the top side. One cheeky little catapult going after the town center as the throwing axeman need to pull back. Is this all over for 3DB is the big question. He's still got an army. He's still got income. But the map is going over to Grass and Groom. Chariot archers coming through quickly. We got heavy chariots on the back, ballistics as well. And 3DB yet again trying to get in here. He can build houses. He's just not managing to remember, notice, I don't know. The chariot archers going down onto this side as the throwing axeman doing a lot of good damage here onto the backside. There's so many chariot archers though for Grass that all of these throwing axemen are just going to get obliterated. But what Grass needs first and foremost is axemen. He doesn't have that front line anymore. He's got 4 barracks. It's not enough. We've seen this from Matador. We saw this from Soup. You've got to get those military buildings in. Many, many, many military buildings in. There's never enough that you can build. 4 is not enough, that's for sure. He does also have 3 Migdol strongholds, which is a good amount for a fortress type building, but the barracks are much needed. Onto the backside now. Another hill fort for 3DB. Remember, this is Frey. This god can stay alive. If he stays alive, he becomes unbeatable. We've seen it happen many a time. Will it happen again is the big question. Be pulling back as the chariot archer's getting some nice damage. The hill fort's helping out on the defense here too. And now, Hell, the god of choice for 3DB. The man is insane. I thought Vidar was going to be it, and then he's just going to grind the game down with multiple raids trying to maybe hit this position. At the moment, it's 2 town centers apiece. It's about to be 3 versus 2 town centers. We are seeing raids coming in onto this side, picking off some villages here is obviously a really big help. Pharaoh villagers coming in to grab the town center on this position as the chariot archers are in. The berserk's going to be pulling back over here as more villagers to get targeted down. And we do see a transition into Vidar. It's not going to be Hell. He changes his mind. Into the main base though. Pascal looking to take out this town center here. Take out villagers in the main base. Splitting off after villagers left, right, and center. And the crazy Norse begins. Chariot archers to come over. They will deal with all of these berserks as the villagers need to get back to work. Walls are something that Grass desperately needs whenever you're playing against Norse. In fact, just whenever you're playing this game in general. You don't build walls, you will get raided to death and you will lose. This is the only way back into this game for B at the moment. He's distracting. We do see the axeman in though, as the Huskal needs to get out of here. Not paying attention on this one as they are all going down quickly. Great find from Grass. Big win for him there. Now back over onto this side. The chariot archers. Such a devastating army on this position. Up onto the top side. The axemen continuing to cause issues here. Not a single great haul in sight. Not a single cavalry unit in sight. Those who don't know, what beats counter infantry is counter infantry, so they're throwing axemen, kind of, or cavalry. Cavalry are an amazing unit, or amazing answer. But Vidar now in. In comes the army of 3DB. If he can get a Bergreezy taunt off and then drop the nuke, that is what he needs here. A monument onto this position for Grass, and the Pharaoh empowering it is also very much needed. As it's coming up, will B notice this? Answer, no he doesn't. And now there is no way for B to drop his god power on this position. He can drop it over here into the position, right? But that's it. The way to do this, by the way, if you don't know, is you have to drop it like this. Maybe a little bit out, and then back here. Can I do it? I can't do it. Hang on. Let's do it here. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. Figured it out. So you can do it outside of the range and into the position. Up to the top side here, we do see a big raid. Camel Riders hitting here. There's a raid coming into the main base, though, as both players are going to be dropping villagers up onto this side, though. Berserk's just getting converted to deal with the Camel Riders as Grass tries to retreat into his town center. But this position here, this is what B needs. All he needs is another town center. He's got, I would say, plenty of economy, but he just lost about 20 villagers. And the gold mine situation, he's got 5,700 there, and he's got 3,000 there, so he's still got plenty. As the hometown center of Grass going down, he has to get his chariot archers up here to deal with this, but these are all hostile anyways. And I think one move here for B, I don't even know if he needs to do it. The Huskarl will be able to take out these chariot archers very, very quickly. As in he comes with the rest of them. And they are distracted off with the villagers, and I guess he's not going to be able to kill off the chariot archers. Chariot archers do indeed beat Huskarl is the knowledge. No, he didn't have all the units attacking the chariot archers, so that's what happens there. In comes the portable rams, trying to take out this position, cleaning up the monument to the priests here as the first option. Then the town center is going to charge in over here. B is playing such a crazy game of Norse here. Over onto the bottom side, another raid onto these villages. That's going to hurt even more for Grass. Town center in this position going to be going down as B should be able to drop his Inferno onto this position if he wants to, as he takes the town center in the middle of the map. The upgrades are also coming through. Full iron about to be in for B, as Grass not even close. No iron upgrades. It's town center number 3 in for 3DB. He's checking over onto this side for more things to deal with. Villager differential is 65 apiece. As into this position comes the portal rams. Over here, chariot archers are coming through as the town center is getting targeted down too. Will we see any attempt at a Vidar Inferno? Answer is no. And Grass taps out, ladies and gentlemen, for the second time today. We've got ourselves a game 5. We've got ourselves a game 5, ladies and gentlemen. What an absolute time to be alive. I don't even know what to say here. We still have a best of 7 to go after this, by the way. Let's jump back to the drafting menu. And let's see who's going to walk away. Well, whose road to Athens ends. And who has to go on to face Soup in the finals. All right, some scariness here for B for game number 5. Because look at this draft for Grass. He is holding on to Gaia. That's his ace pick. That's his first pick. That's the pick that he wants to play here. And it's going to be Gaia versus Fushi. B, smartly staying away from Ra here. Ra versus Gaia, playable. Not an easy matchup. Fushi, much more solid. Are you kidding me? All right, we're going to have a little bit of a pause here. I have a little bit of a pause here. All right, fantastic. All right, we got through it. It's all good. Well, so far we've had 2 crazy series. 2. And just remember, we still got another crazy series after this. It's also a best of 7 to finish up with. Unfortunately, the players did start with, did a bit of a false start, so they're going to have to start again. All right. So Gaia versus Fushi can go many different ways. The big thing here for Fushi is that you can't really play for Automaton, for Leto, which has been really powerful versus the Chinese, a real good option versus the Chinese because of one specific technology, which is called, it's not Tai Chi, it is, oh, I can't remember what it's called. Something weapons. Someone help me out here. The unique technology for Fushi that gives 1 divine damage, celestial weapons. There it is. That is a big, big upgrade to stop the automatons in their tracks. But Oceanus has always been pretty good versus the Chinese as well. So that's a thing too. Kavoth thinks that Automaton are really good versus Fushi, but that's because you haven't played against my Fushi. Beast isn't really an answer versus the Automatons. It's just an answer versus someone who doesn't really know what they're doing with Leto. And it's like a cheese, so to speak. If you catch out, of course, if you catch out the Automaton player going and hit them with the Beast, then it's game over. But yeah, you don't have to get caught out by the Beasts. Will there be Minotaur statues in Athens? I actually think there is. There's someone coming to Athens, and he's going to be bringing some 3D printed shenanigans. So yeah, there will be some cool stuff. Alrighty. Imagine he makes a 3DB. All right. So yeah. Yeah, Baba Yaga is the guy. He's ringing some 3D statues, I think. Okay. So I have to imagine here that Grass and B are looking for 2 town center plays on this map, but two town center plays on this map, but I guess, I mean, you never know. Elysium can be a very aggressive map. So there could be a world here where B decides to go full insane 1 town center aggression. Gaia, on the other hand, can you go for the full 1 town center aggression as well? Yes. It is Grass's style. Grass wants to build nothing but Murmillos and finish the game having 70 Murmillos built in the game and 70 Murmillos remaining after he kills everything with those, but it's kind of difficult to do that versus those fire archers. All right, so it's still, this is going to be a very, 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 very interesting one. For game number 5, 2 incredible players here. 1 player's journey over at the end of this game. The next player Well, we're going to take like a short 15-minute break. It's tough. There's going to be a short 15-minute break, and then the winner of this game has to back up and then go after Mr. Husk Soup himself for their final chance to get to Athens. That being said, if there are two players who have the capability to play a best of 5 and then a best of 7 back to back, it's probably Grass and it's probably 3DB. These guys are two insane gamers and they play a lot of Age of Mythology. So that's the story there. Alrighty. Moments away from game 5, guys. I hope you guys have got yourself those tasty beverages, the snacks. I hope you're having a fantastic Sunday. I hope you're all enjoying the beautiful scenery here for Age of Mythology and everything that's happening. Remember, for everyone else who is new here, make sure you put the 11th of September, the 12th of September, and the 13th of September in your diary for the biggest LAN that Age of Mythology has ever had. Well, at least the biggest LAN since World Cyber Games 2003. Let's jump into game number 5 and see who is going to take it. Elysium, off we go. And off we go. Game number 5. Grass is on his pride and joy. The Atlantean Pantheon is one of his strongest civilizations. And he has his Gaia. B, in the left-hand corner of the map, he is back to the Chinese. There was a moment through the Age Mythology history where B was an insanely talented Chinese player. He had all of the tricks worked out. He was playing an incredible Chinese game plan and having a fantastic time of it. We move into game number 5 and we notice Townsend in a situation, back Berrybush and back Herdable or Huntables there. And we are also seeing B rushing for the Shockaladdle. This is such a big relic, an extra 4% HP on all of your units, or at least all of your human units, human soldiers, is really, really big. Another relic over here. We've got the head of Orpheus, always nice. Onto the bottom side, Ulla's bow is kind of a big relic there as well for whomever wants it, whether it's Grass or B, helps out a ton, boosting up the range of the ranged soldiers by 1, and Grass cutting sword is back. Is this another omen? We saw this happen once in this tournament. In fact, we've seen it every single time this relic has shown up in this tournament for Grass. He has lost the game. I can't remember which series it was. Not only did he lose the game, but he lost the series. But he's lost every game the Grass cutting sword is in. It's an amazing relic for Gaia. Like an absolutely insane relic for Gaia. He doesn't see it just yet. We've got the pioneers making their way over there to find those relics. But he doesn't see it. Not just yet at the very least. The Oracle is making its way over here. And he is going to be close to it. And Leto is the god of choice for Grass. 3DB's Pioneer coming through. The Oracle has got such small line of sight until it starts seeing things. Over onto this side, the Pioneer also misses it. I think maybe just... No. B finds it. Does he? B finds it. B has got the relic to cut the grass that is his opponent. That there is terrifying. Into the main base. Machine Workshop coming up for 3DB. Yatsa out, searching around. And B here, holding grass cutting sword, showing it to the Oracle of Grass. And this is going to be taken out as we do see some pretty fast automatons already coming out. Counter barracks 2, counter barracks coming through. And we will see what B is going to be going for. Now, I do remind you, automatons here versus Fushi, I really like my chances as Fushi in this specific matchup. I'm surprised to see Grass going this way. Najar, Celestial Weapons, Tai Chi. The only issue here is that B needs to stop building Kwafu and get his technologies in. I kind of want to see what this grass cutting sword history is. You know, like in Age of Mythology, in Age of Empires, in any of the games, you can kind of go and you can see like a little bit of information. I want to know what that sword's history is. Did it come in Japan or in China? I can't remember. But still no Imperial Academy just yet. The automaton don't really have anything they can do here straight away. So it's better to almost leave them at home while scouting and seeing, are you the one who has to play aggressive here or not? I get onto this position. The village is getting pushed back as some Javelineers will slowly start to come through. The grass cutting sword, or Kusanagi no Tsurugi. It is literally Sa. I can't read that second kanji. Okay. But, that's wild. It literally is a sword for cutting grass. That's funny. And onto this position now. The berries getting eaten up as the Javelineers chilling onto this position. As the Terma do pick off 2 units. B over here trying to take out the automaton as he's taking a lot of damage into the main base. Pulls off the food there as he can potentially jump onto herdables for just a little bit here. Over onto this side, the Kwafu getting sent back. Is going to be able to pick off one of them there. Deletes his silo to keep that alive. Peasants diving forward to keep themselves alive. And Grass is just literally all over B. This is an absolute nightmare for him. Huge damage dealt by Grass as he just gets in and he just makes everything so tough. And on top of that here... Oh, he can build the silo back up. Okay. Wow. The damage from Grass there was ridiculous. I wouldn't be surprised to see a town center get dropped here from Grass, but he's going to continue going into his automaton. And the game continues along. Now a wall up. And maybe this time, B will be ready. He is making some halberdiers to potentially take out those Terma, but this is going to be somewhat a difficulty for 3DB to deal with as he's dropping Pioneers. You can't be dropping those. It's almost better to just have them garrisoned in a tower or something and just out of range of attack. The Watchtowers is now down and Grass is just in full control in this game. There is the Peach Blossom Spring on the back to grab for gold. One advantage here for B is that the Javelineers are quite cheap on the gold. The villagers over here, they've got to continue to move. He's just getting so much value with those Terma. Yatsa raids coming through onto the bottom. Like, it's You're kind of just praying that you're going to find something to kill here. But look at the base of grass. What are you going to attack these villagers over here, or what he's looking for? Meanwhile, up onto this side, another military camp, more Javelineers. Still no Imperial Academy. Of course, you do need to just go into those Javelineers first and foremost. More Javelineers to come through. There's still no Imperial Academy here. I'm very, very worried for B, because he's going to have to push over onto this gold mine at some point. And, I mean, this is going to get mined out, obviously. And then I guess this grass army can just charge forward. The other thing here that grass can do is he can start dropping multiple spider lairs all over the map. Spider lair here. Spider lair here. And he'll be able to see everything. He's already got the spider lair on the bottom side there, by the way. So you can see he can have a little bit of knowledge. It's not on the gold mine. Probably a bit of a misplay, but onto the top side. Does get caught out. Loses one Terma. B's got to pull some magic in this game to bring this game back. An armory up in the main base as well there for B, as he is trying to figure it out. How is he going to get out of this position? As the Yatza dive through. House is coming up on the back. And we now see the Imperial Academy in for 3DB. As he needs to get Naja in. He needs to get he needs to get Celestial Weapons in before he can even think about taking a fight here. And he needs to get a pretty decent amount of Pioneers out, which are going to be very expensive. On top of this, B's having a little bit of issues on the food income. And we'll see how it's all going to go. Town Center now coming up for grass, as he's happily saying, oh, this is fine. Just going to sit back and wait. And the thing is, you do kind of have somewhat of a timer when you're playing against Fushi with these Autobots, because if the heroic gauge comes in, then Naja gets a bit stronger. Jiangxia comes through. There's Javelineers. They're coming in to get some nice damage. Ballistics is in for B. B spreading out with the Javelineers onto this side, trying to get some big damage done. And he comes in with that spread beautifully to take the... What a dodge there from B. The Age of Empires 2 micro is here, and those Terma are getting massive. What the dodge? Are you kidding me? But his Javelineers now are about to get caught out. He does have the speed advantage at 4.8, as he's going to swing around onto this side. He can run into his main base through this wooden wall by turning into a gate, no problems. And he does get out of there. As Tai Chi came through, but still no Celestial Weapons for B. But for Grass is now going Heroic Age. So even though B did get a nice bit of value back in this game, Grass is still pushing in front. Second Town Center up, more buildings to come down. When you're in front, get further in front. Shaft Mine to come through for Grass as well, as the Oracles are still sitting up onto this top side, checking everything out. Wouldn't mind seeing some more Oracles as well, just for the fact you can get a whole bunch more favor in. There's the Spider Lair number 2 onto this position, just to make sure this gold mine never gets grabbed. I would be surprised if B goes that way. I would imagine he comes up to this position most of the time. As the Arts are checking things out, sees the Town Center there. And, well, at this point, you almost have to look for some sort of a fight. He's got no food income. He's got no gold remaining. It looks like he's going to be making a move. Is he going for the Town Center? He is. I mean, it sort of makes sense. Grab the Town Center. Maybe look for a wall over here. Play a slow game. Grass is going to sit back. We did see this actually in a similar way as this town center on this side's going up. 15 seconds remaining as the Yatsa does get in. Do you have the upgrades for this guy? Not really. Try and take it down, but he's not going to be able to finish that off. Not going after the citizens. Probably a bit of a mistake. Could have gotten something there. As we see Poseidon's Secret coming through. Town center number 3 is up. As the Kwafu coming in to get all these walls through. And B's Talent Center on the way. Machine Workshop on the back here. Now the walls are up for B, and he should have this position somewhat controllable. But the big issue is, as a couple of units get eaten here, the big issue for B is, can he defend this position? Especially once full population comes in. And here's the other thing. Grass doesn't really need to slow down on the automaton numbers. He can keep pumping those out if he wants to. It's down the Machine Workshop under attack. Yatsa diving forward there. Looking for what he can do. Pioneers, they're getting some good damage done in as Grass will pull back ever so slightly. Doesn't want to take a bad fight and throw his position. I mean, at this point, you have to put yourself into the psyche of these players. I don't want to make a mistake here. I'd rather just let your opponent make a mistake, right? And that can be your downfall, as in onto this position comes the army. Lightning weapons will get dropped here as the Stymphalian Bird goes down. These Javelineers need to take out the back Terma here as well. Grass in on the right side, in on the left side. We see another Terracotta Riders to come through to try and take out this back line of Terma. The Pioneers here are in a nice defensive position, but there's just so many units for Grass as he cleans up everything that 3DB has. And this, ladies and gentlemen, with a pallets coming up on his face, is going to be Game 5 in the books. And a valiantly fought series from B. But that is game. As Grass gets the dub and goes on to the finals to face Soup. What a series here from these two. Could have gone either way. You go back through it all and you look at the games and you go, well, the Thor versus Kronos game looked 1 for B. He didn't get that win. The Oranos versus Susanoo game, that looked very, very winnable as well, with maybe a couple of different decisions. The Gaia versus Fushi game, well, didn't quite go too well for B. Kind of made some early game misplays and it kind of, Grass just pounced. But a well-played game from Grass. Congratulations to him. We'll see him in about 15 minutes. For 3DB, I want to thank him for his participation in this tournament. Been an absolute pleasure to watch. As always, say better luck next time, and I hope you try again in the next Age of Mythology events. And also good luck in the Age of Empires 4 events too. We're going to have about a 15-minute break now, as to give Grass some semblance of time to get himself sorted. And then we'll be moving into Husk Soup versus Grass for the best of 7 to see who is going to be the 8th player to come to Athens. See you guys shortly. As the army charges forward, bronze must be needed. And immediately behind this comes the run, the retreat from Magic. He can run through his palace. No problems here. But even with the 2 palace, you almost don't want to fight this. But a beautiful choke point from Magic as the units are coming in onto both sides. He can just garrison here if he wants. Going to be pulling off of the Gaia Lush here. Still trying to delay and make things happen. Back up onto this side. Another palace attempting to come through as the Hippias into the main base. They're coming in. Magic pulls back over onto this side. Still no answer for that incredibly powerful Hydra here. No gold for the moment right now from Magic as he sends the citizens back up for another palace. And the bronze, well, that finishes up And Magic so far in front on economy here. Oh. Let the games begin. That there is Mountainous Might. And this here is the Soup Cheese Master 9000. Kwafu Hero is... No, never mind. Never mind. I thought he was going to send the Kwafu forward to start harassing the villagers in here. If he gets in here fast enough and hits the gold, then guess what? Mosca can't get a temple up, can't get to the next age. Never mind. Oh, wait. I take it back. It's not never mind. He is going for it. The Kwafu is across. He is going for it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it wouldn't be a Soup grand fight. He did not cheese one single time versus Grass. Mountainous Might Rush. And this gold mine is very, very close to getting himself the gold to get to the next stage. But following that, he has to go to a different gold mine. Now, there are other gold mines over here, for example. And in comes the Boulders of Doom. Oh, God, the Kwafu does so much damage. The villager's pulling off the temple. He might be able to deny the temple. Mosca is going to need to micro very, very well here. Good dodge from Mosca. Dodging everything. In comes the boulders. He hits one. There's no ballistics here. There's no... Oh, he hits two. He hits three. The temple is denied for the time being. More... Now in comes Matrius. He says, time for the fight. The trolls do get some big boulder tosses into the middle here. I don't know if this is a fight that Matrius can actually win, though. No chaos in. There goes the chaos now into the middle of the fight as Frost gets dropped. But that there cannot have been good for Matrius. Villagers, for the moment, they're going to be coming through. It might be a worthwhile move to use those villagers to get on top of the back line of those Karabala. Berserk's coming in, more trolls coming through. There's so much favor in the bank for Matrius. Units streaming in up onto the top side. A Satyr going to be coming through. That's not that effective here, but still. 5 seconds remaining as the reinforcements from the surface on the way. One Hero Karabalister over here goes straight in on top of that troll as that's going to get shanked down. Can Matrius hold on here? Dwarves getting pulled. The boys are in. Satyr goes down onto this side. He's not attacking with the dwarves, though. Hersa doing what they can to keep themselves going through all this. The military differential is very, very close as the troll pulls back behind the wall here. And it looks like another healing spring. Clutch healing spring to come through there to keep the Hersa alive. And Grass, well, he's going to continue trying to make this attack happen as the troll over here pulls back again through that very crucial wall. In comes that big boulder toss. You can see the ballistics paying dividends there. And Matrius survives. And Tezcatlipoca Incarnate gets dropped down. And there goes the Lullaby Corrupted Ground combo. And Soup, he can run here. He's not running. His army is getting erased at the moment, but so too is this Jutsu getting mad value in the middle. I said you can't sit in the death arena, but apparently, nope, you can't. But both players drop down to nearly no military numbers. And Magic here, well, he's got some units coming in. The Jaguar Riders hitting over onto this side. The military is getting spammed out by Soup for the moment. As over onto this side, huge damage coming in from the Jaguar Riders. Is there enough stuff here from Magic to keep this fight going? As the Halberdiers charging forward onto this side. These guys that I cannot pronounce the name of them, they are falling. And Magic's massive push seemingly has been thwarted here once Huitzilopochtli Incarnate is here. The new fire ceremony does get dropped. Of course, B also sacked his own units, get himself out something, but there's 2 Tajiplas. Special attack coming in. It's a boost of damage for the Gardath army. As he's breaking through the center, there is still a pillar of Tlalocan to drop down on this position to help B stabilize. But he's not doing it. And in comes it now, finally. There is the Ayatochli, but that does not have much HP left. Sitting underneath this could be very, very dangerous. The town center ends up falling. The Atonzan smashes will start coming in as well. Little bits of damage to come through. Lots and lots of dead units from Garnath. Now into the center of the map. This fight, I don't know if it's quite good for Eric BR. Izumato is looking incredibly powerful here. Missing himself his actual upgrades, though. He needs that next tier of Bushido. He's still a little ways away from it. There goes a nice Valkyrie spawn to help him out, but the Juragumo is working to take that one down. Bushido tier 2 does come through, and that there is now going to be a lot of dead Ursa, and Izumato is in a commanding position here. And there goes that tornado as the Kwafu are going to move off of this gold. And this is the last little bit of gold that Magic has. He's trying his hardest to bring this game back from the brink, but he is getting pushed off of everything. He needs units over here. The one Avenger on this side is going to be some issue. Create some problems as the Lullaby does get dropped. You drop Lullaby, you go after the Commoners on the back. He's trying to take a couple of units out one at a time as the Heroes getting cleaned up. Lullaby finishes, and now Recon's going to be ready to actually fight. The Kamatachi do huge damage to these infantry units as the Cody Warriors coming around onto the back line trying to take out the Bushi there, but that is an overwhelming victory for Recon, and Soup just taps out. He is not... Grouse will just pull back. He's trying to get himself more units out. Heavy cap to come through, and there Recon controlling his army, trying to take the fight. Grass is just full send at the moment. Onto the backside come the Contarius. Still no chaos in from Grass as he drops it onto the left side. Recon has spread his units out very, very nicely. You also have to remember that these units are fighting on top of Gaia Lush. So that's HP regen while it's all going on as the heroes come onto the back there. Hesperid's tree for the HP regen as well, as that's 5 HP a second from both of the Hesperid's trees. And Grass goes for the Hail Mary on that fight. And Recon, as Recon does best, simply says, "What are you doing? You can't win this fight. Please leave." That being said, the Soup Ocelotl Warriors, they're going to be going hard. If Soup can utilize these trees and then dive out of it, which he can do, he gets so much bonus damage here on this fight. He's feeling like he can actually take the fight as the Ayatochli comes through, rolls into the main base, and go after the town center again. Onto the backside, though, the Eagle Warriors, they're getting chased down, and there goes the Earth Monster. After all is said and done, Soup sacked a bunch of villagers to make that happen there. Can he win the fight, though, after all is said and done? 3K versus 3K units are falling. But the Ayatochli here is the main amount of assistance that Soup actually has in these fights. And now Mosca says, "I'm getting out of here" as another... There goes the Earth Monster. The last little bit of HP from that Agave Bloom did get stolen away. Now Gulambursti is brought in to say, I don't want to deal with... I don't want to lose all my units to the Earth Monster. But immediately... Soup just says, "No problems. Let me just kill it." The bunnies are sitting here waiting. The units are going to get thrown straight back out. And now the bunnies are back onto it. And it looks like Thunison, he's going to lose everything. Townsend is going to fall. And this might not help. This might not help Eric as much as you think. Because there's a whole bunch of militia that are going to spawn from it. Onto the top side, the Raiju is going after villagers. Villagers are going to pull back to the town center. They can't garrison there, though. That's going to be tough, but the Naginata Riders are going to be going down as now the heroes can come in, chasing the one Yudo away. Great control from Eric to stay out of that, but those militia, they have bonus versus Cav. They're going to get through those Cav very, very nicely, as the hero numbers for Mosca, he does still have them all alive. He's been keeping them very much alive. And Eric just loses the entirety of his army. He killed off a town center. He didn't kill off that many villagers. And I think Mosca not only held that, but he came out way in front. The longer grass waits, the stronger this Aztec army becomes. As the Hersa splitting off, coming up onto the top. There goes the flaming weapons. As these Hersa are late to the party, but they're going to be coming in nonetheless. Can drop down some buildings as well if he wants to stop them from getting away from here. So the cavalry are a long way away. The wall a long way away as well, but Izumato, he's getting that one taken out by Grass, as Grass prevents the retreat there as well. Now the speed walking from the Eagle Warrior reinforcements to get everyone back home, but the villagers onto this side now going down as Grass needs to think about splitting off onto there to take those all out. But nonetheless, now the main base is going to be under attack. Another Ayatochli comes in, going to send everyone for 6. The 10-pin bowling is in session. Ayatochli gets blood packed, but I mean, that's not that big of a deal, especially with this amount of Ursa, as that's going to get cleaned up. And Grass looks to absolutely bulldoze the Izumato army here. Vortex, Chaos, that is an ability here for Recon. And now he does pull in. Now he's going for it. There goes the Chaos as the unit's going to be popping in. That's 3 seconds of idle time with a crazy amount of damage. And B, I don't think he can afford to lose all of these units. The Fire Siphon's getting taken out on the back there. Terma trying to take out all the units as well. More hero units to come through, and Recon is going to clean house here. As B says, all right, no worries. Let's pull up to the top. Take your town center out. It's already back up. What is he doing? Did he just lose his mind? No way. Garneth has literally just lost his mind. This is going to be Swampland. This is going to be Thunderburst. Recon is looking at this going, what is happening here? In comes the Heroic Age. Swampland gets dropped. Thunderburst comes down. Even if the town center dies, it doesn't matter. I don't understand this in the slightest. Units getting thrown for 6 here. In come the Naginata Riders. Is there enough stuff here for Recon? Garnet is full send at the moment. There's also going to be reinforcements coming through. The Swampland ends. Villagers now getting into the mix. Idle villagers over here. There's the towers also in onto this spot. There's also a Kusanagi that can get dropped down that Recon now finally drops in. Of course, all the villagers are dying. Garnet's down to 15 villagers. He's trying to make his units out to start dealing with these Jaguar Riders. They're going to dive in. Can Matrius hold this is the big question. Carried Archer Micro going to start coming in as the Scorpion Man around on the side. Those priests need to be getting this damage done. But they're not. Migdol Stronghold getting empowered as Matrius just not able to deal with these units. One of those Obsidian Shards to come through as well. That's another unit that you need to have the Siege Tower out to actually deal with, funnily enough. Up onto this top side, the medium Jaguar Riders getting targeted down again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is grand finals time. It's been such a ridiculous tournament. So many upsets. So many games getting played. So much nonsense. And, like, without question, the level that the players have gotten to is outrageous. I don't believe that we're at this point where I'm looking at a top 8. Like, I used to look at the Age of Mythology and I was like, yeah, that player's the best. That one's the second best. And this one's the third and fourth. And then it's kind of big dip off. And then maybe there's everyone else is kind of... Everyone in this tournament has leveled up. And the top 8, no, the top 12 could all, on any given day, walk into Athens and win that tournament. That's what the level's at the moment. But 2 players who have been so obscenely consistent throughout these qualifiers. Soup has made it to the finals now 3 times. Grass, this is his second finals. One of them is going to be going to Athens. The other one, well, they're staying home. If I could bring everyone, I would, but I can't. So, one final series. It's a best of 7, guys. It's a best of 7. Now, in other news, while I have you all here and you have your attention, I'd like you to get your diaries out because we don't really have a massive announcement to say anything, but I do have some news. Let me just get my my diary up. August. What's happening in August? I have some events. August 15th and 16th. This is going to be a fun tournament. I'm not going to give you the details just yet, but if you want to be here for it, make sure you're available August 15th and 16th. August 22nd, I'm going to be doing a beginner strategy day. That's going to be some fun. Teaching people how to play Age of Mythology. You know how I did the Fundamentals series. If you haven't checked that out and you want to play Age of Mythology, you want to learn how to get into the multiplayer, check out the Fundamentals series. I'm going to be doing one on the 22nd of August. And there's a slightly different take on it, but it's going to be really, really helpful to get in and learn how to macro, how to make some very simple game plan decisions, and how to get your foot in the door if you've got 0 experience. On the 23rd of August, it's free-for-all day. I haven't played a free-for-all in a very long time. We're going to play nothing but free-for-alls on the 23rd of August. And on the 29th of August, I haven't yet decided. That is TBD. If you have any ideas of things you want to see, we can discuss it, but that's going to be coming in at some point. So we do have some very exciting shenanigans for later on this month. But without further ado, it is now time to take a look at Grass and Soup. Off we go. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen. These guys have seen each other 3 times before. The most recent being at the start of Gameathalon. The second week of the qualifiers of the playoffs, the second week. And Soup did get the win there, but it was incredibly close. Both players at this stage have without question leveled up. The way that I see Soup playing, the way that I see Grass playing, it might have strokes of what they were back in the start of July. And I mean this completely seriously. It's like they seem to be cleaning up their weaknesses. They seem to be improving day by day. I, for one, do not believe that I would even be able to be close to challenging them at the moment because they are so consistent, they are so strong, but they are so different. And now it's a clash of styles. It's a clash of styles. Soup playing his aggressive style has been really helpful for him. But Grass, he is the aggressor. If there is anyone in this matchup to be an aggressor, it is Grass. I'm very excited for this series. This is going to be amazing. We've got a best of 7. It's the first time these two have played a best of 7 ever. So keep that in the back of your mind. Let's check out the draft and see what we're going to see for this series. is, guys. There's a lot more gods because there is a lot more games to play. 8 gods aside. Soup, he knows grass. He knows himself as well. This draft from Soup looks beautiful. Uranos, Gaia, banned. Grass gets rid of Huitzilopochtli and Quetzalcoatl. And then the 4 Norses get picked immediately. Soup gets his favorite with Odin. Grass gets Freyr and Thor. Those are 2 of his gods that he's been having so much success with. But that does give Soup Loki. So in a battle of just trying to get their gods that they want, they get out of this equal. Because Grass, he doesn't want the Chinese gods. Soup does. What does Grass want? Well, Grass wants his set. He knows that Soup plays set, so he has to pick that quick. Otherwise, Soup is going to steal that away from him. This is a very, very complicated draft because they're playing against each other. They're not playing against what the best gods in the game are. Like if you just play a draft and you just pick your best gods, well, you're going to miss out because the best gods for Grass are the best gods for Grass. Like Soup can get his gods. He plays China. He plays Japan. Grass doesn't really. So it's a very, very, very strange situation here. Then we see Nuwa grabbed and Zeus for Soup. I've not seen Soup play Zeus one time. I haven't seen Soup play Zeus one time. Not once in recent memory. I think that is a hidden ban. He's not going to pick Zeus. I would be surprised to see Soup picking Zeus. Grass then grabs Hades Isis. I'm actually quite surprised that Soup picks the Zeus over picking Hades because he does play Hades. He just hasn't played it recently. If you ask him, he says he actually thinks that Hades is pretty good. He just hasn't played him recently. That's the last I've heard of it. But Grass grabs his Hades and grabs his Isis. Isis is not a god that Soup's going to be picking. The Hades obviously maybe would have been, but then Soup just takes his Amaterasu and Shenong. Grass takes Poseidon Ra. And then Soup rounds out his draft with Tezcatlipoca. Knowing that Tezcatlipoca is a god that Grass is not going to pick, he leaves it to the very end. That's the big brain from Soup. This is a complicated draft, and I mean, I don't know who came out in front here. If you look at Grass's draft, he got a lot of the gods he wants to play. Freyr, Thor, Kronos, Set he wants to play. Isis he's been playing a lot of. The Hades, not sure. Poseidon is a strong god, but I haven't seen Grass playing it. Ra, not sure. Soup gets Odin, Loki, Fushi, Nuwa, Amaterasu, Shenong, Tezcatlipoca. I wouldn't be surprised if these are his top 7. Well, I mean, he maybe wanted to play Freyr, maybe wanted to play Thor, maybe wanted to play Kronos. But like in the top 10, he got his top 10 priority picks. I wouldn't be surprised. It's time for game number 1. It's time for the finals. Soup versus Grass. Our first game is on Giza. It's a Shenong versus Kronos. Let's jump into Giza and see what we're going to be seeing. And off we go into game number 1 for playoffs 5 of the road to Athens. This is the last chance. There isn't another chance after this. Both Grass and Soup have made it to the finals several times. If there is anyone deserving of the final ticket to Athens, it is one of these two. For game number 1, Soup playing as Shenong. In the left-hand corner of the map, Grass playing as Kronos. The map is Giza. Let's check out the relics and see if there's going to be anything impactful here. We have the Tusk of Dankang. Spawns 2 pigs every 150 seconds. Over onto this side, there is the... Oh my god, I haven't seen this relic in a while. It's been a hot minute. It's been a hot minute. Ehekaila Kokozak. They did this on purpose, didn't they? What does it say? Does it say this? Yeah, this is a relic that you cannot pronounce. Okay, good. Over onto this one. We've got ourselves the Fetters of Fenrir, making the villagers do extra damage, and Rhea's Crown making the town centers a little bit cheaper. As Soup is scouting everything out, he does see the relic, and 2.5 movement speed, or percent movement speed, very, very good. Very, very good. And Soup is going to be bringing that one back home, dropping it into his temple, most likely, and off to the races he goes, as Grass is just searching around. He does not going for that Kronos Rush. Did Soup scout that out? Yes, he did. He sent a Sky Lantern through the main base just to make sure he's seeing what's happening. If you see the villager on wood, you basically know it's not a Kronos Rush. And we're actually going to be seeing a economic guild behind all of this. So it's, I think, a 1 town center Kronos, but it's Leto. And this is where things get a little bit tricky for Soup. We just saw a Chinese player get brutalized by the Grass Gaia Leto automaton idea. Grass is going to be attempting to do the same thing with his Kronos. We'll see if he's going to be able to do it. Chi Yao, the god of choice, though. And of course, Grass going through Leto. Up onto this side, we do have the very smartly placed Shenong's farms, though seems like a little bit off. He could have got it right on top of the gold mine, but these villagers, they're going to be able to run to safety regardless. As the pickaxe coming through, and I think he is literally just playing for Gaia tricks here. He's like, I'm going to roleplay as Gaia. A little bit weaker Gaia, but still, just if you're a little bit weaker, it's still going to be really good, right? Meanwhile, in comes the counter barracks, in comes the other counter barracks, in comes the automaton, and I think Soup is going to know exactly what's coming for him. Is he actually going to go for a town center is the big question. There's not a good position in this map. The town center, the settlement is not ideal here in the slightest. As he wanders onto the front position for the silo, and I think he's changed his mind about what's happening here. He's got the scout. He sees not a whole lot coming his way. And do we see a military camp? Do we see a whole bunch of pioneers? Not just yet. Military camp for Soup. Did he notice anything? He did see the double counter barracks, so he knows exactly what's coming for him. He knows it's not a far second town center. He knows this is going to be the automaton, Terma, strategy off of 1 town center, and he has to play an incredible game here. Over onto this side, the final relic, Fetters of Fenrir, as it looks like Grass gets with the Rhea's Crown, and Soup, he gets his own relics there nicely. As in comes the automaton onto this side. And we are seeing a second Yatsa coming through here, as that's going to be searching around for some value. This pioneer gets chased down, and that's going to be first blood drawn for Grass. Oh, maybe. Yeah, he's dead. He dead. Terma coming out, and the Wuzu Javelineers are going to be on the way. Soup does have a lot of food in the bank for the time being. It's not a terrible idea to just take all the villagers off of food here, but what Soup wants, the stock standard response to this, is a quick heroic age through Rashol for Fey Beasts. And you can clean up this army, and you can have a fantastic game going. In fact, Soup tried this in one of the previous playoffs, and he got obliterated by a Fey Beast's timing. And that's what he's going to be looking for here to break out of the pincer hold that he's going to be in from these units. You can see the food continuing to come up. Villagers will pull away from this position into the main base here. They've got the chickens at the backside, and Soup is just sitting back, waiting, watching. And Grass also incredibly patient here as more automaton to come through. Meanwhile, Soup just continuing to spam out these Kwafu. It does chew through his gold mine pretty quickly, but because of the gold mine on the right side, it's pretty easy to get to. Should be able to defend himself, as now in comes the Imperial Academy. And the Terma charge forward as Soup here. Oop, nice dodge there as he dives into the tower, but up onto the top side. He's got to be careful there as well as the units shoot and scoot out of the tower. Can he make that work? He's trying to get watchtowers through as well. And in watchtowers now comes. There's a couple of Javelineers to come through. We still haven't seen Rashol clicked up as the Kwafu numbers still trying to come through here. I feel like if Soup had clicked up already instead of maybe this Kwafu, it would be a much, much better position. But now the towers are in, and the Terma charging forward picks off 2 more Pioneers there as this micro from Grass incredibly strong. More Javelineers to come through in an attempt to defend all of this. As the Javelineers trying to get in, trying to get that damage done, picking off automatons on this side. It's not really what you want to do as the Yatsa falls over there, and Grass is finding more and more value as this game goes on. As Rashol now on the way. If I'm Grass here, right now, it's time to just say Town Center. The one way this goes really badly is if he gets hit with a Fey Beast and loses everything. Given this is like 110% of the time going to be a heroic age, dropping a Town Center now is Chef's Kiss, because you catch out a semi-fast heroic, which doesn't really do anything. Get a huge amount of economy, allows you to get yourself some melee heroes, which can help defend against any sort of Fey Beasts. And the Shenong is stuck going, I want my gold mine, I can't get my gold mine. Okay, now let's move over onto my gold mine. Oh crap, now you're double my villagers, and I'm going to have some trouble. But Soup here, ooh. That there is a different idea. He's going for a town center. I almost don't believe that. Over onto this side, the spider eggs get dropped. There's no units here to see this. This is such a cheeky, sneaky move. I would Fey Beast this in a heartbeat right now, but a little bit late on that one, and the units pull back. But Town Center is going up over here. The issue for Soup is, how does he get a gold mine? Like, seriously, how does he get a gold mine? Yes, there's this one here, but how does he get a gold mine? Yeah, I think he's just praying that he gets an army delete with the Fey Beasts. Yatsa getting the scout around. There is gold mines over here, There's one here. Villagers up onto the top side. They finish the town center. And the Terma comes in, just checking the gold mine. Soup finishes up on his gold in the main base. The Yatsa coming over onto this side. And he will make a move to the gold mine as the Terma spots the town center up in the corner. This is very... I can't understate how scary this is for Soup at this point in the game. I don't know where... I think he was thinking that Grass would drop a talent center there. That's what makes sense. But obviously that's not what's happened. And Grass is looking for the damage. Question is, will the Fey Beasts do something? Or will the Fey Beasts do nothing? And there is also lightning weapons to play behind as well. As Yangtze comes through, more hero units getting converted. Basically what Grass wants is a full hero army. There's a military camp coming up onto the backside here for some defense. It's 5k to 2.7k at the moment as the Bayou charges forward. Fey Beast onto this backside. In comes the lightning weapons. And I don't know about this because these units are just going to be charging straight through here. And that Fey Beast did not do it. The villagers over on this gold mine, they're still trying to get the gold through. Of course, now Soup can try and get onto the gold mine here as the villagers pull back out onto this side. He gets a little bit in. He's got a lot of gold in the back, but also now needs fire archers to deal with everything else. He gets himself out of Tao Wu, which is going to be useful to send the units packing as the Kwafu move back into the main base, but Grass is already over on this gold mine. Market now coming up for Soup. He's still building Kwafu, mind you. Machine Workshop now coming down. There's a lot of resources in the bank as now Soup's going to start building units. He will lose his military camp over onto this side. And the Murmillos, well, they are starting to pick off some villagers as survival equipment will come down. Spider eggs get dropped. They are going to get picked off. And the red army is going to need to come around onto this side as effectively all... I mean, you could send the Kwafu back over onto this side again and continue where that's concerned. Some houses to come down onto this side as Soup needs to get a lot of units out. Houses going in as the army is slow to move around the map. And the delay game is everything here for Soup, but he's got a long way to go. 10 automaton, 11 automaton. Murmillos with the fire archer numbers not really in. Military camps coming in onto this side as well. Villagers will finish up on the rhinoceros for the time being where that's concerned. I mean, the one angle here that Soup has to help him is the fact that he's got the Kwafu here with a pretty decent amount of damage as the Tao Wu dives forward here. There's no upgrades at the moment. Tao Wu distracts for a very, very long time. And Soup gets some good damage off with those fire archers. The javelin here needed to taking out the back line here. The Kwafu going to be getting that damage done as well as a couple of Dao swordsmen to come through. There's 4.8k to 2.1k as the army of Soup is melting here as Grass just charges in onto this position. Does he have enough stuff? The hero numbers are not here for Soup. And Grass, he's still over on the right side with the Murmillo, as well as Soup is sent back yet again. Villagers going down over here. And the Grass Leto pressure seemingly too much for Soup to deal with. Now the Kwafu will move down to the bottom side, of course. You got to go from the one to the other. And a second town center now up for Grass as he knows this is just him moving from one side to the other side. We see a Bayou coming through. There's a lot of resources that Soup can... Well, can he even sell? He can kind of sell. Puts the military camp back up over the spider eggs for the time being. It's another silo, and Soup is just bashing away at this gold mine, trying to just get himself some semblance of an army out. The problem is he's just so far away from managing to do it. No walls up either. If he threw a wall, maybe he could run Kwafu here to try and defend. Yes, he's got survival equipment, but it's just so many units here as the automaton charging up to the top side. The Kwafu turn, start throwing their boulders, but they will all get cleaned up. And I can't see any way that Soup is going to be able to bring game number 1 back from the brink here. He's going to continue to fight, though, onto the other gold mine on the left side. After losing all those Kwafu, it's so brutal. What else can he do? Fire Archer's trying to come through to deal with all of those Murmillos. But, I mean, you have to micro so well, and he needs heroes, too, as now the Pioneers are going to be coming out. Up comes the army to say hello to this gold mine. Yet again, still no Pioneers in. Heroic Age is through as a Chaos can get dropped onto this army, and it is all going down. And Soup there does tap out. A valiant effort. But I do have to question the town center grab. Did not make a huge amount of sense. The other thing is you almost... I think you just want to drop the Fey Beast down to equalize, right? You want to get yourself like a 1,300-ish resource value worth of Fey Beasts, because then you are equal in the position, right? Then you can get your heroes out, and then you can play. But Soup didn't find that advantage or that situation or that position, and his Fey Beast, unfortunately, just didn't work out for him. So a well-played game from Grass for game number 1. He is up 1-0. And the scary part about this finals is it might be cursed, and I might be cursing it. But these finals have been 4-0, 4-0, 4-1, 4-1, and 4-0, I believe. We might see a Grass champion here, or this could be cast as curse. Let's jump back to the drafting menu and see what game number 2 is going to be bringing us. Alrighty, so game number 2 is... what map are we on? Ghost Lake. Game number 2 on Ghost Lake. As this is moving into another interesting one with Nuwa versus Thor. Alrighty. So, Nuwa versus Thor at the moment. What is the secret? What do you do here? How do you get through the matchup? What are the problems? Soup knows a lot of the weaknesses of Norse. He has had a lot of troubles with Norse and a lot of success with Norse over his years. Grass, on the other hand, doesn't really know the Chinese. He only knows one side of it. Problems that Norse can run into here is throw an axeman. They die to Fey Beasts. And then you're in trouble. Fire Archer's really, really good versus Norse. Halberdier as well. Could be a double gold mine, could be a 1 gold mine. Can Nuwa play a far second town center idea in this matchup? Not exactly sure. You might find yourself in some trouble. So far today, we've seen 2 5-game series. Like I said, this finals best of 7 has been 4-0, 4-0, 4-0, 4-1. Like that's been what's happened. Actually, it's been 4-0, 4-0, and 4-1, 4-1. That's what's happened in this tournament thus far. So, Grass, you just have to get to 2 wins to win it all, right? That's how it works. Also, Soup, well, he can bring it back if he gets this one, and he can still win, right? No? Am I wrong? I might be wrong. Alrighty. So, I mean, the big thing is that Grass is just going to be looking for his Herso play. So you almost already know what Grass is going to do here if you ask Soup. That's a thing as well. Alrighty. Into game number 2, Ghost Lake Noir versus Thor. And we'll see how it all goes. We'll be off to the races right now. Let's go. Off to the races for game number 2. Grass in the left side of the map does open up with the Dwarven Armory. And Soup, with his Noir, charges straight forward to see all the goats before looking for some sort of a sky lantern into the main base of Grass is generally what you want to do. So he finds the Dwarven Armory and sees if he's getting rushed or not. He can decide to go greedy. Is that what he's going to go for? Nope, he's going to scout, so it doesn't even care. Fair enough. And onto this side, the ball gets dragged over as a temple is dropped in a somewhat safe position. Not really. Gets a little bit of extra favored land here, but I still hate these sort of temple plays versus Norse. Soup gets himself into trouble in this matchup quite a lot by not locking up his base, but he does have the double gold mines in the main base, so that does change things here for whether or not you want to play a heavy classical fight or not. This might be a second town center angle for Soup, but his second town center is unfortunately not very good. He's got a forest here that's sort of preventing him from getting onto his caribou. This one at the top is perfectly fine, but it's quite far away from his main base. The temple will finish up for Soup, and I imagine, yeah, in comes the Wafu Chieftain, and for Grass, he goes straight for copper weapons, copper armor and copper weapons. He gets his dwarves out slowly, and mode is ahead. Check out some relics on the map over onto this side. Black Lotus for the farm and Shenong farms, plus 10% of base there for the villagers on their farms there. Gonna be Jar of Imseti here. It's always nice for infantry units to get trained that little bit faster. Over onto this side, Tower of Cestus, which is gonna make the damage bonus against Smith units plus 1x. And over onto this side, we have the Anvil of Hephaestus, which is gold research cost minus 50%. So Zhuan the got a choice here for Soup, as it looks very much like it's a town center. It's very, very hard to do anything versus a far second town center here when you go for the Dwarven Armory opening, and I think Soup knows that, so he's going to come up here and grab this one. This one is much better than the bottom one because it's got Aurochs, Deer, Caribou, Gold Mine, and he will build his house before making his way up here to build the town center. The big issue is he doesn't go for Hal 2 at the moment, so his base is going to be really, really open. Really, really open at this point. So Grass is going to be able to get a lot of early game raids off with his Herser and all the stuff, all other stuff that comes in from that. Now, will we see a machine workshop or not right away is the big question. Normally, when I do this against the Norse player, it's straight into machine workshop so that my fire archers can come out to deal with any Hersa that are charging across. And then straight after that, we get ourselves a military camp down so that you can get those halberdiers to deal with any raiding cavalry that might be coming through. As into the main base, the Chillin does come through. Gets a little bit of damage done. And the Chillin will pull back, run away, looking for what they can do. Up onto the top side, town center is spotted, but the Berserk goes down there. That's kind of a big deal. But still no military building gets placed from Soup. And it is a longhouse as well. Was that scouted is the question. Answer is no. The Chillin didn't see that. If you see the longhouse, then you really do just go straight into fire archers. You don't really need a front line. Up to the top, just checking things out, making sure you can tell if this is his far second town center or not. And it looks to me like it's going to be for Grass as he comes right up here. But the problem with this is, if you're quick with the fire archers, you should be able to deny this. And he does spot the units over here. In comes the Sky Lantern, and the relic gets grabbed. That is Tower of Cestus. I just look at the resources that Soup has. Like, there's no way this town center should be getting up here. And he drops a military camp. Is he going to go for a third town center? Is the guy crazy? He is crazy. Oh my god, he is going for the town center. Alright, that is insane. I mean, for me, the way that I play, the way that I know, this town center is so difficult to get up versus Noir, especially if it's close to this town center. But Soup says, nah, I don't want to even try it. He's going for a third town center. His economy is going to be gigantic. And Grass is yet again going to be put into a position where he needs to be the aggressor, which isn't what Soup is good at. Meanwhile, Hersa are going to come across the map. Still don't have a single military or a machine workshop up, and I'm getting worried for the Soupstar as these Hersa charge in onto this position. And Soup has got no units to defend himself for the time being. I mean, he can drop Vanish if he wants to. As the villagers get brought over onto this side. Temple with all of those relics in it. Starting to get targeted out. And the Dow Swordsman coming in. And now we finally see a machine workshop. So we'll see if this is going to work out for Soup. His economy will be huge. He's got all the gold mines in the world behind him. As the Chillin gets targeted down there. No micro from Soup. He drops the Chillin. And the Dow Swordsman as well is going to be going down next. Hersa coming down into the bottom side of the map. And they might see what's going on here. Does he see the town center? Yes, he does. 3 town centers and a dream for Soup as this wall does go up. But I mean, even if this is going to get beaten down, and he should have just ran. Just was that little bit too late on that one. As the villager will get cleaned up. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see another town center in for Grass either. Another villager going down over here. Is Soup not being protective of those? Whole bunch of houses in as actually Soup is housed at this point too. Up onto the top side. Berserk's going in to find some more villager kills. And Soup's idle villagers might alert him to the problem. As he loses another villager here. As we talked about this, but the map is so open. And Soup is having some troubles here. Got so much food in the bank. Struggling to get units out. And Grass is in a very, very good position moving forward now. As the peasants coming in, I mean, you almost... Oh, he's going to actually turn and shank... No way. Into the tower he goes, drops another villager. And the Berserks will slowly get taken out. No, they're dodging left, right, and center. Another Fire Archer over here going to take some damage, but the Berserks do actually take a fair amount of damage here as well. But I mean, even after all this damage, you still have to remember it's this 3-town center. New what? We are going to be seeing Skadi coming in from Grass. And Rasho in from Soup. So it's going to be the stronger infantry units for Soup. And for Grass, well, he is just going to have stronger thrown axemen. That's what comes from going Skadi. You get that Hunter's Axe, a little bit of extra range. It'll be very, very nice. The Sky Lantern's going to be spreading out here, looking for all the good stuff. Do have a little cheeky longhouse up onto this side as the double machine workshops coming through for Soup for the moment. We are going to now start seeing some raiding cavalry getting brought in from Soup as... Sorry, from Grass as Soup's going to have to get ready for those too with some halberdier and things like that. It's the army to come in. Soup for the time being. He will be seeing that. He pulls back quickly. Pioneers, Fire Archers will get a little bit of tickle damage off before attempting to get back into the town center. He dives into that one, and where to next? I imagine a hill fort might come down on the front here, but the thing is here that Soup is pulling ahead, even after taking all that damage. He is pulling ahead here on economy, but he's got a lot of catching up to do. A lot of catching up to do. As the hill fort will come down onto this side. Over onto this position there, the Pioneers needed to take out the myth units. The Fire Archers not doing all too well for the time being. As the army charges in over onto this side, Beast gets dropped onto the Berserks as an immediate frost to come through, but that's only on a handful of units. Baihu getting some damage done. More units to come through for Soup. He's got so much food in the bank. His queue is now gigantic. The Halberdiers on the way. The Fire Archers trying to come through. Mountainous Might as well on the way. The Grass is in full flight on the attack as the Fire Archers doing what they can to defend here. There is Jiang Xia to deal with the Frost Giants over here. But the Pioneers frosted. He needs some more help in terms of myth units or in terms of heroes to deal with all of this, as the hill fort will be finishing, it looks like. But does that even matter is the big question for Soup. I'm not sure he's going to be too concerned, because he's now caught up. The Berserk's charging in here as the Troll does come through as well. The Fire Archer's going to be doing what they can as the Sages to try and take out the backline. Soup here fighting underneath the hill fort. Both players dropping a lot of units, and now there's going to be Huskal to come through. Still a huge amount of food in the bank for Soup. He's got all the Kwafu on the gold mines. Moving up onto another food source over there as he pulls back over onto this position. You will see a cheeky little siege weapon to come through, the siege crossbow, but I don't even know if he can hold that there as the Berserk's coming over onto this side to take out a bunch of peasants. But you also have to remember that at this stage, the peasants are costing 25% less, so him losing them doesn't even cost him that much, and he was already up to nearly full population there. Not that you want to lose villagers, but it's fine. It's not the end of the world for Soup here, as we still haven't got that third town center up for Grass just yet. As the Troll over here gets pushed back and Soup slowly rolls forward, try and take out the hill fort on this position. He can get himself another couple of siege crossbows if he wants to. But Grass is going to pull back. Longhouse is coming down and still trying to work out how to break through what Soup is constructing here. If we take a quick look at the upgrades, he's missing quite a bit because he's got 17 Kwafu. 17! That's a lot, if you guys didn't know. Normally, once upon a time, we used to see 5 Kwafu. Once upon a time. Now we see 17. With more coming in. Why get upgrades when you can just build more Kwafu? Are we going to see these guys get brought into fight at some point? We do have a cheeky little longhouse over here that has built out a couple of berserks, but there is going to be a random watchtower up on this side, so no real issues where that's concerned. As in comes the army yet again onto this position. As the Dow Swords are going to do what they can. Sage does steal away one Frost Giant there. Are there enough units for Grass to push through here is the big question. As the Hillfort on the back does die. The Dow Swordsman is standing strong. The Fire Archers here need to make sure they're not accidentally targeting down mid units and instead hit the Berserks here. As the Berserks are going insane on this position. Rams coming through. The town center has fallen over here as the Kwafu are getting brought in to help out. And Grass manages to make the pressure happen up onto this top side. We see Berserks coming in. We see the Berserks going out. And Soup, does he hold here or not? Both players have dropped down on the population in a big, big way as double hill forts will come down onto the backside. There's heavy infantry, heavy archers to come through next. And I wouldn't mind seeing some sort of a ballet coming in. We've got a town center to come up as the fire archers say, no fire, no hill fort on this side, but there will be one behind it. The next question is going to be gold situation has to be running dry here. 3,000 gold, 6,000 gold total. On the other side for Grass, he's got 3,000 gold. He's got 2,600 and he's got 3,900. Am I missing something here for Soup? Yes. This gold mine here, incredibly important for Soup to secure here. He can go for a trade route, sure. And a hill fort in the corner for Grass is just out of line of sight. As the fire archers going down on the front and the military buildings, after losing them all, Soup is struggling to get his units out yet again. Machine workshops coming back up. Military camps coming back up. Siege weapons in queue. And Grass is just getting value here when I don't think he should be. Soup should have all of his units out. He should be able to push back. But in losing all the military buildings, he's just really made a big mistake here. Over onto this side. Hill fort coming up for Grass as well. Gives him the option to potentially hit this. This technology is a sleeper OP technology. The signal fires. You've always got to grab that. As now we're finally seeing Divine Judgment coming through for Soup. As in comes the portable rams. But Grass is back up to full population again. And Soup is really struggling. He does have the potential to grab Divine Books so he can get himself the cheaper building up attachment, so he can spam his units out a little bit faster. But now he's only now just grabbing that in order to get them all for cheap. And he's losing his town center for the nth time, or the second time in this game. Town center goes down. The attachments all come through. Can he get out the units now to defend? The spam is going to be absolutely insane with this amount of attachments. But the throw and axeman is still very, very powerful here. As now the fire archers trying to get in onto that front side. We do have the Kwafu helping out again over onto this position. More raids coming through. The hill fort has revealed itself onto this side as well. As that side build, the Soup kind of just said, what's going to happen over there? Well, that's what happens. Pain, left, right, and center. As the fire archers do manage to push back yet again. But again, the problem is getting control of this gold mine, because this gold for Soup is going to be a problem. Imperial Academy to come up onto this position as the town center now getting targeted down. Dow Swordsman trying to take out these Huskars for the time being. More attacks over onto this position as the Owls is getting cleaned up too. And Grass is just so good here at applying the pressure left, right, and center. The Fire Archers will pull back. Onto this side, the Frost Giant sneaking through as well. Houses coming back up over onto this side as the houses are going to get cleaned up again. And the Rams cleaning things on this side as another Longhouse is up as this side build is so brutal. Dwarven Mine to add insult to injury here as Grass runs out of gold. He should be walking forward to take this gold mine. Soup, on the other hand, well, he's going to come around onto this side to try and grab this gold mine. But there's 3 hill forts here for him to have to get by. And it looks like every Kwafu is on the way for Soup. And he's going to have to bring in the boys. Nope, he's going to tap out. And game 2 goes to Grass after... I don't even know what that was from Soup. The fast 3-town center. I mean... it was working for him. You look at the economic situation, he was in the lead by quite a bit. But a slight lead. I don't know, man. Of course, no, you've got to know that this exists. If you go far second town center is Nuwa versus Norse, and they take the close town center to you, you are, without question, able to deny that with Fire Archers. I don't see how you get a town center up on that situation. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. He dropped the town center while that town center was going up. That's 700 resources. That could have all been Fire Archer. Anyways, game 2 in for Grass. Grass obviously not struggling here in the slightest with the fact that he's got back-to-back games up. And Soup, well, he is going to have to find some way to get through Grass here in this one. Let's jump back to the draft and see what we're going to see. What am I seeing? I thought I said I've never seen Soup playing this god before. Has anyone else seen Soup playing this god before? I thought this pick here was for something else. Zeus versus Hades on Budapest. Grass is playing an insane series. And Soup picks Zeus on Budapest. He could have picked Loki here. He's good at Loki on this map. Could have picked Odin here. He's good at Odin on this map. He could have picked Tezcat Lapoka here. He could have picked Amaterasu here. Could have picked Fushi here. They're all very, very strong. But he picks a god I've never seen him play. That's the problem. It's not got anything to do with the god for the map. I've just never seen him play this god. Well, time for game 3. Maybe Soup is going to show us something. He's got a whole bunch of different cheeses. Let's see what's going to happen. Let's jump into Budapest. And off we go into Budapest. Soup's Zeus versus Grass's Hades. It's 2-0. Soup's curse in this tournament has been he gets to the finals and then he loses in 4. That's his curse. He has to overcome that. He has to overcome that somehow. Is Zeus going to be what he can use? Can he make this work? I've seen Mosca beating Hades very consistently on this map. Dionysus, Hydra, those types of ideas. Very, very intricate timings. Playing very, very high level Greek with incredible macro is very important. Soup at the moment actually having some idle villager time there as he's having some struggles. But more villagers coming out, more fishing ships coming through. Check out the relics on the bottom side of the map. We've got the Ogre Bitten Helm. That's a big relic actually for whomever picks it up. But already the Zeus heroes are a little bit better. So a little bit more HP goes a very, very long way. Gambit Odin's wand over onto this left side as well. It's going to be nice. Up to the top side, we have Tower of Cestus for some bonus damage versus myth units for the towers. And Hori's Hunting Bow, which is quite nice. So Grass starting off pretty nicely. He secures this top fish. Soup does get an extra fishing spot over here. But the big advantage that Soup has had for pretty much the entirety of playing on this map has been sort of offbeat wild strategies here. From playing Quetzalcoatl with the rush, with the Chinoquet rush and all that stuff, into a very strong Thor sort of idea on this map, which basically guarantees him to win one side of the water, and a whole bunch of other stuff. But yeah, the Zeus into just playing a sort of standard Zeus game versus Grass, who is very, very much one with how to play Hades on this map. So we'll see how it goes. But Athena is on the way for Soup, and for Grass, well, he is just a little bit further behind as the temple is now going to be starting up. Grass wants an extra dock and a little bit more fishing stuff going on, as we will see the docks coming up over here. Grass dropping a second dock for himself for this side. Jason coming out. Did we see him scout the relics? He did see the Ogre Bitten Helm, but not going to be wanting to go and grab it just yet. As in comes the Shanky Shanks, as the villagers will shank away at each other. But I think Soup just barely has the edge on this trade. 9 versus 1. He picks it off. 3 HP, 2 HP, and bolts the Kataskopos there. That's a wild move, as now the Jason is in, and another villager is going to be going down. You got to be careful to dodge the wolves there, though, as the Jason going to start slapping away. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And he gets the dock up, but he does lose the villager there as well, as immediately 3 military academies for Soup to come in. The Minotaur also on the way, as Ajax will spot that. And Soup here, well, he turns and starts swinging his big axe, but that is Ajax favored. Generally speaking, you just want to keep your bolt for the enemy Minotaur or for an enemy Skylar or something like that. But I guess keeping a villager alive is worth it, as the Jason getting in here, trying to get as much damage onto this Minotaur as he can. Gets another smack there. Gonna chase the Minotaur down into the main base of grass. I don't see any military buildings just yet. We do have a singular Juggernaut in as Soup is searching around. We've got the military academies coming through. Soup hasn't built a single hoplite. Now he's going in for them. As the military academy in the main base, slowly going to be going up here. And Soup going to continue to put pressure onto this left side while attacking the main base. Hoplites to come through. Potential sentinels to come down from grass in the main base. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to put a fortress in the middle and then drop sentinels. As the hoplites and the Heracles getting a lot of good damage done. Splits off over onto the Ajax there as Ajax gets pulled back. More hoplites to come through. This Minotaur and hoplites have slowly taken this dock down, and there goes the Zom. It's kind of what you wanted to force if you are Soup. And Soup going to be winning this top water for the time being. He is looking in a commanding position as he is now actually on the offensive. Takes out the hoplites over here. Grass pulling back ever so slightly. Does he get the final hoplite? You want to charge in here? Hoplites going down underneath the town center. As the Achilles gets dragged back in, Soup not paying attention, drops 2 hoplites, 3 hoplites for that movement. There's another Juggernaut in onto this top side. I think one Juggernaut will beat those 2 Trireme fairly easily, but behind this, a Pentaconta to come in, and of course, the natural reaction there is, okay, if you're going to go in for a Pentaconta, we get ourselves a Trireme, and we continue along. As the hoplites will attempt to finish off this final dock here, and, well, grass can do nothing but just watch. Whoa. Grass. Oh, no. Absolute and utter devastation. He has one idle fishing ship in this dock, and he's looking around the screen to try and figure out what's going on, and he clicks the idle villager and he sees, oh, it's just this one. But he has to see that it's more than one, and he does. He deletes them all. What? And he deletes more than he needed to. Oh, that's devastating as well. Restoration now coming through from Soup and Grass. Generally speaking, the restoration favors the player that uses it second, is the general rule of thumb. As the hoplites cleaning up pretty well here for Soup, but it's still a close game. Lots and lots of wood and gold in the bank for Grass. It might be worthwhile. It might be worthwhile going for a town center here. As the fishing ships over on this side going down, Soup gets his 4 fish out, pulling back home. And the next move needs to be to start thinking about a Heroic Age. Dionysus and Hydra makes perfect sense. He can also swing around onto the bottom side, clean up these docks, and then give himself a very large economic advantage here. Markets up, archery range coming down. A Heroic Age for Grass is probably what he wants, especially through Aphrodite. And Soup will say town center time. As in comes the hoplites to take out the docks on this side. Medium range soldiers, hoplites, toxotes, the whole kit and caboodle for the time being. For Soup, as he's going to have... I don't actually think that Grass can win this fight. Like, with these toxotes out, this is not a winnable fight for Grass, I think. The Soup as well is going to keep on building the hoplites. And Grass is going to charge over here. He says, no, actually, I can't win. And he loses the second side of water. We're going to see some more fish coming through. Normally, Soup is min-maxing that, but decides against it for the time being. But 2 TCs against 1 TC. Aphrodite on the way, though. Soup with tons of gold. He can pull the villagers off of the gold onto food to try and get his Heroic Age in if he wants to. There's the Minotaur sitting waiting over onto this side. That's going to be a rude shock for these villagers coming onto the gold mine, as the main base as well getting targeted down while this is all happening, and the Minotaur to hit the villagers just in the right amount of time. Minotaur comes through. Villagers now starting to eat the axe. Oh, but he pulls it back for some reason. He was doing some good value there, but wants to keep it alive. More Toxotes to come through, but you do have to be careful. The Toxotes generally stop being super effective once the Heroic Age comes in and Peltast start getting built. What's the thing? Mess with the bull and get the horns. No. But Dionysus now on the way. Olympian parentage coming through. Fishing ships over here. Slowly getting taken out as well. And a third talent center from Soup. As I have to imagine the game plan from Grass is still the game plan. Drop curse, walk forward, drop fortress, drop curse, and start the siege. There's a little bit of a fight to come into the middle of the map here. Soup, scared to take the fight, but I mean, he kind of looks like he's okay. Now the curse comes in, he has to run. A little bit of an advantage for Grass here as Soup will pull back into his main base. We've got more archery ranges, military academies coming through, and this is where Grass has to make things happen. I think Soup at this point doesn't want to build a single unit because he wants to get out Hypaspist and Peltast. Hoplite stop being super useful. Peltast stop being super useful. And we do see the villagers coming forward. The tried and true forward fortress to come in. But, I mean, what does that even accomplish? You kill off... I mean, of course, it accomplishes quite a lot, but you have to imagine behind this, Soup now, does he notice it? He does see the fortress going up. That's kind of huge. He's got bronze. He can literally just walk forward, click bronze, and stop this from finishing at this moment. And in he comes. 20 seconds. Do you risk it all? Being up this many villages. 15 seconds on the fortress here. Upgrades aren't quite in. Bronze gets dropped down. Fortress going down quickly as the stun from the Nemean line is kind of huge, but the fortress gets denied. Hydra getting targeted down by that Achilles. That needs to go down. We have got the Nemean line on the backside getting dealt with as the Peltast against Peltast Micro here. It's looking like maybe, just maybe, Grass can hold on with this fight, but he doesn't have any more heroes to deal with the one Hydra who's now going to start getting a lot of heads here. The bronze Toxotes are too strong, and Grass taps out as Soup manages his first win in a finals. Oh, and it only took Grass building I don't know how many fishing ships in this side. That was a critical error. Absolutely critical. I was like, what is going on here? Poor Grass. That's got to feel brutal. But Soup, credit where credit's due. Applied pressure. Attacked. Did everything that he does so well when he's on the offensive. And Grass buckled under that pressure as Soup gets game number 3 on the board. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a series now. I thought it was going to be a bit of another sad one, but this time... Okay, we got something. We got something happening. Let's jump back to the draft and see what game number 4 is going to bring us. All right, our next game is going to be a Fushi versus Set. On, what's the map? Blue Lagoon? Blue Lagoon. Fushi versus Set on Blue Lagoon. Always bolt the Katoskopos confirmed. I think so. Why not? 1 second. All right. Okay. Okay. So China is back. Grass so far has beaten every attempt that Soup has made to make China work in this series. He won with Kronos. He won with Thor. Now he's going in with Set. Fushi versus Set, not really the simplest of matchups. You don't have Fey Beasts, which means you don't have an amazing answer versus some of the shenanigans that Set has up. How do I decide if someone doesn't get a visa? There is potentially a mini tournament for the players that made the finals, but we don't cross that bridge until we get there. All right. So, Fushi, Set, and a wild game number 3 here. Sorry, game 4 here. The big issues that Soup has to be aware of in this matchup is that, well, you're going to get beaten up by siege towers, scarab rushes. There's a whole bunch of cheese that Set can throw at you, and you just have to be resilient and play through it. Oftentimes, if you survive here versus Set, and you get through everything without losing too many villages, without losing too much map, you end up finding yourself in a good position in this matchup. But Set's cheese potential is off the charts. All right. It's time for game number 4. Grass is up 2-1 for the time being. We'll see if that's going to change to 3-1 or if Soup is going to be able to level the series. Let's get into Blue Lagoon and see how it's going to go. Alrighty then, into game number 4. In the left-hand corner of the map, Soup playing as Fushi. In the right-hand corner of the map, Grass playing as Set. The map is Blue Lagoon. So, map-wise, town centers spread out. Top side actually looking really good here for Soup, though. He's got himself the zebra on the back. He's got himself the gold mine over here. There's also nice relics with the Gungnir, Odin's spear, and all of that good stuff. On this left side, settlement here, gold mine, zebra, elephant. It's all there for Soup to get his second talent center in. And the same is going to be true for Grass. He's got his zebra on the back side. He's got his gold mine over here. Over onto this side, he's got zebra, elephant, etc. on and gold mines onto that bottom side too. But there is always going to be shifting sands threats to try and deny a second town center if you try and rush for it as the Fushi. And of course, if Set tries to rush a second town center, there's not a whole lot that China can do to deny it. So there is that. And of course, for everyone else who's joining in, I'm not sure if we are still on the front page or not, but today we are on the front page of Twitch, and there are a whole bunch of new people coming in saying g'day. If you are a new person and you are saying g'day, hello to you. This is Age of Mythology, one of my favorite games of all time, and this is a tournament. This silo is so weird. This is a tournament here, the finals for a tournament that's happening in September. This is a qualifier for the final qualifier for a tournament happening in September. September 11th, 12th, 13th of September to be specific. So, yeah. Make sure you have that in your diary and you're ready to watch because it's going to be a very, very exciting event. It's a LAN in Athens as part of the Gameathalon, biggest gaming event in Greece. So yeah, there's that. Keep that in the back of your mind. But Juanu, they've got a choice here for Soup, and on the other side we have Anubis for Grass. So there's not going to be all too many threats in terms of a fast or a shifting sands. Monument to the Soldiers actually coming through as well. And I have to imagine that Soup is going to be rushing up his town center regardless because he's got access to Vanish and he should be fine where that's concerned. I didn't check out the relics, did I? Tearfing, Angantir's sword onto this side. And wow, Super's grabbed all 4 of them. Gugnir Odin's spear boosts up his halberdier. No, his halberdier. His, yes, his halberdier. What am I talking about? Shedong's Okra Whip boosts up the farming gather rate. Nine-tailed Fox Charm, not the most of important relics, but it will help him keep the Chillin alive. And also Tearfing Angantir's sword makes the healable heroes get some lifesteal. So the pioneers, actually all the heroes for China, as Soup does manage to get that all in. And we do see the vision, which spots the town center going up into the main base here, though. The Chillin comes through, trying to get a little bit of damage done onto this gold. Generally speaking, the resource you want to attack is going to be actually the food situation, because you can see that Grass is struggling for food here, and you actually might get some idle time paused if Soup can get the damage done. As this Chillin getting targeted down by the Anubites over here. One Pioneer doing what it can as the Chillin comes back in. Still trying to just snipe down these units. Doing a good job of keeping his units alive here. Second town center now up for Grass as a priest is in. And the villagers will get healed back up. And there isn't any real issues with the town centers just yet. 6 villagers on food does mean he's going to have a tiny bit of idle time. And Soup is good to go, ready to go, and in a fine position to move forward here. Grass, on the other hand, well, he's got his second town center up. It's far away from Soup's second town center. So this does make things a little bit awkward. A little bit awkward for a kind of timing attack of some variety, because you have to move quite a way across the map to make anything happen. And this plays into the Soup game plan, as he loves to play for the power greed with the Chinese. Barracks coming up for Grass. And the Spearmen are now slowly starting to come through. Behind this, we see a Najar coming in. That's the military camp, machine workshop getting dropped down. And the Anubites now are going to be moving out and looking for those raids. This is always going to be a threat when you're playing against this. Very simple way to defend against it is with Najar, but he is busy putting pressure on to this food on the front side as Grass needs to pull back. Does he get a fill pick? Yes, the Chillin might end up falling though. And maybe for a priest. Nope. Up onto this side. There are the there comes the Anubites as the Kwafu can garrison away, and he gets the rock throws and he snipes. He shoots, he scores. As the pressure's still mounting in onto this side, and we are going to be seeing what looks to be a bit of a classical fight here, actually, from Soup. I love to see that. This is one of my favorite ways to actually play the early stage of the game versus a set player versus an Egyptian player. Because one, it catches them off guard, and two, it catches them if they are doing anything else. And you don't have to go for a kill here. It just slows them down so much on a game plan to get a fast heroic in, to get a fast mythic in. You just get so much good damage happening. As the Fire Archer is going to continue to try and poke here. Priests get the good heals off. Nephthys behind this is pre-queued. I'm sure that a Gormang is going to be coming through shortly as well for Soup. And to some degree, you don't need to even go next age. You can just pump units and just send them at the town center. A whole bunch of Dow Swordsmen hitting that town center with a whole bunch of heroes as well. Not a whole lot you can do to stop that. But the Soup continuing to get damage, getting villagers picked while he's charging in here. Potential to take out the barracks or the monument to the soldiers. Lots of options here. But behind this, the resources are in. Armory coming down. Heroic Age to come through. And Grass is just finding himself in a little bit of a tricky position here. Over onto this side. Grass grabbing himself the mining camp. And we will see these... The Najjar trying to sneak around here to do a little bit of something over on this bottom side. So there's not really any villagers in the main base anymore, but still picking off a barracks or two. It's not a huge loss for Set at 56 gold, but it is something. There's the Najjar trying to get something happening onto this side. He's going to be losing it as a Migdol Stronghold will come up. Doesn't manage to pick off the villager, but in losing the Najjar, he can rebuild that one back out for the small cost of 150 gold, as opposed to 300 gold when he hits the Heroic Age. I think it's the only unit in the game that changes cost as you move through the game. Nonetheless, Pioneers coming in to defend against this Anubite raid, as Soup has gotten ready for it. We are seeing Spearmen coming through as well, as a Najjar will come in to defend. Is there a ballistics in? Nope. And the army from Soup going to be pulling back for the time being. As the Tawu says, get away from my pioneer, but he's looking for more villager picks up onto the top side. And Soup under just a little bit of that pressure here. He drops one villager. He might get it. He might be losing another one. And now we see Camel Riders coming in here. A ballet over onto this side as well, as the Halberdier are in to defend. But lots and lots of attacking from Grass at the moment as an Ancestors to get dropped down. The Kwafu up onto this side. They're having some issues, but they can make a run for the Sentry Tower. Can they make it or not? Tawu to get the safety. Nope. Up onto the top side. The Scorpion Man and the Anubite almost down, but it's going to be running away, and more pressure into the main base as Soup needs to get himself some units together. After all of that good attacking, takes his foot off the gas, and all of a sudden in a little bit of trouble here. Up onto the top side, Najjar takes out the Scorpion Man, but not before a Kwafu ends up going down, and Grass, after all is said and done here, has found himself a bit of an advantage. That being said, there is an amazing military advantage for the Soup right now. Wow, those serpents are a menace. And behind this, I have to imagine Grass is looking for his Mythic Age as well. Chariot Archers are going to be coming through. In comes the Tawu, hits those units away. Villagers on the food on the front there. White Horse Cavalry searching for anything to kill off, and we will be seeing Horus as the god of choice for the Mythic Age. One of the big issues for Soup, I guess, is he's kind of stuck in the Heroic Age here. There's one Chariot Archer runs to its death there. A couple more barracks to come down. In being stuck in the Heroic Age, it's not the end of the world. He's got a big military advantage, but one tornado and, well, he loses a lot of it. So he's got to be careful where that's concerned. It's the Camel Riders behind this, chasing those White Horse Cavalry around as Soup is trying to find some some value in this game with his army. Over onto this side, finds the villagers there as the camel riders catch him out, picks 2 villagers off, going for a 3rd villager. Gets out of there, up onto this side. Another villager going to get targeted down as Soup looking for that damage. Doesn't manage to stop the barracks from going up there as more units coming in. Najar is back. As those Wuzu Javelineers trying to take out the chariot archers, and Soup is all over grass at the moment. But for how long? We've all seen how devastating a tornado can be. Soup behind this is looking like he wants to get to the Mythic Age himself here. I mean, at the very least, I think the archers aren't going to have the easiest of times here against this. I mean, the other thing is he could also look to tornado the villagers over here or something like that. As in comes the Mythic Age. Soup turns, tornado comes down, and, well, all the army of Soup gets obliterated there, and that's 4k down to 1k as a 3rd town center coming in for Soup. And there's many, many issues for Soup now to deal with. No food income. He needs to put farms down. Town center over here looks like it's going to get caught out. As the Vanish does get dropped, that's going to keep him going here for just a little bit. Town center, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Does finish it off. Soup going to try and take a bit of a fight here. He drops the forest protection, but I don't know if this is going to really be enough. Behind all this, he's got the White Horse Cav coming in. Wuzu Javelineer coming in. And it looks like Grass has gotten himself quite the lead in this game. The Kwafu, with that repair rate, is quite nice. We've got the Migdol Stronghold coming in as a catapult now, sieging away. Grass pulls back, and I don't think he needs to put the pressure on with everything underneath this position. Got to be careful, though. He might lose the catapult if he's not. Charges forward there, trying to pick that one off, and he does snipe the catapult, but loses a lot for it. Not a terrible trade for Grass, but he's going to have to get another one out here. It's quite a while for that to get trained, as the town center can get repaired back up. And the defense, the desperate defense for Soup, continuing along here. There is still a 13 villager advantage for Soup, but he is behind on military. Grass looking very much in control for the time being. And what's the game plan for Soup is the question. His farms coming up, all up onto the top side. We are seeing the Kwafu making their way over here as these White Horse Cav will spot the villagers. Gonna try and take those out as he's gonna actually show Grass that he's going for another town center on this bottom side. More White Horse Cavalry to come through as the villagers will pull back up onto this side. The Najar is in, not focusing down the Avenger though. Up onto this side, Spearman charging forward to take out those Javelineers, and Soup is going to be losing all of them. Bit too much of everything happening here as the Najar finally targets down the Avenger, takes that one down. Fire Archers pull back, and the main base of Soup now under attack, and there's yet again a massive military discrepancy. As the Kwafu finish up on this spot, he can try and come back up onto the gold mine. There's gold on the bottom side he can go to, and over here as well. The machine workshops all coming up in the main base for, I don't know, I mean, he obviously needs fire archers to deal with the spearmen, and these spearmen do have themselves a very important technology, as now they move at 5.8 speed, but more importantly, they have the wedge formation. Soup gets his town center up on this side. He can maybe grab the gold mine here. Ball's coming up on the back, and Still just trying to get himself something together here. Some sort of semblance of an army. But the spearmen are just all over him. Now, Grass up to 3 town centers. Terracotta Riders to come forward. Ballet over onto the right side. Ends up falling. Catapults take down one tower there. Fire archers in onto this spot. Trying to take out these spearmen. They're so quick. No micro from Soup, but I mean, what else can he do? He's getting himself javelin ears out. Takes out all the spearmen though. I mean, it's not there's no villager advantage anymore. He needs something to deal with these chariot archers. 160 pop, 205. Units coming over here to grab the elephant on that left side there as well. See another ballet coming up for Soup as market gets taken down. And what is the plan? 2,000 food in the bank for Soup. Ballet's going up on the top side. He wants himself those white horse cavalry. The main town center as well slowly going down. As Terracotta Riders to come through. The desperation attempt to make something happen here. The town center will fall. As the Terracotta Riders don't even manage to take the catapult out. The priest healing it back up to full HP. More ballets up on the top. Military camps coming through. Over onto this side. The Terracotta Riders. They find some villagers to take out, but this one spearman is going to demolish those Terracotta Riders. And I just don't know what else Soup can do. He is just too far behind. He doesn't have the... He just hasn't had an army since he got tornadoed. And he will tap out. And Grass is now 1 win away from going to Athens or coming to Athens. And Soup, I mean, he's looking strong for... He's having like stretches of looking incredibly powerful. At the start of this game, I loved the pressure, but he then took the foot off the pedal and he allowed Grass to get his heroic age off. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong on this, but I feel like if he just kept spamming Dow, right-clicked on the town center, then that heroic age doesn't give anything. It gives an ancestors that you're going to kill with your heroes and whatever. You try and go for a Citadel when your town center is basically dead, it's going to die. But he pulled the foot off the accelerator in multiple different moments in this game when he had 4K military to 1K military as Grass was trying to get to the Mythic Age. He needed to go full steam ahead and just try and force. But of course, you don't know that he's going Mythic Age unless you see what's happening. But the fact of the matter is, it's kind of easy when you're playing versus Egyptian to know what they're doing. They're either attacking you because they need to, otherwise they lose, or they're going to the next age, or they're getting a town center. So that's that. But game 3 in the books. It's a best of 7, so you've got to get to 4. 1 more game for Grass. The curse is still alive, mind you. We've only seen 4-1s. We've never seen a 4-2, so we'll see if Soup can force that at the very least. Let's jump back to the draft and see what's going to happen for game number 5. Alrighty. Elysium is the next map. And Soup goes into his tried and true Odin. But this is a spicy matchup. Odin versus Freyr. Odin versus Freyr. It's an open map, favors Odin because of that fact, but Freya can win this one. I wouldn't be surprised to see Grass going for a Freya style here. You kind of want to go Heimdall if you're Odin and or Loki, just so you can deny any potential hill forts that come down with Asgardian Bastion. But the real, like this map just says, breathes, screams, go Freya. That's what it screams. So if that's what it's screaming, then maybe Soup goes Freya as well. But even then, you can still go Freya versus Ulla. It's not a problem. It's not a problem at all. But this here is, well, Grass's main priority pick versus Soup's main priority pick. There's still a lot of power left in both players' drafts that Grass has used all of his prio picks thus far. And Soup has still got Loki remaining, as well as what I would consider one of his prio picks in Tezcatlipoca. It's just sitting at the end of his draft. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. And there is also a really strong Poseidon sitting there from Grass that's had a lot of success through this tournament. Well, without question, this has been an insane series. Grass has looked insanely strong. He's been in command most of the games. The only game he dropped here was when he had like maybe a mental lapse and built too many fishing ships. That's the only time he dropped a game. That was on Budapest. If there's no more mental lapses for Grass, he is looking in control. He is looking like he's got the potential to get through this. He's got the potential to win. I guess we'll have to wait and see, but this is going to be a spicy one. Odin versus Freyr. I'm very excited to see what Soup is cooking up, though. He's got a lot of fun things with Odin. I don't know how many times he's had success versus Norse with his Norse. That's been one thing that I've noticed from Soup. He hasn't really been able to win those Norse wars recently. Nonetheless, let's get into Elysium and see how it's going to go. Here we go with game number 5. Soup starts off with his herding. Onto this side, Grass. He is playing stock standard Freyr. Stock standard Freyr is just simply not herding, not going for the fast temple, going for your early upgrades. You can see he's already got no upgrades, so I'm just not going for stock standard Freyr at all. And we'll see how it goes. Over onto this side, let's check out some relics. There's the Titan's Treasure. Making age ups a little bit cheaper. Over onto this side, Tusk of the Iron Boar is kind of an insane relic. And Soup, I think he is going to be going relic hunting here. The Hearser comes in momentarily, I'm sure. And there he goes. And then he got the house out sooner or later. That's such a big relic in the corner there for this matchup. Wu Hao Bo with Wang Di is also really nice. Tailfeather's Heaven is also really nice. There's many, many different ways to go in this one as the Raven flies right over the Titan's treasure. And I don't believe we're going to... we do actually see the Berserk going over onto the right side here. Sees Tailfeathers of Heaven, but hasn't thrown a temple down. So there's still a very large chance... and Soup does notice the Tusk of the Iron Boar here. There's a very large chance here that Soup is going to be able to spot this relic, which is very good for him because he can go both for Berserks and for raiding cavalry here if he wants to. On the flip side, Grass can do the same sort of thing, so they're both good for both players. Grass is taking the eco route, Soup is taking the relic route, and he does get rewarded for it. And also, a very rare situation. You don't see this all too often. But Titan's Treasure giving you a bonus for a 360 food advance time instead of the 400 food is something you don't normally get. Normally, you get this relic after you've advanced, so you miss out on that slight edge. So that's got to feel good. Temple now coming up for Grass as the Raven still scouting around onto the right side. And we see a pen coming up to grab the Wuhao Bow of Wang Di, and Tailfeathers of Heaven over onto the other side does get revealed. And the question is, who will get to what relics first? It's like Hercules is going to go for this one, and there is a race for it. There is a race for it. I see both of them. Yeah, they're both coming in. I think... oh, it's so close. It's so I don't think Soup is getting there. Soup is not... it's not close at all. No. Grass just gets the Tailfeathers of Heaven. Big pickup for Grass, but TSM player is going to be bringing back Wuhao Bow of Wang Di. And Soup is going to be a little bit kicking himself that he didn't put more stock in the Tailfeathers of Heaven. But I think Wuhao Bow of Wang Di, if you micro with throwing Axeman, is a little bit more important. It's Freya now in for Soup and his Valkyrie going to be heading across the map. Great Hall coming up as well. And it is going to be a Freya City for both players. As the Herso coming in, getting little bits of damage early on, smacking a couple of villagers, pulling back, going in, pulling back. And the Freya has to come back in here as well. Getting houses up, trying to get himself sorted out as a longhouse will get dropped. And the Herso are checking down onto the backside, looking for any potential forest fires. Over onto this side, Valkyrie versus Valkyrie is almost not really what you want to be doing there as the villagers pull off the wood line. Just little bits of idle time caused for the time being as this Valkyrie will drag back. Double Great Halls for Soup behind all of this as at one longhouse in, and I imagine we see some throwing axemen actually. So the initial raiding cavalry advantage for Soup is going to be quite big here. You also have to remember he's got that super powerful relic, 121 HP. And I think they normally have 115 HP. As the Herso turn around, Tailfeathers of Heaven does give a slight advantage over to the Grass Herso in an equal fight. But if it's 2 versus 3, well, the 3 will still win. Onto this side, Forest Fire comes down, villagers pull back. Valkyrie hitting the gold mine as well, and some pretty nice damage coming in from Grass. Not dropping anything just yet as the villagers pop out back to work they need to go, and the raiding cavalry have to be careful of this forest so they stay away from that. Meanwhile, over onto this side, the villagers get pulled back home. No, they are dropping off the food. What is that? Long distance gathering from this side. Not ideal. Big amount of idle time into the main base, however. In comes the raiding cavalry looking to hit these villagers yet again. Needing the wood line as well, potentially, as the Herdman is through. Trying to take out a Hearse, not going to be able to do so. Gets one jab in the back from the Herdman. And Soup now going to drop a longhouse as the early game from Grass does look to have been fairly well executed for the time being. He's defended everything. In onto this side now, though. The Valkyrie going to come through, but there is the defensive Valkyrie in, and that's going to be a dead Valk there. Big pick. As Wall's going to come up onto this gold mine over onto the right side. Raiding Cavalry back in yet again, looking for the wood villagers. He's still got his forest fire. Saving forest fire for later is never a terrible idea. And Soup going to head in over onto the right side. In over onto the left side as well. There are going to be villagers on that back hunt, trying to take out its dwarf here. He gets one. Checking out the wood line again. It's the second time he's been up there, and there is nothing on that spot just yet. Some extra walls to try and lock these raiding cavalry from escaping here, as they have to turn around and take a little bit of damage to get out of here, as Soup pulls back with more buildings, and the favor is coming in for both players. I've got to imagine there's going to be quite a few Valkyrie. One of the most important technologies to grab in this matchup as fast as possible is that Thundering Hooves. Does he get a raiding cavalry? No, no kills. So no revenge fire. It's just one dwarf down. As the Great Hall comes up for Soup, and these Valkyrie will heal up his Deuterinos, and the game continues along. Soup is floating 900 gold. What happened to this situation for him? 1,000 gold. Of course, you can just spam out all the raiding cavalry, and that might be able to get dealt with, but that's a big problem. It's now he's leaving this position. Villagers over here are about to get into trouble. And Soup has not defended himself, not in the slightest. He turns onto the Berserk, but now the raiding cavalry are coming through. You have to be kidding me. He turns back, and Grass gets off a brutal raid here. 4 villager kills at the very least. And in comes a raiding cavalry and Valkyrie from Grass. And you can see this is... You're supposed to just go for this hunt, Wall. Like, what is this?
Yeah.
Soup now charging forward. He's in a very... Both players have got a butt ton of gold in the bank. I don't know what's going on with that macro. The Grass has moved up onto the right gold mine. Raiding cavalry swinging around again. And Soup is going to try to get in here. So the main base is going to be the next part. We see walls coming up all over the place. In come the raiding cavalry. Grass paying attention. Very much so. Over onto this side, we will have a attempt to get through this gate as the raiding cavalry get through. Drops the forest fire. That's going to be somewhat of an escape here. Maybe he can get the revenge fire, but there's so many units over here, and that is not going to work out for Soup. Not with these units here, not in the slightest. As he comes forward, desperately trying to kill some villagers. Takes a lot of damage. He can run back over to the forest fire to try and get some damage there as the units come over onto this side. Hursar in to defend. Soup pulls back over here, over onto this side, raiding cavalry into the main base. And Soup gets into his tower. He is okay. Other raiding cavalry coming back. Has Grass got... Why has neither of these players gone for Thundering Hooves here? Villagers on the chickens in the main base under attack as well. And Soup is just getting rings run around him at the moment. Somewhat of a nice fight over here as the villagers on this side now going down. More villagers getting... Look at the difference in villager count. Absolutely huge. House is going up for Soup. And where to next? Great Hall coming through for Grass. I mean, these Norse wars can still just get turned on a head. It's a very, very volatile matchup. But Grass's advantage here is gigantic. And Grass is now going to the heroic age through A gear. And Soup is a very, very far He's very far away from that. So raiding cavalry going to swing around onto this side. Trying to do everything they can. But the desperation move for Soup, what can he do now? He does have a military resource advantage. The units coming up onto this side. Soup can pull back. He's got the speed advantage for the time being. But still no medium cav for Soup is a little bit of a difficulty as in he comes with the rest of his units. And Grass gonna pull back, waiting for the A gear, the Tempest. I mean, if he turns and tries and use it here, I think Soup might actually end up winning the fight. He's going to continue chasing, continuing to get a big amount of damage. This is exactly what he needs. Grass turns around, ready to take the fight. There goes the Tempest. And Soup will pull back up onto this other side. He's going to get out of here too. Going to drop a handful of units. And Grass behind this into full upgrades. Is this Raven? Does it spot the villagers over here? It does see an ox cart. So there is going to be a big raid that potentially Soup can go for. Grass for the moment, sitting back, waiting, watching. And that's a big amount of villagers here. This is exactly what Soup needs to bring himself back into this game. And in he comes. All the raiding cavalry in the world here. A little bit of a distraction from those two. And Soup gets a huge amount of kills. You can also go for this position to open this up as well. Looking to try and take out the dwarves in here. But of course, there's going to be revenge raids while this is all going on. As the dwarves pull back. Soup trying to get around here. He does have the 6.6 speed Valkyrie as Gullen Bursty gets dropped. And Soup will have to abandon ship here. As Grass still doesn't have Thundering Hooves, which is kind of wild if you ask me. Does get out without too many losses. So these units are going to come around. Don't really want to take a fight with Gullen Bursty on the map. Generally better to just keep running away, but Soup looking to take the fight. No, he's still going to run, but now he's going to lose all of those. Throw an axeman that he absolutely desperately needs, and the Gullen Bursty is going to get through to get some damage off. Completely unupgraded raiding cavalry here for Soup. What is this decision? And the Gullen Bursty expires, but a devastating fight and a dominating victory for Grass as Soup taps out and Grass is coming to Athens. Well, the road to Athens for Soup is over. A valiant effort. The 4-1 curse cannot be lifted. And Grass plays an incredible series here. Deals with what Soup is throwing him every step of the way. What an impressive series from Grass. Congratulations to him. He has stamped his ticket. He is coming to Athens. We will see him there. Unfortunately, well, Soup's coming as well, but he's not coming in the capacity of a player. So we will be seeing him there as well, but unfortunately not as a player. So better luck next time for Soup if there is a next time. And congratulations to Grass as well. GG, well played, everyone. For everyone else who's been hanging out with me for the entirety of this stream, I want to say a huge thank you for watching and following along for the Gameathalon Road to Athens series. We've had an open qualifier, 5 playoffs. The ending here is 8 players. We've got the Mister, we've got Kavoth, we've got the Rapple, we've got Recon, we've got Tunison, we've got Mosca, we've got I Am Magic, and now we have Grass and Groom. Hope you guys have had a fantastic time. This is not the end for this tournament. There are 3 more big days, but you're going to have to wait. It's a month and a bit, a month and a week away. September 11th, September 12th, and September 13th. Be there or be square. That's the saying, right? All right, guys. If you haven't followed already, make sure you follow. If you want to hit a subscribe button and give a subscription, make sure you do that. And I'll see you guys another time. Bye for now.